the ground. Balled in. Picked up. That will go all the way.
comes running in from the sea end again, round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Lees, and again left alone by Lees. Good carry through to Mohammad Rizwan again, who just adjusts his cap, and Sussex with 3 slips in place for the left-handed Lees. So those 2 debutants, as Harmsy was mentioning there, as Aaron Beard opening the bowl, in Mason Crane, the leg spinner as well. Durham with 2 changes to their lineup, including Alex Lees, who's back in the side, and he's now facing up to Beard, and again lets that one go. Patience, always the watchword for Alex Lees. 182 not out, of course, in the opening game of the season against Glamorgan, and then had just a bit of a back problem that kept him out of the next couple of matches. So this is his first innings. Durham only batted once in that draw in Cardiff, so this is his first innings since that big century, where he batted for almost 6 hours. As in comes Beard again, and this time inconsistent carry through to Rizwan. It bounces in front of him as Lees leaves it alone. Yes, 3 slips. Got a backward point, extra cover. It's quite close in. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Long leg as Beard comes in round the wicket again, bowls, and this time Lees does get a bat on it, pushes it out to mid on. There's no run scored. And that's the end of the opening over of this latest round of County Championship matches. And the first 6 deliveries seen off by Alex Lees. And it will be Sean Dixon who will face up for Durham at the other end. So Lees coming in for Michael Jones in the Durham top order. The other change sees Matt Salisbury come into the Durham team at the expense of Oliver Gibson. Taking the ball will be for Sussex, Henry Crocombe. Again, 3 slips for Sussex. Crocombe comes in and bowls to Dixon, and it's just beats him outside the off stump. Pulled out of the shot. Dixon climbed up on him a little bit, through to Rizwan. Again, decent carry. There's just one that bounced in front of Rizwan. Crocombe back to his mark now. Comes running in past the umpire, bowls to Dixon, and Dixon plays it down into gully region, and there's no run. Fielded by Mason Crane. Backward point that he's fielding at. Wearing the number 24, with Aaron Beard donning number 14. It's Crocombe coming into bowl now, and this time, again, left alone outside the off stump, and this time it dies a little bit on Rizwan as it goes through. So still no runs on the board for Durham. 9 deliveries gone in the match. Listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Newcastle coverage of this Sussex versus Durham match, and around the ground as well. Crocombe comes in and bowls, and this time it's a little bit of a thick edge through past the slips, and that'll go down to the boundary, possibly for 4, and does. First runs of the match for Durham. Dixon playing with soft hands, getting an edge that carried beyond third slip and down to the boundary, right in front of our commentary position for the opening boundary. The opening runs, indeed. Durham 4 without loss. Rejoined in the commentary box by my esteemed colleague Adrian Harms. As Crocombe comes in again and bowls, and again climbs a little bit on Dixon, who plays that down into the offside region, and no run, fielded by Crane once again.
I see confirmation in the last few minutes that Ben Stokes has been confirmed as the England captain. Probably the worst kept secret in cricket over the last couple of days, Andrew. But
well, indeed, as vice captain, I suppose you could argue he was the next cab off the rank anyway. Whenever Joe Root stepped down, in comes Crocombe again. This time a fuller delivery, which Dixon digs out and again squeezes out into the offside. No run on that occasion. 4 from the over. That boundary for Dixon, which he managed to play with soft hands, thick edge down to the third man region for 4. He's on 4. Lee's yet to score. Durham 4 without loss.
Yes, and just a quick check around the ground, because we haven't done a check just to make sure. They're all waving. Look at them all waving on the top of the ground.
Well,
so,
both of them.
No, three, 4 people, 5. There we are. So we have got some people waving up in the ground. So thank you all for listening. I hope you're nice and warm up. Felt a bit chilly to us this morning as we came in the ground this morning, Andrew.
Yep, I've got long sleeve shirt on. I've got a jacket on and a jacket over that. So, and I'm not cold, not hot. So yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it to you.
In comes Aaron Beard around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Lees, who's forward and fielded athletically by Beard away to his left-hand side, and there is no run. So just to run through the Sussex side for you, because changes from last week. So not in the batting lineup though. So Ali Orr, Tom Haynes, Tom Alsop, Cheteshwar Pujara, Tom Clark and Mohammad Rizwan. That's pretty much as we thought the side would be, as in terms of the batting order, that is. Good. Away from us again, bowls, and Lees is going to get runs here, down towards third man. Ali Orr is in hot pursuit, chasing down there with George Burrows. Throw comes in, so Lees, the current England opener, is on his way, and he'll be very keen, I'm sure, to make an impression on his skipper Ben Stokes, who isn't here this week, but just to reiterate that news, confirmed as the England captain. So 2 debutants for Sussex. Aaron Beard, who was signed from Essex on loan yesterday, comes into the side. He's opening the bowling. And Mason Crane, the leg spinner from Hampshire, born in Shoreham, is making his Sussex debut as well. As in comes Beard, round the wicket, bowls and let go again by Lees, taken by Rizwan. And there is no run. Noticeable, it bowls with good pace.
It certainly does. Beard. Yeah, certainly does. Looked a little bit, got a little bit excitable about that one. That might have been slightly closer to off stump than some of the other deliveries. I think Alex Lee's playing a patience game, as I mentioned earlier. That anything out, sixth stump, he'll be happy to leave alone. He's not a man to necessarily go chasing after things.
Beard. In again, bowls, and Lees forward solidly, bat and pad close together, plays it out into the offside, fielded by Pujara, who comes eagerly into field, and there is no run.
I'm not saying that Aaron Beard was a late signing, but he doesn't appear to have his name on the back of his shirt.
No.
Mason Crane does, but...
and George Burrows still doesn't have a name on the back of his shirt as well.
Or a number.
Who's fielding at point. Burrows, who was signed... for an initial month here at Sussex, having been released by Lancashire. Beard, 3 slips go down in on bowls, and Lees is again solidly forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Alex Lees, who's returning to the Durham side, missed the game against Nottinghamshire last week. A heavy defeat for Durham last week. I'm sure they'll be very keen to bounce back from that. A very powerful looking batting lineup. Lees, Dixon, Peterson, Borthwick, Beddingham, who's been in terrific form, Eckersley, Travaskis, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Matt Salisbury and Chris Rushworth at the bottom of the order, but the top 6 look very powerful for Durham. As in comes Beard again, in and bowls and driven nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. No point chasing that one, beautifully driven away by Alex Lees. Bit too much width on that occasion from Aaron Beard, and just helped away through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot. Durham will go to 10 without loss. Lee's on 6, Dixon on 4. You're listening to live cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Rayburn. And just to reiterate for those tuning in the northeast, no Martin Emerson this week, who's had an unfortunate accident, wasn't able to make it down to Hove this week. And just to say we wish Martin all the best in his recovery. And I'm sure he'll be back behind the microphone soon. But that was a quality shot by Lees.
It was, yeah, as you say, Adrian, just a little bit overpitched and dealt with, and I think that's the problem when you're facing someone like Alex Lees. He will be patient and then cash in as the new over from Grocum starts with a bit of a shorter one, aimed in towards the rib cage of Dixon, fends it off quite nicely, no run, into the leg side. Looking just... I know you should look down rather than up most of the time, but no break in the cloud really, Adrian, for all that we can see, apart from a slight bit of blue. Yeah, you're going to point at that little bit of blue, aren't you?
Just a little bit.
As Crocombe comes in, it beats him. Dixon outside the off stump, and Rizwan collects a little bit of oohs and ahs from the fielders, and that's the thing, isn't it? When you're on a winless streak like Sussex are, it's a year now since they've won a county championship match, just over. Adrian, you can remind me of the actual numbers in terms of championship matches.
Yes, this is that they've now gone 17 county championship matches without a win. The last win came down in Cardiff just over a year ago, when a match in which Ollie Robinson took 13 wickets in the match.
Crocombe comes in again and bowls, and this time Dixon leaves it alone. Again, good carry from Rizwan. Yeah, you may have even heard it thud into the wicket-keeper's gloves from our effects mic. And yeah, I think the thing I was going to say is when you are on a winless streak like Sussex are, it's important that when you're put into the field, that the intensity is there in the field, isn't it? Early on, and indeed throughout the day. You're going to need to pick it up as the day goes on. But certainly there's might be a little bit of help for the seamers with the cloud cover, but they've got to make the most of it with putting the balls in some good areas and a bit of a thick edge as Dixon tries to drive, and that's going to go down for 4 into the third man region. Frustration for Sussex, because I think that was an attempt at a drive through the cover region, and the edge was found, but it was no fielder there. Went low anyway along the ground, but down for the second time to this third man region in front of us. For another boundary for Dixon, who moves on to 8. Lee's on 6, Durham 14 without loss.
I did just run through the rest of that Sussex card for you. So Ali Orr, Tom Haynes, Tom Alsop, Cheteshwar Pujara, Tom Clark, Mohammad Rizwan. That's as well as is indeed Delray Rawlings batting at 7. Then the 2 debutants, Mason Crane and Aaron Beard, George Burrows and Henry Crocombe. So missing from last week, Grant Stewart, who's returned to Kent on loan. And Jamie Atkins misses out this week as well.
Crocombe comes in again to bowl, and this time Dixon leaves it, and this one it dies a little bit on Rizwan again. So a little bit of inconsistent carry at the moment for Mohammad Rizwan to deal with, wearing the number 116 on his back, as we discussed in
yes.
His favoured number 16 is taken at Sussex, so he's decided to stick a 1 in front of it, which reminds me of the old Inter Milan footballer Ivan Zamorano, who had a 9 taken away from him, so he took 18 but put a plus in the middle of it, so it became 9. This time Dixon manages to squeeze a ball out from Crocombe, backward of square on the offside. They're going to come back for a second, and good running from the 2 Durham openers, so it means that Dixon moves into double figures on 10, Durham 16 without loss.
And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Andrew Rayburn with you today. If you'd like to get in touch, there are various ways in which you can do it. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk on email, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. It'd be lovely to have your messages throughout the day. Wherever you're listening, whether you're a Sussex supporter, a Durham supporter, wherever you're listening from around the world, be good to have your company. So sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. It's going to be Aaron Beard who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. He's bowling with 2 slips and a gully, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. It's Beard, number 14 on his back, runs away from us past umpire Debenham. He's in and bowls, and Lees is beaten. All ends up. That was a terrific delivery from Aaron Beard. It was a play and a miss from Alex Lees. It wasn't far away from the outside edge. I don't think it was far away, Andrew, from taking his off stump either.
I was going to say, it kind of missed everything, and Wisram had to move a little bit to his right to collect. And I think, Beard is showing a little bit of, he's hitting his straps early, shall we say. I'm not sure what, if I'm honest, I'm not sure what cricket he's had so far this season, but certainly opening the bowling, taking the opening over, and he's looking lively.
Beard again in and bowls, and Lee just places comfortably, just flicking the ball off the hip down to fine leg, where Henry Crocombe needs to run from a fine leg position almost to a deep square leg to field.
Yeah, that was a shame, that one, because that was a little bit short, a little bit on leg side, and comfortable for a man like Alex Lees to clip away. And when you've got a batsman of his quality, you do need to keep examining the fourth stump corridor of uncertainty. Let's bring that in for the first time today.
No, absolutely. Our first email of the day has come in from Richard, which I'll read in a couple of moments' time. It's on the subject of Ben Stokes, who, for those of you just joining in for the first time, may not be aware, has been confirmed as England captain. As Beard on his way, he's coming over the wicket to the right-handed Dixon, who's on 10. Durham 17 without loss, and that's down the leg side, taken by Rizwan, who has this habit when he collects the ball down the leg side, he takes the ball and then throws it without looking towards the slip cordon. So you have to be on your toes in the slips when Mohammad Rizwan is about, because if you're not, the ball's likely to land on your head or hit you somewhere.
What's interesting is they've gone to two slips
very quickly,
and a gully for Dixon against Beard. Whether that's... I did have three slips in for both batsmen at both ends, but obviously this time is the first couple of balls.
Beard in bowls. That's a good delivery by Aaron Beard, and Dixon was feeling for that outside the off stump, and terrific carry again through to Mohammad Rizwan. He's taking that, Andrew, almost sort of chest high.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a tall man, Mohammad Rizwan, let's face it. But but then a few, I mean, Adrian, the first ball, I think, or the second ball after you went in for your next door for your update for BBC Radio Newcastle, that one did die on him. But in fact, it bounced a couple of, at least once in front of him. So, yeah, we'll just have to monitor that kind of bounce and carry as the morning and the afternoon progresses.
Beard on his way again, bowls, and that's down the leg side. That was a wayward delivery. There we are. You see Rizwan taking it again, and without looking throws it to Delray Rawlings, who's on his toes. So Richard's been in touch, and he says, typical of English cricket to make our best player captain, setting them up for failure from the start. It never worked for both them, Flintoff et al. So how do you think Stokes will fare any better? Pick the best captain possible. Maybe you can run a listener poll to see who would be better than Stokes. I don't know. There'll be a lot of listeners in the northeast of England today who I'm sure are very pleased. But I do take your point that, you know, sometimes it is a huge burden to place on our best cricketer. As in comes Beard and bowls, and forward is Dixon. The right-handed Dixon plays to point, and there is no run. It is the end of the fifth over of the morning. Durham have won the toss. They've batted first on what looks an excellent track. 17 without loss. Dixon on 10, Lees on 7. In terms of the weather, well, there's some high cloud, which is just starting to break up. There's a couple of light blue...
You're an optimistic man.
Yeah, a couple of light blue patches just appearing above the ground. But the forecast in this neck of the woods for the next 4 days is good. It's going to be dry, so fingers crossed. So far in the 3 games Sussex have played, they haven't lost a minute to weather, which is pretty unusual in April.
And I think, yes, it is. And I think in terms of this cloud, this high cloud, as you mentioned, I think if this was slightly later in the year, I think weather forecasters might say this is the type of cloud that the sun will burn through later in the day.
I think that's a very good description.
But we'll wait to see whether it's got the intensity of the sun when it turns up. I'm not entirely sure that it will have, but can hear some clattering of ball on bat from the nets around us, I think, as Crocombe comes into bowl this time to Lees, and Lees plays that down through the gully region. It's beaten the field, and it will run away down for the desperate dive, but it won't be stopped by Burrows. It's gone for 4, and I have to say that wasn't necessarily the most enthusiastic attempt at the first stop from Burrows, but maybe early morning. He did well to get into to try and dive to keep it in. But
he's hurt himself.
He has a little bit. He's got a graze, I think.
Well, we had this discussion last week at Worcester when you get fast bowlers who are charging around the boundary, saving a run. And I know it's all very laudable, but when you get in a situation and Sussex need to be careful here, their bowling resources are depleted as it is, and George Burrows looks like he's maybe cut his knee or
And he's now, for the benefit of, he's now moving out of that position anyway, so he's keeping himself out of harm's way as Crocombe comes in and bowls to Lees, and Lees this time plays it into the leg side for no run. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were going to add to.
No, it's okay. No, I just think
fast bowlers in the outfield.
Well, yes. I mean, we were discussing it last week, and I think it's very much the modern way, isn't it, that quick bowlers chase around the boundary and they're trying to save runs, and I do understand that. But if it's at the expense of, charging over, hurting a shoulder or hurting a knee or leg,
Tom Alsop, who's now gone into that backward point position as Crocombe comes in and bowls to Lees, and Lees this time plays it just out into the offside, into the cover region, no run. What I like about Alex Lees, just while let's skip back, because we're going through several different topics. Let's skip back to the fast bowlers in the outfield. It's often, particularly in the one-day game, of course, you do like your most athletic people out in the outfield and or chasing towards the boundary rope, and perhaps fast bowlers are often that, as Crocombe comes in and bowls and Lees leaves that on outside the off stump. Rizwan collects. So you quite often see it, don't you, in the final overs of a one-day game. Suddenly the most athletic fielders will go out onto the boundary. But so now see Crocombe coming again, bowling to left-handed Lees. And Lees pushes it into the covers. What I like about Lees is he always seems to have so much time, doesn't he? And that's what the best players have. He's got a very quick brain, very quick cricketing mind, makes his shot selection early, and seems to have plenty of time just to cover up and to leave and to dab the ball out.
He's a tall man, isn't he? Just reading here, 6'3", Alex Lees.
As Crocombe comes in past the umpire now, and this time Lees tries to drive. He's got the edge and he's out. Caught behind. Well, just as I was praising the England opener, he has to make his way back to the pavilion, and that's a good ball from Crocombe. He tried an expansive drive, just as I was saying, he had so much time. And he tried perhaps a shot that wasn't really there for him. He's got the edge, it's gone through to the keeper, and Sussex make the breakthrough with Durham now 21 for 1. Alex Lees departing for 11.
Well, yes, indeed. He's got a good spell here, Henry Crocombe, down the hill. He's pacey, and as I say, just outside of the off-stump, Alex Lees, who looked really very comfortable during the opening 20 minutes or so, just lured into feeling for one outside of the off-stump. The ball going through to Mohammad Rizwan, and that's a big wicket for Sussex.
He tried a drive, didn't he? And he just moved away a little bit, maybe.
So first wicket down for Durham. A couple of emails have come in. John Malone has been in touch with us. Hi, Adrian and Andrew. Coming through loud and clear via the stream, which is good news. Yes, indeed, if you're watching the live stream at home. Bexhill-on-Sea, where John lives, is cloudy and a fresh breeze this morning. He says, I also had an early trip to the garden centre this morning so I could get back for the live stream. He's got plenty of work to do in the garden, probably during the breaks if I have my way. He says, I would have given the captain's role to Johnny Bairstow, but he says the very best of luck to Ben Stokes. So thank you very much, John, for getting in touch. We're just watching a replay of that dismissal of Alex Lees. It looks like it moved away a little from the left-hander. We're by no means wicket to wicket here in the commentary box this week. We're the bowling's coming from the C end of the ground. We're looking over to the right-handed batsman mid-on.
Yeah,
so we're not wicket to wicket.
Just looking at the replay, Adrian. That doesn't help the listeners out there, but just seemed to beat him. It just seemed to beat him for pace a little bit. He seemed to be late on the shot, late on the drive, and it just caught the edge. Not a particularly thick edge. It was a feather, but it was enough. Certainly the noise around the bat, everybody knew. We're going to see Burrows come on now for Beard.
Well, yeah, changes the bowling. This is very early because Aaron Beard had bowled 3 very accurate overs on his debut for Sussex, but he's been taken out of the attack, and it's going to be the tall figure of George Burrows, born in Wigan, formerly contracted to Lancashire, but subsequently released and is here on a short-term deal. Tall man. He's going to be bowling to Sean Dixon with 2 slips and a gully. Point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. As in comes Burrows without a name or number on his back. He's in and bowls, tall man bowls, and driven firmly by Dixon into the covers and fielded by Pujara. And there is no run. A very good morning to Julian, who's sitting up there on the top tier of the grandstand. He said, "Good morning, gentlemen, from a rather chilly top shelf of the pavilion." What do you think of Ollie Robinson? I realise he has to get permission to play, but just how bad is his toothache, and will he play for Sussex before the Test series? The only way to get fit is by playing matches. Well, we'll talk about that, Julian, because it's an interesting debate as Burrows is in and bowls, and he beats Dixon outside the off stump. That was a good delivery by George Burrows, and Dixon was rather feeling for that delivery. He remains on 10. Looking at the scoreboard, which is generally white and yellow lettering, but there seems to be some pink that's appearing on there for some reason. I'm not quite sure.
Might be a malfunction. It's the number of. Is it the number of meant to be the area of the number of balls that the batsman has faced? I think. I'm not sure if that's. Something's flashing, and I don't know whether that's meant to, if I'm honest.
I'm sure it's not. Aaron Beard's first 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. But as I say, he's out of the attack. And it is Burrows who's running away from us, in and bowls, and forward comes Dixon to a ball of good length, defends down the track, and there is no run. Yes, the situation with Ollie Robinson is that he was at Worcester last week. Now, Ollie hasn't played at all this season. In fact, he hasn't played any cricket at all since the Hobart Test match in the Ashes. But he was at Worcester last week doing some training with the players. He had also had a tooth infection, as in comes Burrows and bowls, and Dixon on his toes plays out into the covers by Pujara, and there is no run. And Ollie was explaining to me, and the interview is online on the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed, that he had an infection in his teeth and felt really unwell. He was confined to bed and thought he had COVID, but antibiotics and other dental treatment cleared up the toothache. So the toothache is gone, and that's now not an issue for Ollie. As Burrows is on his way again and bowls, Dixon forward, plays into the offside, there is no run. But he was at Worcester last week doing some training with the other players and was hopeful that he would be able to play in this game. But he did explain it's all about bowling loads and things that I don't understand. But I think a bowling load is about, how much cricket you're getting, which brings you on to your point, really, Julian, that as a bowler, you'd have thought bowlers need to bowl matches, but bowl in matches to get fit. But clearly the ECB, who control what Ollie does, don't think he's fit enough to bowl. In comes Burrows, bowls, and Dixon plays. Good over from George Burrows. Good, accurate, tight opening over. And a maiden over to start. Durham are 21 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Rayburn. If you'd like to contact us, you can sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk or tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. And if you want to watch live pictures, or go to the Sussex County Cricket Club website, and you will there find the live streams run alongside the commentary. So, I have to say, from my own, I don't know what you're feeling on this, Andrew. I completely concur with Julian that unless Ollie is injured in some way, which he certainly wasn't at Worcester last week, I would have thought it would be in the interests of the ECB to get Ollie playing some cricket. But clearly they feel he's not up to standard at the moment, or his fitness isn't up to standard, so he can't play.
Yeah.
Which is a massive loss for Sussex.
It is a massive loss for Sussex, and obviously, that you do have that conflict, don't you, I suppose, between the club and country, as Crocombe comes in and bowls down the leg side, and I don't know if that's clipped by Peterson. Let's see what the umpire's given. Yeah, 4 runs, so just off the face of the bat as he's straight down the leg side. So Peterson's first ball is a boundary for 4 as he strayed down leg side. What was it?
No, I think yes. I think we couldn't see the. I think we
maybe
couldn't see umpire Blackwell's arm being raised, but he did. They were leg byes.
Yes, maybe it was. So he remains on 0 then. Keegan Peterson, obviously a South Africa Test batsman, made a lot of runs against India recently, so a very capable player, not necessarily exploded into life in the start of his spell with Durham this season, as Crocombe comes in and bowls, and that's almost played on. It's hit his glove, actually.
Yes, it did.
It's taken his hand off the bat, and that's hurt him. It's I don't know how quite it managed to almost play on off his hand, I think. But
yeah, that was a painful blow.
Yeah, it's.
I think the physio is going to be running. He's dropped his bat. He's bowling at a lively pace here this morning, Henry Crocombe. In fact, we are going to have a delay. Umpire Debenham is coming in from square leg, and he's
slowly.
He's taken off his gloves and he's thrown them to the ground as Keegan Peterson and the Durham physio and backroom medical staff are coming on to have a look at that hand, but it was wrapped, a painful blow.
Absolutely.
And he does look in some discomfort, but as I say, Crocombe is bowling at a good pace this morning for Sussex. And he's picked up the wicket to go down.
Yeah, so I presume, Adrian, the clattering that we can hear is that can get confusing, I suppose, with the nets and everything else, because I can hear something from the far side over there.
Yeah, I can see some of the players up in the nets at the far, maybe the T20 players are being put through their places, but you're missing none of the action here at Hove, because Keegan Peterson has been hit on the hand, a painful blow by Henry Crocombe, a ball that almost came off of the glove and went onto his stumps. But I think he's going to be okay, just judging by his demeanour. He doesn't look as if he's about to leave the field. He's had a bit of attention from the Durham physio. He's made his way out to the middle, and I think
painkiller maybe, and then I didn't even see him take that actually. But
no, he looks okay. It was a nasty blow, but the sort of delivery that, because sometimes unsettle a batsman, but he's chatting away there to Sean Dixon, who's on 10. If you're just joining us, the one wicket to go down was the wicket of Alex Lees, who, having looked extremely comfortable this morning, was caught behind off a good delivery, an outside edge, a good delivery from Henry Crocombe, and caught by Mohammad Rizwan. So we're just going to give an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a couple of moments' time. Peterson is okay, and he's going to resume. But Crocombe really racing in this morning from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and that was a quick delivery down the leg side that Peterson is happy to let go. And again, Rizwan takes the ball and then throws the ball up, and Rawlings has to be very lively at first slip to run across and make sure he catches the ball. And there is no run. So the rest of the field, 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Crocombe collects the ball and is ready to come in and bowl now. He's past the umpire, bowls and driven back down the ground, and Crocombe got a hand to it, and it's fielded before Durham can capitalise on that. Good bit of fielding, applauded by all his teammates, particularly enthusiastically Delray Rawlings at first slip, who saw that one down the line, as it were.
Oh, do you mind if I just pick up commentary, Andrew? We'll just do this update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, so then we'll be back on. A bit more blue sky above the ground.
Yes, no, you're quite right.
So a few more patches arriving. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Peterson drives, but slightly across the line to mid-wicket, fielded at mid-wicket by... What's that out there? I think that was Burrows. No, it wasn't. It was Tom Alsop. And there is no run. Tom Alsop, who was hit a painful blow on the hand at Worcester last week. Went to hospital, but fortunately no fracture.
Crocombe comes in.
Yes, well, Sussex lost the toss here this morning, and they're fielding first, but they picked up the early wicket of the England Test opener, Alex Lees, who was caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan off the bowling of Henry Crocombe. So Durham here are 25 for 1. Meanwhile, in Bristol, Gloucestershire won the toss first against Surrey. Surrey are batting, they're 9 without loss. Burns on 5, Patel on 3. This could be George Burrows who's going to carry on. I thought that was an encouraging first over from George Burrows that he bowled Andrew from this sea end of the ground.
Yeah, I think Sussex, apart from the odd 1 or 2 deliveries which might have been down the leg side or a little bit too short, have bowled pretty well this morning. And obviously that wicket of Lees has given them a bit of a boost. As Burrows comes in, and this time it's driven by Dixon, but fielded well out in the
Stopped by Tom Haynes,
Yeah,
wasn't it? Because that was going pretty fast. He was round very smartly to his left. Was the Sussex skipper? Nice looking shot though by Sean Dixon.
He's looked fairly composed. A few alarms, but not many. Burrows yet to concede a run. I think maiden over in his first one as he comes trotting in now and bowls, and this time it's on the leg side, and he will concede a run. He's going to in fact concede a couple down through the square leg region as Dixon moves on to 12. Durham move on to 27 for 1.
Sean Dixon also born in South Africa in Johannesburg. So both batsmen ball in South Africa. He looks okay, doesn't he, Peterson, having had that wrap on the hand. He keeps sort of looking at his hand as if to say it hurts, but he's clearly okay. The sun is almost broken through. I can just about see shadows on the outfield, Andrew.
Yes, absolutely. The shadows for the first time today, which will be nice as Burrows comes in now past the umpire, and this one's a little bit straighter and on target, covered up by Dixon. No run. Yeah, no, it's starting to brighten up a little bit. I was a little bit concerned when you pointed out that blue sky that it might have been the same bit of blue sky, just the clouds have moved over a little bit. But no, there is a little bit more poking through. But yes, the general mise en scène, as it were, as the general picture is brighter out on the ground as Burrows, now no number on his back, comes in, and this time that is again on leg stump and tried to whip it away, Dixon, but it's collected by Allsop at square leg. No run.
Good to hear from Martin up in the north. Also good in that neck of the woods. I think actually that the weather is pretty good across the country, and I think the outlook for the foreseeable future is dry. It's been incredibly dry in this part of the world for the last few weeks, really, which we won't complain about.
Burrows comes in again then and bowls, and it's just outside the off stump. Collected by Rizwan. Some good noise in the field from Sussex at the moment.
Yes, and I think from a Sussex perspective they'll be pleased about that, because it's been a tricky start to the season, and you know where you have sides who are rattling up big scores. So at Worcester last week, Worcestershire made 491 for Sussex to follow on. The game against Derbyshire 505 for 8, and the first game of the season here against Notts, and Notts 534 for 9. So Sussex have really struggled this season to take wickets. That's been the major problem.
In comes Burrows again, and this time it's a slightly shorter one. Dug out, played away in front of his chest by Dixon. No run, end of that over. Durham 21, the man out. Alex Dixon is on 12. Peterson, no score.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Rayburn, who's on duty for BBC Newcastle this week. Durham, the 1 wicket to go down, as Andrew was saying. Alex Lees caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for 11. A quick rattle around other games in the County Championship, and they're playing in every game, which is great news. Derbyshire have had a terrific start to the season, playing Glamorgan in Derby, as in comes Crocombe down the hill past umpire Blackwell and bowls, and Peterson eases that down to fine leg, fielded by Burrows, who took a bit of a tumble a couple of overs ago in looking to field a ball, but he looks like he's okay. And a single to Peterson. That's his first run. He's on his way, and Durham to 28 for 1. So Derbyshire are batting first against Glamorgan at Derby, having won the toss. And they are 20 without loss. Shan Masood, who's just been in magnificent form for Derbyshire. He's 5 not out. Billy Godleman is on 14. Middlesex already a couple of wickets down at Lords against Middlesex. Middlesex winning the toss and deciding to field, as in comes Crocombe in and bowls to Dixon, who's forward and plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Leicestershire 28 for 2. A couple of wickets there for Shaheen Afridi. Middlesex with a victory under their belts last week, a convincing win down in Cardiff against Glamorgan. But Trentbridge, Worcestershire batting first against Notts. Crocombe in and bowls, and Dixon is forward to a ball of good length, plays out into the offside, fielded by Pujara. And there is no run. Worcestershire are 49 for 1 after 8 overs. And no surprise, having watched Ed Pollock open the batting for Worcester last week. Last week against Sussex, he made 77 in 74 balls opening the innings. And he's at it again this week. He's 31 not out. He's only bowled 9 overs. He's hit 5 fours and a 6. 31 in 31 balls. He's an extraordinary player. I mean, a batsman who's come through the ranks. He spent some time at Warwickshire, left-handed, and well, he's in terrific form again. His in comes Crocombe bowls, and lovely-looking shot by Sean Dixon. Beautifully played, eases the ball through mid-wicket. I don't think it's going to go for 4. Aaron Beard is in hot pursuit. But Dixon comes back for a 3rd run, and Beard a good throw from right away over in the corner of the ground by the Players' Pavilion. But 3 more to Dixon, who goes on to 15, and Durham to 31 for 1. The man out for Worcestershire this morning, Jake Libby. So Worcestershire 49 for 1 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. And I'll rattle through the First Division scores for you. Northants 28 for 1 at Chelmsford against Essex. Surrey 15 without loss at Bristol against Gloucester. Hampshire, it's an interesting scoreline. In comes Crocombe and bowls. And again, Peterson, I think he was... Well, he took his right hand off the bat when he played the shot. That was the hand that he was hit on a couple of overs ago, and there was a bit of extra bounce there from Henry Crocombe, which I think has just unsettled Keegan Peterson a little. Score remains on 31 for 1. Yeah, Hampshire are 19 for 3. That's a clash between 2nd and 3rd in the Championship at the GS Bowl. 2 wickets there for Jimmy Anderson. Comes Crocombe bowls, and good delivery, which is played well by Peterson to mid-on. There is no run. It's the end of Henry Crocombe's over, an over that cost 4 runs. Durham are 31 for 1. Peterson on 1, Dixon on 15.
Just looking at that delivery a couple of balls ago to Peterson, you mentioned that he took his hand off the bat. Yeah, it kind of... Oh, that's the... Looking at the wrong delivery, I think.
Just finishing up on these scores. Jimmy Anderson, 5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 2. Down at the GS Bowl.
Bowling very nicely. Very nicely.
And he's accounted for James Vince as well, who was out for 2. And 2 catches there for the former Sussex batsman, who's also keeping wicket now for Lancashire, Phil Salt. So 2 ex-Sussex players keeping wicket in that match. Ben Brown for Hampshire.
Burrows comes in and bowls, and it's covered up by Dixon, who's on 15. He's looked tidy so far. He's seen the wicket of Alex Lees fall earlier, just in case you're joining us at 17 minutes to 12 on the scoreboard away to our right-hand side as we look.
Just finished these scores, Andrew. Somerset 25 without loss at Taunton against Warwickshire, and Kent in all sorts of trouble as well as Hampshire this morning. Kent 20 for 3 at Headingley against Yorkshire.
So wickets falling everywhere at the moment as Burrows comes in and bowl to Dixon. Again, defensively solid, no danger for him. Durham 31 for 1.
And we were talking actually earlier on this morning about Ben Compton, who's made quite an impression for Kent with a couple of hundreds. Carried his bat in an innings.
Not today.
Against Lancashire, but not today. He's out for 3. Zach Crawley, who has a bit shorter run, Zach Crawley. He's out already for 4.
So we're going to see Burrows come in again and bowl, and this time an aggressive shot from Dixon, which he's climbed into through mid-wicket, and that's going to go for 4.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it?
He picked it up early, didn't he? He picked up the short length early and decided that was going to go.
Well, that was beautifully played, hammered away. No point chasing that. Rattled away across the boundary, but it was whipped away aggressively by Sean Dixon. He's on to 19. Durham 35 for 1.
Yeah, so they're when they're getting their scoring opportunities, they are taking them. Yeah, it was short, but he picked it up off. Looking at the replay, picked it up off.
That might be our FX microphone.
It is, yes. So this time Dixon just pushes that out into the offside. I think we're all right.
Yes, I think we may have a loose cable. We'll see how that goes. I'm sorry, we had a bit of an interruption here the last home game with our FX microphone. If it carries on, we'll go up and replace it.
It might have been a seagull trying to mate with it.
It might be a seagull who's fiddling around with our wires on the roof of the media centre here at Hove.
Anyway, now we're back on track with Burrows coming in again to bowl, and this time it's forward defensive from Dixon that played up the pitch. Some interested noises from the slip cordon, but of course they're always keen to encourage the bowler. Dixon on 19, Peterson on 1, the South African Test batsman. Burrows back to his mark, comes in again past the umpire, bowls now, and this time driven, but it's taken a edge, I think, through mid-wicket, and it's going to go for a couple of runs, but that wasn't where he intended, that one. I think he intended the drive through mid-off, or towards mid-off, squirted away through mid-wicket. That seemed to be what it looked like live to me, anyway.
No, I would agree with you. I think it came off the sort of inside edge of the bat and through mid-wicket. However,
taking Dixon up to 21.
Yeah,
that's all that matters.
We are going to get a change in bowling. Henry Crocombe, having bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. I thought bowled very well this morning, Henry Crocombe. He's going to be replaced by Aaron Beard, who is on loan from Essex.
So he's going to try the other end because he bowled from the sea end for his first 3 overs.
Sussex supporters perhaps don't know an awful lot about Aaron Beard. I must admit I don't either. He was born in Chelmsford on the 15th of October 1997, so I reckon that makes him 24.
Yes, good maths.
Made his Essex debut in 2016, played for England under-19s. A highest score of 58 in first-class cricket, funny enough, against Durham, as in comes Beard over the wicket bowls and driven beautifully by Peterson. That's going to race away towards the boundary. It's not going to go for 4. And fielded. The throw comes in. I think that is Mason Crane, I think, who fielded that. By the way, it's a couple of runs to Peterson. Durham go to 39 for 1. 2 debutants in the Sussex side today. Mason Crane, the Hampshire leg spinner, who was born in Shoreham, so born in Sussex, but then went to Hampshire. And Aaron Beard, who we were talking about just now. He waits actually that highest score. I'll come back to you in a minute, as in comes Beard and bowls, and Peterson eases that one down to fine leg. There was a bit of a howl from bowler Beard, but Peterson goes to 4, Durham 40 without loss. In fact, the highest score was against Durham MCCU at Chelmsford. His highest county championship score is 41 against Yorkshire at Chelmsford. His best bowling, 4 for 21 against Middlesex. Would have been during the Bob Willis Trophy, I guess. Beard. The sun is desperately trying to break through here at Hove. The wind is getting up. He's in and bowls and let go outside the off stump. Sean Dixon through to Mohammad Rizwan. And there is no run. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Not a big crowd here. The crowd that is in are reasonably well wrapped up. Julian was saying earlier how it's a little bit chilly on the top of the top shelf, as the pavilion, as he puts it. I mean, you could probably hear the breeze in our microphone, but if you can get out of that breeze, it's very pleasant. Beard running down the hill here at Hove from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and a good leave by Dixon. He lets that one pass by outside the outside edge, taken by Mohammad Rizwan, who will be keen to make an impression with the bat. Mohammad Rizwan hasn't quite happened for him so far. Made 22 at Derby, but then is it 20? Let me just check. Yes, 22 at Derby, but rather missed out at Worcester last week. He was out first ball in the first innings and for 4 in the second innings. So Sussex will be expecting better. As in comes Beard again, bowls, and forward comes Dixon to ball a good length from Aaron Beard. Dixon plays it down the track. There is no one. I'm quite impressed here by Aaron Beard. He runs in aggressively. He bowls at a brisk pace, and he's certainly bowled a good line and length here this morning.
Absolutely, and he's 0 for 10 coming up to the end of his 4th over. 1 maiden in there as well. So, yeah, he's looked pretty lively.
Peter McGreal's been in touch on Twitter at BBC Sussex Sport. In comes Beard again, bowls, and that hits Dixon round about the thigh pad, and he very courteously bends down and picks up the ball and throws the ball to Pujara. It is the end of an over, good over from Aaron Beard, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. Durham are 40 for 1. Peterson, I should say, on 4. Dixon on 21. Peter says he's concerned that Sussex are in for another pounding with Durham batting first and scoring heavily. Certainly Tom Haines, no luck with the toss this season. He's lost all 4 so far. I thought for a minute Tom Haines was going to come on to bowl, but he's just standing chatting away to umpire Ben Debenham before he throws the ball to George Burrows, who'll bowl the next over. And if you've just tuned in, a very good morning. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. You can contact us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk via email or tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Rayburn.
Yes, thank you, Adrian. So we're going to see another over from Burrows from the sea end in a moment, because there's just a little bit of a field all not quite set yet. Now Burrows will have a second go at from his mark. Comes jogging in past the umpire now and bowls, and they've managed to squeeze that out onto the offside there, Peterson, and they've scampered through for a quick single, but I think it was squirted away off an outside edge possibly.
I don't think he was intending it to go there, Andrew, that's for sure.
Moves Durham on to 41 for 1. We're in the 13th over. So over rate's been pretty good as well, as Burrows comes in now. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and driven by beautiful looking shot, but he doesn't get him any runs because it goes straight to mid-off. But yeah, nicely well-ordered shot, wasn't it? Nice precision to it, nice kind of balance to him.
Full face of the bat, wasn't it?
Absolutely, out of the middle. You heard the crack of leather on willow. But yeah, I mean, straight to Tom Haines, so it didn't really affect, get him anything, but it will make him feel better inside as the ball comes in from Burrows. This time Dixon plays it out into the backward point region. Again, no run. He's on 21. Just to return, Adrian, to the conversation we were having from your correspondent earlier about the England captaincy. Obviously, we've just had the best player being given the captaincy. He didn't mention in that list of names that it didn't work for Joe Root. Root, obviously, a captain for a long period, as both the most number of wins and the most number of losses for an England Test captain. And it has to be said that probably his time was coming to an end, as we now get a ball from Burrows, which is pushed backward a square from Dixon, and he'll go in a couple of runs there. It was just dropped his hands on it and scooted away along the ground for 2. So yeah, Joe Root had his ups and his downs, shall we say, and perhaps some of his captaincy was a little bit inconsistent at times. But it didn't do his batting too much harm, so he didn't overload him. The only issue is those players that has been mentioned, particularly Flintoff and Botham, all-rounders, and that is where you do worry if the load is too much for one player, is when you get an all-rounder being captain as well. But I dare say listeners will email in to talk about successful all-rounder captains, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, with Ben Stokes, of course, being named England captain while we're talking about it. England Test captain, certainly. And I
wonder, we had
no run incidentally on that last delivery, pushed out into the offside.
We had a discussion last week, and I was sort of advocating whether there is anyone in county cricket who any captains who you would think were in the Mike Brearley mould. I mean, Mike Brearley may not have been worth his place in the side on his ability, but in terms of his tactical nous and his skippering, he was, amongst the best. And
that's what they break off for this delivery, as it's played with a straight bat out into the offside. Yeah, I mean, obviously Brearley's written books and things on leadership and captaincy, and it's the end of that over, by the way. Durham 43 for 1, Dixon 23 and Peterson on 5. And he was brought back after Botham's unsuccessful stint as England captain, and brought back for a reason, because he was very good at the job. And but I guess at that time England had a lot of capable players playing around him as well. So you have to try and I mean, at the end of the day, Ben Stokes has put his hand up. Now, what you could say about Ben Stokes, and Durham fans will know this, and this is perhaps one of the reasons why we are discussing it in detail during a county championship match, is because it is big news for Durham, is that Stokes will run into the dirt for England, and he's always worked hard for his country.
In comes Beard, bowls to Peterson, who eases that down to fine leg. That's a lovely looking shot by Peterson. In fairness, it wasn't the best delivery from Beard. It was erring down the leg side, but Peterson just clipped inside the line, moved inside the line and clipped the ball down to fine leg for 4 runs. Beautifully played.
Very fine as well. There was no chance for the fielder.
Durham to 47 for 1.
Yeah, so just returning to that kind of thing about Ben Stokes, he will perhaps sometimes. I mean, he said he sometimes perhaps puts too much effort in for England. He'll bowl when he's asked to, and maybe he's not fully fit. He'll chase after balls in the field when he's got no reason to expect to reach them. He gives everything, and he'll feel that it's a good job for him. As that one's beaten him outside the off stump from Beard. That's a good ball. That might be his best ball of the lot, actually. That was a genuine little just prod forward from Peterson, and it beat the outside edge.
It did indeed. I'm just looking here because Ollie Carter is on the field for Sussex in at third slip. So somebody who's gone off the field. Let's see if we can work out who that is. Work out who's on, but certainly the 12th man is on the field. So clearly someone is off, and we'll let you know just as soon as we've worked out who it is.
We're going to see Beard come in and now bowl from the Cromwell Road end. It's a shorter one, which Peterson plays down into the gully region, collected by Mason Crane. Yeah, 3 slips, Carter at third. Just a question of whether he's gone in to replace someone from third who was there before.
I think Alistair Orr might be off the field. I can't see Ali Orr out there at all.
Well, we've definitely got Pujara, Haynes. I know that they're out there. We got
Clark's out there.
Clark at second slip, Rawlins at first. Crane, yeah, probably in all likelihood.
Yeah, I think that's Henry Croker might have been on. So I think Alistair Orr is not on the field.
As the loanee comes in and bowls again. Beard, and no run as Peterson attempted to climb into a cut shot. Didn't time it. Fielded, and Durham remain on 47 for 1.
Yes, I don't know, and this was a debate that we were having as to whether there is a county championship skipper out there who you would put in, in the Mike Brearley mould, someone who perhaps wouldn't necessarily expect to get in the side, but could do a really good job as captain.
Beard comes in and bowls, and that's another one which is carries well through to the wicket keeper after it was left. It was a shorter one and flew through.
But I would say, in terms of Ben Stokes, he's the best cricketer. He's just a magnificent cricketer, isn't he? And and I'm sure he'll do a great job as England captain. But I'm sure there are concerns because, as you say, is it too much for your best player to have to take on? But I'm sure he's absolutely thrilled, and we should say many congratulations to Ben Stokes. What a cricketer, and if he can do what he does on the field, bring it into the captaincy, then that'll be good for English cricket.
Beard is in and bowls, and this time it's again not beautifully timed that by Peterson, and it's fielded, and there's the end of the over, no run, and as we come towards 12 o'clock. Durham are 47 for 1, and in the opening hour of play we've had 14 overs bowled.
I'll go next door and give an update to listeners to BBC Radio Newcastle in a minute. Just looking at Durham's results so far this season, in a similar situation to Sussex, and they haven't won a game yet. Drew at Glamorgan in the opening round of matches. I remember seeing some pictures that Martin Emerson, the regular BBC Newcastle commentator, posted. I think there was snow and hail and thunderstorms, all sorts, and that game was drawn. And then a drawn game against Leicestershire. And a defeat last week, a heavy defeat against Nottinghamshire by an innings and 141 runs, which I'm sure Durham will be very keen to put to the back of their minds as they attempt to build a big first innings total here.
Yes, indeed. Ben Slater, of course, at Notts, a big double 100, unbeaten to help set up that victory for them. We're going to see Burrows now come into bowl, and it's been left by Dixon outside the off stump, collected by Rizwan. as Adrian prepares to give updates to BBC Radio Newcastle. Dead on midday. Hello, welcome to you wherever you're listening to us around the ground at Hove, around the country, maybe up in the northeast, or around the world. Any expats living abroad are on the BBC Sport website for this commentary. Hello to you. It is 12 o'clock local time in Hove. Durham batting, having won the toss. They're 47 for 1. And the man out, Alex Lees, for 11. And this time attempted a drive, which squeezes out into the backward point region. Fielded, and there's no run collected by Mason Crane, who's been involved a lot in the outfield at backward point. And he's on loan from Hampshire for a month. The man born in Shoreham and back in Sussex. Of course, a brief dalliance with the England setup, Mason Crane. Wait to see what impact he has with the ball later on in this match. As Burrows comes in and bowls. It's outside the off stump, left alone. You might even see Crane before lunch. So got Delray Rawlins, of course, with a slow bowling option. Yes, Alex Lee's the man out for 11, caught behind. Off the bowling of Henry Crocombe. Burrows in his 5th over, 0 for 11 for him so far. The man without a number on his back as he comes in and runs up now and bowls, and it's solidly played back to him by Dixon, who's on 23 and looking fairly solid. So yes, Sean Dixon actually made 23 in the opening match for Durham against Glamorgan. That same innings where Alex Lees made a big 100. Then Dixon did really well against Leicestershire, 120 in the first innings and then 84 in the second. So we'll be looking to replicate that as he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Through to wicketkeeper Rizwan, and in the game against Nottinghamshire he made 54 and then 19. So some good knocks from him so far this season. He's batted through the morning so far and he's on 23. Basically scored half of Durham's runs because they're on 47 for 1. Got one ball left in this over, the 15th. Burrows up to his mark now. Runs past the umpire up to the wicket and he bowls, and again an aggressive shot from Dixon, pulling that away off the off stump through mid wicket. That'll run away for 4 to the longest part of the boundary, and good shot to bring up Durham's 50. They're on 51 for 1 at the end of the 15th over. Dixon moves on to 27. Peterson is on 9. You're listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, and on the BBC Sport website, coverage of this County Championship Division 2 match between two sides yet to win so far this season. Durham winless in 5 championship matches dating back to the end of last season, and Sussex, of course, winless since April of last year. So a year since Sussex have tasted victory in the Championship. That was against Glamorgan. Is this going to be the week where they turn it around? They've taken a wicket having been put in by Durham. An important wicket of Alex Lees from a Sussex perspective. And we're going to see Beard carry on from the Cromwell Road end, and he bowls and prodded out into the offside for a quick single by Peterson. It was outside, well outside off stump. Pushed away. Peterson moves into double figures now, 10 not out. Dixon 27, Durham 52 for 1. Beard's figures at the start of this over, 5 overs for 14 runs. Yet to make a breakthrough, but it's Henry Crocombe who got rid of Alex Lees. And a good ball which Lees nicked through to the wicket-keeper as Beard comes in. That one's really full and it's on the leg side and it's been turned down by Dixon for 4. Really fine. Down to long leg, and That'll take Durham on to 56 for 1 and Dixon on to 31. And he's making serene progress. They always say about Joe Root, don't they, that before you know it, he's on 30 odd. And that's been the same for Sean Dixon. And I've been mentioning, Adrian, while you've been giving your update for Newcastle next door, that Sean Dixon has made a good few scores already this season, good few half centuries, and he's looking good in this inning so far as Beard comes in and bowls. Dixon covers up, he's on 31, and there's no run on that occasion.
I think it's noticeable, Andrew, that he's been very severe on anything that's short today, and a couple of really good shots, pulling the ball away through mid-wicket. So he's, when the ball's been pitched up and he's needed to play it, he's played defensively and played well. But certainly when he's had the opportunity to attack, Sean Dixon has taken that opportunity.
Absolutely, and I mentioned that performance against Leicestershire. He made a century in the first innings there, 16 of boundaries in that innings. Leaves that one alone for Beard. No, there's one more delivery to come. Sorry, beg your pardon, I'm a little bit previous. So he has been, as you said, Adrian, on anything short, yes. You're pointing at something.
No, I could just see Alistair Orr is back on the field. So,
yes, and in at third slip, so Ollie Carter must
have gone back off. He looks okay, does Ali Orr. Young Sussex opening batsman. Bob Pook has been in touch on email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and we'll read your email, Bob, at the end of this over from Aaron Beard.
Beard with his headband on comes running in now past the umpire and bowls, and I think that might have come off the face of the bat as he tried to leave it alone, possibly. It squirted down into the second slip area in front of second slip, and no real harm done.
Just momentarily, he looked a bit anxious there, didn't he, Sean Dixon? He turned around, but the ball bounced well short of Valior. He probably did well to stop it. It's one of those ones that sort of scuds along the ground, and you've got to get down fairly sharpish at a third slip. In fact, the cloud cover has increased, if anything. Those sort of pale blue patches have disappeared, and now we are completely under the cloud here.
In comes Beard for the last ball of this over. This time it's played solidly out into the backward point region for no run. And that last delivery, he tried to play it with soft hands actually, rather than leave it. It was kind of half and half. One of those ones where if it does hit the glove, it can fly.
Yes. So we're going to see a change of bowling from the C end of the ground. It's going to be the young Sussex 21-year-old, I think we can probably call him an all-rounder, Tom Clark, who made his maiden first-class century for Sussex this season against Nottinghamshire. He's coming into the attack to bowl his medium pacers. Durham 56 for 1, Peterson on 10, Dixon is on 31. If you've just joined us this morning, a very good morning wherever you're listening from, either in the northeast of England or somewhere on the south coast, or indeed around the world where we get our listeners listening to our commentaries. A very warm welcome to a slightly chilly Hove. We've got cloud cover right across the ground at the minute. The forecast is for a dry day, which is good news. And Durham winning the toss and batting first. Have lost Alex Lees, who was caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for 11. But Keegan Peterson and Sean Dixon, particularly Dixon, are building a nice partnership here. Dixon on 31, Peterson is on 10, and it's going to be Tom Clark who's going to run away from us to bowl to the right-handed Peterson, who's forward, looking to play that one on the leg side. He was rather squared up by Tom Clark and instead played the ball out into the offside, fielded in the covers by Tom Alsop, and there is no run. 2 debutants in this match for Sussex. Aaron Beard signed from Essex on a short-term loan agreement, and Mason Crane trying to solve the Sussex bowling injury crisis as Clark is on his way. In bowls and down the leg side, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. In terms of that Sussex bowling unit, for those of you wondering who are all these bowlers who are injured, well, I guess we have to start with Jofra Archer, with Ollie Robinson, the 2 England players, neither of those playing in this match. George Garton, who's been suffering with the effects of COVID, and if George is listening, we wish George all the very best in his recovery. Clark in again and bowls and clipped away down to fine leg, and that's erring down the leg. So he's furious with himself, Tom Clark, and it was just clipped away nicely. Quality batsman is Peterson. You can't fault a ball there to him, and clips the ball very fine for 4 runs. Jack Carson, the Sussex off spinner, he's out with a knee problem. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was signed at the tail end of last year from Derbyshire, has a stress fracture of the back, so he's out as well. So Sussex really up against it in terms of their bowling resources. As in comes Clark over the wicket, bowls, and Keegan plays to mid-on. There is no run. And the other injured bowler is Steve Finn, who was signed from Sussex towards the end of last season, but is struggling with a knee injury. Played the first 2 games, but has now missed 2 games. So Sussex have they brought in Grant Stewart last week from Kent, who just played the 1 game before he was recalled to Kent. And there's always an issue, Andrew, when you bring players in on loan, that the county who holds the registration can pretty much call them back at any time. As Clark is in, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Keegan, who is going to be caught at backward point. A wicket for Tom Clark in his opening over. He's caught, I think that's Mason Crane at backward point. A ball that seems to get a bit of extra bounce to Keegan Peterson. It caught the outside edge and the ball sailed to backward point and was caught. And Peterson is on his way, and Durham are 60 for 2. A wicket for Tom Clark in his opening over. So we have to give a bit of credit to Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, for changing the bowling around. We're going to see it again on the monitor here. Well, I think just perhaps a bit of extra bounce there that surprised Peterson.
Holding the pitch a little bit, didn't it? Holding the pitch, he sort of turned his bat in his hand and it kind of all went right. I think it may have even actually in the end come off the back of the bat, and that's why it's looped up, because as you said, Adrian, you predicted the catch very early on in that commentary, and because it stayed up in the air for so long, and when you get a catch to backward point, it's not necessarily didn't necessarily expect to see it loop like that. So so it's come off the back of the bat, I think, really, and good catch.
Yeah, it was straight to Mason Crane. It was indeed Mason Crane who's fielding a backward point who took the catch. So a breakthrough for Sussex, just as Keegan and Peterson were looking to build a partnership. The pair coming together when Alex Lees was out on 21, so a partnership of 39 between that pairing. Yeah,
so Peterson out for 14 from 24 deliveries. And Dixon still there on 31, and it will be Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, to come in at number 4.
I want to put the mockers on. I did put the mockers actually on Shan Masood. He's still there, but Derbyshire have lost a wicket at home to Glamorgan, 33 for 1. Billy Gottleman, the man, out for 15. Masood is still there on 11. Let's go to Bob's email. Bob Pook has been in touch. Sussex Cricket.
That was some time ago.
At bbc.co.uk. He says, with the 2 debutants today, Sussex have now already fielded 18 players in just the 4th county championship game, which doesn't help the cause. As for the many injured players, return to fitness and get back into the side as well. Perhaps as any of the T20 squad getting the occasional game, Sussex could be on for a record number of players in a season. But I don't know how to find out what the record is. Any ideas, said Bob. Well, they did play an awful lot of players last season, Bob, during the Championship and T20. In comes Clark and bowls, and played off the outside edge by Scott Borthwick down towards third man. He's going to take a single, but he looked a little uncomfortable, did Scott Borthwick. Nonetheless, he picks up a single. He's on his way. It's the end of Tom Clark's opening over, an over which he claimed the wicket of Keegan Peterson, who was caught at backward point by Mason Crane for 14. We've had 17 overs in the morning, and Durham are 61 for 2. Borthwick on 1, and Sean Dixon, who's played beautifully so far, is on 31.
Yeah, I think Sussex will be fairly pleased with their work in the opening hour and 15 minutes of this morning session. I think having been asked to field, all right, yes, there is some cloud cover, but it's fairly high, fairly thin, I think, the cloud, and against a good quality Durham batting lineup, plenty of experience in it, plenty of runs in it. So to remove 2 test batsmen, basically, Alex Lees and Keegan Peterson, within the first hour and 15 minutes when you've been asked to field, I think they'll be fairly happy with that. Leaked a few runs along the way, but that's and I'd like to know, is it probably about 16 runs down to fine leg at them, maybe even 20. I'm not sure how many boundaries have come down to fine leg on at both ends, but we're going to see another over from Beard. 6 overs, 1 made, 0 for 19. He comes round the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick, who stabs that into the leg side. There's no run.
Scott Borthwick Durham skipper making the decision to bat first, and I have to say it looks a good pitch, and it was a very good pitch here for the championship game here against Nottinghamshire, where Sussex made 375 in their first innings. Notts, they're making 534 for 9, having at one stage, it has to be said, being 52 for 4. So there have been plenty of runs in the pitch, but there's a good bounce, a good carry in this pitch. There's a little bit there for the bowlers.
I'm going to see Beard come in round the wicket, and that one takes a bit of bounce and carry through to Rizwan, who's high up above his left shoulder, really. Yeah,
that did get some extra carry. He's not the tallest for a fast bowler, is he, Aaron Beard? Let's just get his height, but he does bowl with good pace, and he's got a busy approach to the wicket. He's doesn't give his height here in the book that I've got, but I would imagine he's maybe 5'10", 5'11". Pretty completely wrong now.
Yeah, I haven't got it here either. So, okay. Well, if anybody knows, as Beard comes in, this time it's flicked off the hips by Borthwick. It's going to run away to a deep backward square leg for a couple of runs. Moves Borthwick onto 3 and Durham to 63 for 2. Yeah, I mean,
I would say. I mean, he's not he's not a tall fast bowler, is he? He's.
If anybody knows Aaron Beard's inside leg measurement, then do let us know.
Yeah. But he's bowled with good pace this morning, and certainly the delivery before last really thumped into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan.
Beard now round the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick. He comes in and bowls now, and Borthwick covers up and straight back to Beard. But there's not a lot of his height information knocking around, shall we say. But maybe we'll ask him afterwards.
Yeah,
he might know.
Well,
I'm 5'9". I know that much. I don't know if that.
He's got a busy approach, hasn't he? And he's just made the batsman hurry on a couple of occasions this morning.
Yeah, took wickets in each of his first 2 overs as an 18-year-old against Sri Lanka for Essex, as he comes in and bowls now, and driven by Borthwick. He's going to take a quick single, which to mid-on, and they've taken successfully. Wasn't quite timed, that drive, but it has managed to get him off strike, and it takes Borthwick on to 4 and Durham to 64 for 2. Yeah, so he took wickets in each of his first 2 overs as an 18-year-old against Sri Lanka. That can be, we were discussing off air, Adrian, that sometimes counties utilise academy products and second 11 players against touring sides, and that can sometimes be, I mean, Alistair Cook did that, didn't he, against Australia? I know he was probably closer to the Essex first team at that stage than Aaron Beard, but Alistair Cook made his name for Essex against Australia in 2005. That one just some strangled noises from the outfielders. Dixon plays it out into the leg side. Bit of bat, bit of pad maybe, and no run. 64 for 2 at the end of the 18th over.
Yes, and a very good afternoon as it is now to our listeners. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms and Andrew Rayburn calling the action for you today. Durham winning the toss, electing to bat first. They've got the wickets of Lees for 11, Peterson for 14. Sean Dixon has batted nicely this morning. He's on 31. Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, is on 4. If you want to contact us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. And if you want to watch the live stream, then go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the relevant links. You'll be able to see pictures alongside our commentary. It's going to be Tom Clark who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. Complete cloud cover above Hove as he runs in and bowls to Borthwick, who cuts this to backward point, fielded there by Mason Crane. And there is no run. Total remains 64 for 2. There are 2 slips. A backward point who's almost a gully, and sort of halfway between backward point and gully, if you like. There's a short extra cover. Cheteshwar Pujara fielding there. Clark, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls. Borthwick lets that one pass by outside the off stump. There is no run. So just confirm that offside field. 2 slips. We'll say it's a shortish backward point. There's an orthodox cover, a short extra cover, and a mid-off. Then on the leg side, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance. We were talking a little bit earlier on about Shan Masood of Derbyshire. He's had this wonderful start to the season, and often it was, a lot of talk was about scoring 1,000 runs before the end of May, as Clark is in bowls and Borthwick covers up and plays to point, and there is no run. Well, Shan Masood is in his fourth match for Derbyshire, and already this season he's scored 611 runs, including a double 100 against Sussex at Derby, where he batted beautifully for his 239. As we said, that Cheteshwar Pujara has made a very good start for Sussex. He's made 328 runs. As in comes Clark, bowls to Borthwick, who looks to force this one away on the back foot through backward point, but he doesn't time it and the ball bounces away into the covers.
Ben Sheridan on Twitter says, perhaps this is perhaps unscientific, but he says, Aaron Beard is about 5'10". I've stood next to him.
Right, well that's good enough for us, so thank you for letting us know. Just following up on some of those top run scorers in the Championship, Tom Haynes, 393 runs, as in comes Clark and bowls. Oh, and he beats Borthwick outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Tom Clark, and it had Borthwick just feeling for the ball through to Rizwan, and there is no run. And I think he's a good addition to this Sussex side, Tom Clark, not least primarily in the side for his batting. He bats at 5. He made, let's say, that very good 100 here against Nottinghamshire. But I would say he bowls at a brisk medium pace.
Absolutely, yeah. He's down as right on medium, but he's certainly a little bit quicker than that.
He is indeed. He's on his way again. Bowls on Borthwick. It's a ball of just short of a length. Covers up, plays it straight back down the track, and then there is no run. A maiden over from Tom Clark. And Durham, at the end of that over, the 19th over of the morning, are 64 for 2. Borthwick is on 4. Dixon is on 31. Sussex will be keeping an eye on their over 8 this morning. We did have a fairly lengthy delay when Keegan Peterson needed some attention to a hand injury, but Sussex were deducted a point last week down at Worcester. That a point they could ill afford to lose for a slow over 8. I gather it was... I think if Sussex had bowled another ball, I don't understand how they work out the over 8s and whether they're behind or not. So you just get a number on the board. But they were very close to not losing a point. Nonetheless, they did lose one.
Yeah, certainly. I know that the scoreboard at Lord's, for example, is probably bigger as Aaron Beard has started his new over and it's been driven down the ground, and that won't go for 4. And they'll pick up 3 runs. Well, they should do, but there's a little bit of a mix-up in the middle, and they've thrown to the wrong end in the end. But that was a little bit of hesitance running. I was concentrating on the ball and the outfielder, but suddenly we had one batsman keen on a third and the other one not so. And so we've got the wind is buffeting our effects mic again. You may be able to pick that up in the background. So let's have a look at this, Adrian. It was driven down the ground. I'm not sure we're going to get on the replay. The camera is following the ball, so we may not get to see the slight hesitation in the middle, but certainly, definitely had to hurry up, didn't he, Dixon, to Borthwick to make his ground as he now faces up and prods that out, defends that out into the offside. No run collected, so it looks like after all that, Durham 67 for 2, Dixon on 34, Borthwick on 4. But yes, Borthwick had to scamper through very quickly to try and get up the other end.
I think that's slight rattling in the background. Just our fixed microphones just playing up a little.
Beard is round the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick, and Borthwick again just gets the inner edge of the bat and it squirts out into mid-wicket area. I wonder if Beard's pace is perhaps on this pitch as well, is perhaps just surprising a couple of the batsmen as well, because there's been a few of those that have squirted off the inner part of the bat and not timed and not necessarily in the direction that they've been aiming for.
Well, certainly batting at the moment just looks a little bit uncomfortable, doesn't it? Certainly Borthwick hasn't settled at the moment. He's on 4.
It's Beard now. Starts his long run into bowl, and this time it's on off stump and defended nicely by Borthwick.
Just looking at the towards the players' pavilion in the corner of the ground, Andrew, I can see the Durham lads well wrapped up on the balcony there, but I can see they've got a Durham flag that's hanging over the balcony there.
Oh yes.
A couple of the guys up there are in woolly hats as well, so it is a little chilly here.
It is up to his mark. He turns now and Starts his long run in and bowls to Borthwick, lets that go, and it's collected by Rizwan.
Wickets are tumbling around the country. In the First Division, Surrey are 43 for 3 at Gloucester. At the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire are 43 for 5 against Lancashire. That's a clash of second v third. Kent 60 for 3 at Yorkshire. That's in the First Division. Not quite so many wickets have gone down in the... Well, in fact, they have. At Lords, Leicestershire 42 for 4 against Middlesex.
Here comes in and bowls round the wicket to Borthwick, lets that go. Is that Shaheen Afridi again doing the bizzo, is it, for Middlesex?
Let's have a little look and see. Leicestershire 45 for 4. Yes.
Yeah, Shaheen is...
Yes, he's got 3. And Tom Helm the other. But at the end of the over, Durham 67 for 2. Sean Dixon is on 34. Scott Borthwick is on 4. A very good morning, or good afternoon now, I should say, wherever you're listening from, either in Sussex or up in the northeast of England, or indeed anywhere around the world.
Could be the middle of the night.
Could be. Yep. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yeah. Welcome to a cloudy, chilly Hove, where the sun was threatening to break through. If you've not been listening to us this morning, Durham winning the toss on what was a very good track. Lost a couple of wickets. Alex Lees caught by Mohammad Rizwan off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for 11 when the score was 21. And Keegan Peterson, who was hit on the hand early on in his innings and looked a little troubled by that, caught by Mason Crane at backward point off the bowling of Tom Clark for 14. It's going to be Clark who's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the C end of the ground. It means he's bowling up the hill, and he's coming in to bowl to Dixon. He's in a bowls, and Dixon is struck on the pad. There's an out of it, and he's given, and it's a second wicket for Tom Clark. Sean Dixon looks disappointed, but he's on his way for 34. It was a very confident appeal by Tom Clark, and Dixon, who's played very well this morning, is on his way for 34. And Durham, having won the toss, are 67 for 3, and Clark with the very impressive figures in his third over of 2 for 5.
I was going to say, they liked it, didn't they? Watching the replay now. Oh, yeah, leg stump, I reckon. Leg stump. That's hitting. What do you reckon, Adrian? We'll get the replay in a moment. I've just seen the...
I'm just going to go do something about our effects microphone here, because I think it certainly seems to have the gremlins.
I think it may be the seagulls that are getting at it, possibly, or the wind is buffeting it.
It seems to be sort of going in and out a little bit.
Let's have a look at this replay, just see what we think. That looks to me fairly adjacent to leg stump.
Well, it was, yeah. He looks disappointed, Sean Dixon, but I guess batsmen are disappointed when they're given out. But he batted nicely, Sean Dixon. So that's a blow with the top 3 in the order for Durham already back in the pavilion. Dixon on his way for 34, but that brings out the new batsman, who is David Bedingham, who was in terrific form. I think it was in the opening match of the season for Durham, and in terrific form in the county championship last year. Very fine player, David Bedingham. He wanders out and has a word to his skipper.
Adrian, I've just managed to pause the replay at the moment of impact. It's hit him above the knee roll, so possibly height may be an issue, but certainly it's hit him middle of the leg in terms of where it struck him in terms of impact. So what do we think?
Yeah, I mean, he looked disappointed, didn't he? I mean, it is a little high, but Clark, difficult to say, isn't it?
Clark seems to get quite close into the stump.
He does. He bowls very much wicket to wicket, Tom Clark. So he's picked up a couple of wickets here, and he's going to come into bowl to David Bedingham, the right-hander. The light is improving a little, actually. That's the clouds starting to lift a little, and Clark is on his way. He comes in and bowls, and Bedingham clips that away confidently down to fine leg, and he's on his way. And Durham go to 68 for 3. David Bedingham, who made 76 in the opening game against Glamorgan down in Cardiff. The game against Leicestershire up at Durham.
191.
191. So I knew he'd made a big score. 191.
Didn't bat
second time around. And last week, Clark is on his way to the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick. He's in a bowls, and Borthwick drives. That's the most confident shot he's played, Scott Borthwick, right out the middle of the back plate, a bit off, fielded by Tom Haynes.
14 and 4 for Bedingham last time against Notts.
But Sussex, I think, having lost the toss here this morning, will be the happier of the two sides. 68 for 3 are Durham, as in comes Clark again, bowls, and Borthwick cuts firmly to backward point on the bounce, fielded by Henry Crocombe. And there is no run.
So you got the Notts bowling attack: Pattinson, Patterson, and Patterson-White. It was it's a very, but so Bedingham was dismissed by Patterson in the first innings, and by Patterson again in the second. So it was,
comes Clark again, bowls, and he hits Borthwick, looking to play that away on the leg side. Him around the thigh pad, the ball bounces out in front of him, and there is no run. Yes, Liam Patterson-White bowled very well here for Nottinghamshire. Picked up a fifer in the first innings. We've got Paul Limmer's been in touch from Marmaris in Turkey. Hello, Paul. I'll read out your email at the end of the over. There's Clark. Right arm over the wicket, 21-year-old in and bowls, and Borthwick lets that one go outside the off stump. Well taken by Mohammad Rizwan on the bounce, and there is the end of the over, and a very fine spell by Tom Clark. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 6, accounting for Sean Dixon, LBW, in that over for 34. So Paul says, I'm enjoying your discussion as to county captains. I've always thought James Vince is a very clever captain, not easy for a Sussex supporter to admit. I was also thinking back to when I was young. My dad took me to see Sussex in the first game of the season. I think it was against Leicestershire, to watch Sussex new overseas bowler Garth LaRue. It was freezing, and we sheltered in the old shed. It wasn't long until we had a wicket caught at third man. He was very fast. I remember him bowling someone and the stumps cartwheeled, endangering the life of the wicketkeeper. What Sussex would give to have some fit and healthy fast bowlers. Thanks for the commentary, says Paul. Paul, thanks for getting in touch from Marmaris, where I'm sure it is a little warmer than it is at Hove this morning.
Probably, as Beard comes in now and bowls to Bedingham, who's managed to turn that down towards fine leg. That's another boundary towards fine leg. So Beard straying down the leg side there, and that'll be 4 runs to the Durham total.
Yes, he's just bowled a couple of loose-ish. The fine leg is relatively wide.
Might have been leg buys, actually. Yes, it was leg buys. Yeah, he is actually, isn't he? That's that's going to be possibly. Well, it's possibly an issue, but he is quite wide, but he's staying there, so can't chase after the ball, I suppose. Yes, as Beard comes in and now and bowls, and this one beats Bedingham. Good delivery. That one much more on target after the first one. The first one just down the leg side, and it was off the pads, but this one a really good one, and a slightly tentative prod forward from Bedingham, and that one beats him. And Beard, I mean, wicketless so far, but bowling quite well, Adrian.
He is. In fact, Josh has been in touch. Josh Davis, he says, hi Adrian and Andrew, you may remember that Aaron Beard first made national headlines as a 15-year-old fielding for both England and Essex in the same Ashes warm-up match.
As Beard comes in now and bowls and prods forward, Bedingham gets full bat on that and out to mid-off.
I watched that. He says, I hope he does well and stays longer than a month. Well, with Sussex bowling problems, he may well. He sent me a link to a YouTube link here. As Essex TV speak to Aaron Beard after the 15-year-old became 12th man for England. There he is. As a 15-year-old.
It doesn't make for great radio, but we'll.
Yeah, it does. Crumbsy looks like a 15-year-old there as well, doesn't he?
He's running in now, bowls Beard, and it's played into the onside by Bedingham, and there's no run. Yes, so as it stands, the more adult Aaron Beard has in his 9th over of the morning, so he's done a lot of work already today, and 0 for 25. So yeah, tidy. But I think his bowling has been better. I mean, his figures are okay, but obviously he hasn't taken a wicket. But I think, his solid figures, but his bowling's actually been better than that.
I think Sussex will be very pleased with the way he's bowled this morning.
Beard comes in now and bowls to... it's beaten him again. It's caught behind. He's got the edge. He celebrates. And that's another wicket for Sussex. As Beddingham is out for just a one run. He's standing there.
I think he's not convinced it carried.
The umpires are coming together.
And I'm not convinced it did carry.
The umpires are coming together.
Yeah, I mean, very difficult to see it, but as I say, I wasn't totally convinced that carried to... Yes, he's given it.
He's given it.
He has. Well, Beddingham waited, and he's quite within his rights to wait. In fact, probably our friend Julian up in the top shelf over there probably had a better view than anybody, or sitting over there because they're at square leg.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Difficult for us to see from behind the wicket, and Julian may give us a thumbs up, but it certainly Beddingham did wait, and he's perfectly entitled to do that, David Beddingham, because but the umpires came together, they consulted, and umpire Blackwell consulted with Ben Debenham, who's officiating at square leg.
What's interesting, actually, Adrian, I'll try and give you the delivery itself, so you can see it on the screen in front of you. I know that doesn't help our listeners, but it's the conversation with between the umpires that let's have a look here. Yeah, Rizwan was diving forward slightly and made a bit of a meal of the catch. But then they come and they're all gathered round the Sussex fielders. Beddingham has stayed there. This is the replay at the time. Now the square leg umpire has gone to collect the ball, which has been thrown to him. I don't think he's actually even. There's lots of nods, but yeah, it's pretty simple. He's asked a couple of times by the standing umpire, and. I don't think the square leg umpire thought there was any doubt in it. He went and fetched the ball, so he wasn't actually coming towards the umpire. The umpire at the bowler's end came towards him, and the discussion was had, and he gave it out.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. I have to say a very good morning for Sussex here at Hove, because having lost the toss, Durham decided to bat first, and they've just lost their fourth wicket of the morning, and a first wicket in Sussex colours for Aaron Beard, who's on loan from Essex for this game. He's just picked up the important wicket of David Beddingham for one. The other wickets, two taken by Tom Clark, one by Henry Crocombe. Sussex having by far their best morning of the season, with Durham in a bit of trouble here, having won the toss and decided to bat. They're 72 for 4. Meanwhile, at Bristol, Surrey having a difficult morning against Gloucestershire. Having been asked to bat, Surrey are 48 for 3. Ollie Pope is 20 not out.
Update for our FM listeners in Sussex. Quick single taken here by Durham, and that's Ned Eckersley's first run on the board, and Durham move on to 73 for 4. So just to sort of, we were a little bit maybe hesitant about what was happening in that last moment for Aaron Beard, but he does have a wicket, 1 for 26 at the end of the 9th over for him. So caught behind by Rizwan, who did seem on the replay to be diving forward a little, but it was, I think, really the fact that he tumbled forward after the catch was made that maybe made it unclear for the umpire at the bowler's end to say conclusively that the ball had carried into his gloves. But the square leg umpire, who had already made his mind up from square leg, had gone to collect the ball that was being thrown onto the ground in his direction. He'd gone to collect the ball, and they made the decision between them that eventually.
Well, a big wicket for Sussex. David Beddingham is out, and Durham 73 for 4. Tom Clark is going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. Emails come in from Andy Beale. Hello, Andy. I'll read your email in a minute. 2 slips go down as Clark is on his way. 2 wickets to his name already. He's in and bowls and let go. That didn't miss the off stump by very much. Let go by Ned Eckersley, taken by Mohammad Rizwan, who looks as if to say, crumbs, that was close. And Andy says, do you have any plans to have Gary Wallace-Taylor on the radio? It'll be nice to hear from the Director of Community Cricket on any initiatives they have. And yes, indeed, we are going to get Gary up during this game to have a natter about those initiatives, either today or tomorrow. We'll get him on to have a natter about what's going on here at Sussex. As in comes Clark over the wicket bowls, down the leg side on this occasion. He's annoyed with himself, is Tom Clark.
That's a sporting family, isn't it, Wallace-Taylor? As a Seb Wallace-Taylor, he's played non-league football, Bognor and places.
I didn't know that. I wonder if he's related to Gary.
The surnames are spelled exactly the same, so right. I would imagine so.
2 slips, backward point, short extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Clark in again, bowls, and driven by Eckersley, stylishly driven out into the covers, fielded by I think that's Tom Alsop there at cover, and there is no run.
What I would say, Tom Haynes, I think his fielding positions have been very good. His field's a bit, because, I mean, if you think about it, I don't know how many runs, I probably should have worked it out by now, but how many runs have come from balls straying down the leg side, leg bys, and a few clipped off the pads towards, through long leg. Take that off the score, and they're actually...
Clark in, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Eckersley through to Rizwan, no run.
If you take those sort of, the deliveries which are a little bit losing their radar slightly, take the 20 runs off the score maybe, and it's 50 odd for 4, and the rest of the time those shots that have been well struck by the Durham batsmen have generally gone to fielders, and I think that says a lot for the field settings. That it's a fairly orthodox field, but it's been well set up.
Clark in again. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and he beats Eckersley outside the off stump. Maybe kept a little low, goes through to Mohammad Rizwan, and again there is no run. Either way, from a Sussex point of view, it's by far their best morning in the county championship, certainly in terms of bowling. The opening match here against Nottinghamshire, Sussex batted first. 100 partnership between Orr and Haynes, but bowling-wise, this has been by far the best. As in comes Clark and bowls, and Eckersley's driving. Looking to drive that through the offside. He's rather squared up. Plays to mid-on, fielded by Burrows. There is no run. End of the over. Durham are 73 for 4. Borthwick on 4. Eckersley is on 1. If you've just joined us, live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Myself, Adrian Harms, Andrew Rayburn doing the honours for BBC Newcastle. The regular commentator, Martin Emerson, not available this week due to an accident Martin's had, and we wish him well for his recovery. If you'd like to contact us on email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. And of course, every ball of every game for Sussex and Durham and all the other counties right through the season. And we've got a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end, and it's going to be the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes who's coming into the attack.
Yes, so of course, don't be shy, Durham fans as well. You can contact us on those socials and email as well. So if you want to contact us, don't think that it's just for the Sussex listeners with those Sussex addresses on. So yes, we're going to see Tom Haynes bowl with Mohammad Rizwan standing up. It's just going through his warm-up motions now, the Sussex skipper.
He's bowled very well this season, actually.
And he's going to trot in. This is genuine medium pace rather than Clark, and this time it's Borthwick. Just plays that away out on the offside.
He's had two Tom Haynes this season often come on to bowl when Sussex have just needed someone to shore up an end, and has picked up wickets successfully as Tom Haynes. But today he's rather got the luxury of being able to attack the batsman, and he's got 2 slips in there.
He has, yes, 2 slips. A few close infielders as well, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Borthwick there. Good take, good take from Rizwan actually.
See him standing up to the stumps. I mean, we were discussing this last week, saying what a good wicket-keeper Ben Cox is, the Worcestershire wicket-keeper, standing up to the stumps. And Rizwan is an international wicket-keeper, and you'd expect him to be standing up to Tom Haynes, but that was a very fine take.
Haynes comes in again and bowls, and this time Borthwick covers up. 73 for 4, the score for Durham at the moment. Eckersley at the other end on 1, Borthwick on 4. Haynes bowling from the Cromwell Road end. 3 deliveries into his opening spell.
51 overs so far Tom Haynes has bowled this season. He's taken 4 wickets.
Average of 32, just about.
But he's bowled very economically. He's only going at 2 and over.
Haynes comes in and bowls, this time slightly on middle and leg, and played out into the leg side, where it's collected by Tom Alsop.
Sorry, my apologies. His economy rate is 2.49, but when you can sort of an occasion Sussex have gone around the park in the opening few games of the season, they're good figures from the Sussex captain.
Yep, comes in now and bowls to Borthwick, who clips that into the leg side. He's going to he runs the first one quickly. He wants 2. He's going to get 2 as well. He hurries up, and it's good running. It's actually hit the top of the stump's throat, and He's made his ground safely, so Borthwick moves on to 6 and Durham are on 75 for 4. I did incidentally just see the miscreant, Adrian. I saw a seagull fly away from the roof above us, which is exactly where our effects microphone is. So I feel that I've found the culprit.
That may be the problem.
Haynes will come in now and bowl again to Borthwick. This time Borthwick drives up in the air and he's caught at cover. And Borthwick departs. Tom Haynes, as we mentioned a moment ago, has a happy knack of taking a wicket. A partnership breaker, but this one hasn't lasted for very long. Durham 75 for 5, and Sussex, having been caught by Tom Clark out in the cover region, and Sussex, having been asked to field this morning, have taken 5 wickets with their, I mentioned earlier, to call it a green bowling attack. Well, they've spread the wickets around, and Durham are in a real spot of bother now. 75 for 5 in the opening morning of this match.
Well, I misled you there because I thought the catch had been taken by Tom Clark, but it's been credited to Alistair Orr, who's taken the catch. Again, that seemed maybe just sticking the pitch slightly when Borthwick was through the shot.
We'll have a look at the replay in the studio here or in the commentary box. Studio, good lord, I'm bigging that up, and we'll have a look at the replay on our screens.
Either way,
eventually.
Sussex certainly with their, this is by far the best morning of the season so far as Sussex are concerned.
Yeah, I think he might have just wrapped his fingers around it slightly. It looked like a slightly slower one, which spooned away. It was fuller, and just spooned it up in the air. Borthwick. So maybe he just took a little bit of pace out of it and drew the mistimed drive.
So, Tom Haynes, he's made a couple of bowling changes this morning that have worked. He's picked up a wicket in his opening over.
Tom Clark's figures 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 6.
Yeah. So.
And Sussex have a bowling point.
And that hasn't been the case too often at Derby. A couple of weeks ago, they didn't get any bonus points in the match at all. In comes Tom Clark, running away from us, comes into bowl to Eckersley, who lets that go outside the off stump. There is no one. Yes, I think if we're talking medium pace, there's a distinct difference between the medium pace of Tom Haynes and Tom Clark.
Yeah. Clark's a lot quicker.
He is. Considerably quicker than Tom Haynes.
Is he bordering on fast medium, Tom Clark?
Well, yeah.
I don't know what his numbers are in terms of a speed gun if you put them in front of it, but
Clark away from us is in on bowls, and forward comes Eckersley, plays away into
that's not medium. That's not Paul Collingwood, is it, out there that we're watching? It's with all due respect to Paul Collingwood, and he was quicker than Tom Haynes, but Tom Clark there is, I don't know, looking like a genuine.
It's above medium. There's no question about that. He's bowling with 2 slips, a backward point, short extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Clark is on his way again. Bowls and Eckersley covers up and plays to mid-on. There is no run, fielded by Burrows.
I'm trying to think of other great England. That everybody would know, England sort of bowlers who bowled at medium pace. Mark Butcher, I think probably slightly quicker than he looked as well.
Yeah, and when I think of medium paces, I always think of Greg Chappell when he bowled for Australia. That to me was medium pace, and Clark is quicker than that. He bowls, and Eckersley runs that to backward point. There's a loud cry of no, which you probably heard in our effects microphone as it fielded at backward point by.
More on the topic of bowlers and styles and everything else. Aaron Beard, who's not bowling at the moment, but has been for most of the morning. I think I'm right. It's not deceptive. Maybe it is deceptive because of the hill. I don't think so. But he seems to have a long run. Aaron Beard. He seems to have the longest run of the Sussex bowlers.
Here comes Clark, bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal, and umpire Devlin was given him, and it's another wicket. Tom Clark picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings. Ned Eckersley is trapped in front for a single. And the Durham decision, having won the toss and bat here first at Hove this morning, is proving not to be a good one. Sussex have bowled well, but they'll be delighted. Durham are 75 for 6. Eckersley is on his way for a single, and Tom Clark, with the astonishing figures of 4 overs and 5 balls, 2 maidens, he's taken 3 for 6. And having seen that looks very out. He was looking to clip that one away on the leg side. And Clark picks up another wicket.
Yeah, there was a decision earlier, wasn't there? It was Dixon, wasn't it, who wasn't happy with an LBW decision given against him, which was he was struck adjacent, but it might have been a little bit high. It was hit him above the knee roll, and I think when he felt where it hit him, he would feel that he'll be unlucky to be given out. On this occasion, Ned Eckersley didn't hang around or show any issues whatsoever. He's falling over. He knows exactly where he is. He doesn't. He's not surprised. Put it that way when he sees the finger go up. So, yeah, that one kept a little lower. So it definitely wasn't going over. And I reckon middle to mid. A very successful morning thus far for Sussex. I did proffer earlier when you were out of the studio as to whether we'll see Mason Crane bowl before lunch. We may not see him bowl at all in this innings if the pace bowling is getting all the wickets.
In comes Clark, bowls the new batsman Ben Rain, who drives firmly down the ground, fielded by Clark off his own bowl. And that is the end of Tom Clark's his fifth over, and he gets a good round of applause from the Sussex supporters, with those very fine figures of 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 6, and Durham now 75 for 6, Lees for 11, Dixon 34, Peterson 14, Borthwick 6, Bellingham 1, and Eckersley 1. Clark with 3 of the wickets, 1 for Henry Crocombe, 1 for Aaron Beard, and 1 for Tom Haynes. 6 wickets have also fallen at Lords this morning, where Leicestershire are 55 for 6 against Middlesex, and 4 wickets have gone down at Trent Bridge, where Worcestershire are 106 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. But Tom Haynes is going to carry on. Sussex probably can't quite believe what this morning.
1 for 23 is Tom Clark's best first-class figures before today. Now Tom Haynes is going to come round the wicket to bowl down the to bowl, and it's played out into the leg side by Travaskis, who is the new batsman, I think. Ben Rain. Oh no, they're both new batsmen. Put it that way.
Travaskis and Ben Rain. Yes.
Yeah, they've barely. I don't know if Travaskis have faced a ball before. No, they're both brand new. So in comes Haynes to bowl to Travaskis again, who covers up this time with Rizwan standing up to the stumps. No run. So that full card then: Lees caught Rizwan bowled Crocombe for 11, Dixon LBW bowled Clark for 34, Peterson caught Crane bowled Clark for 14, Borthwick caught Orr bowled Haynes for 6, Bedingham caught Rizwan bowled Beard for 1, Eckersley LBW to Clark for 1, and Travaskis and Rain both brand new to the crease. Travaskis facing his 3rd delivery, from Haynes, which he covers up again comfortably behind that one, and there's no run as a seagull again tries to land above us where Effects Mike is, and who knows what damage they'll do to it. No.
Yes.
75 for 6 as we are in the 26th over of the day of the innings, as Haynes comes in and bowls, and again Travaskis is solidly behind that. No alarm to him there. Not sure if you can recall, Adrian, can you, when Sussex last took 6 wickets in a opening session of a match?
Almost certainly it would have involved Ollie Robinson.
Yes. As that one keeps a little low from Haynes, but it's well kept out by Travaskis for no run.
The other thing about Tom Haynes, that he does get through his overs very quickly, and I think with the amount of wickets that have fallen this morning, Sussex won't have fallen foul of any overrate penalties this morning, because there's been a lot of comings and goings, but I'm sure it's something they've spoken about, making sure they don't get punished again.
Liam Travaskis was at the end of that over, by the way. He's solid over from Tom Haynes, that one. Maiden, and he's one of the survivors, Liam Travaskis, from the last time Durham met Sussex. It was in 2019 when Durham won that one by 196 runs here at Hove on that occasion. Cameron Bancroft made 158 at the top of the order. Ned Eckersley made 118. Well, Eckersley is back in the pavilion already. Alex Lee's a duck on that occasion. Ben Rain played in that one, and Chris Rushworth as well. Sussex's side, of course, well.
And comes Tom Clark, sorry to interrupt you. Andrew
right.
Comes in and bowls to Rain, who's looking to play it off the hip. Through square leg, the ball rattles him on the thigh pad.
Only Delray Rawlins is the survivor from the last time that Durham visited less than 3 years ago.
Slips. He's on his way from the sea end, bowls and Rain drives and gets a thickish outside edge. The ball's going to go down towards the third man boundary. It won't go all the way for 4, fielded by Mason Crane, who chases back down to third man, making his Sussex debut in this match alongside Aaron Beard. So Ben Rain is on his way. Durham 77 for 6, having won the toss this morning, decided to bat. I mean, it does look a good track to me, but I guess there has been cloud cover throughout the morning. I don't know whether that's been a factor as well, Andrew, in this Sussex seam bowling performance, as in comes Clark again, bowls and played by Rain firmly to mid-on, fielded by George Burrows. Dot goes in the scorer's notebook. Tom Hart wants a slight change to his field. Just the position of the fielder at point, going a little squarer. Glances towards the corporate hospitality area and runs away from us. Comes in and bowls to Rain, who lets that go. Taken by Rizwan behind the stumps, and there is no run. A couple of catches for Mohammad Rizwan today, the Pakistan international wicketkeeper, who will be hoping to make a rather more significant contribution with the bat, I'm sure, in this game, having rather missed out in the 3 innings that he's played so far. And Rain was slightly caught in 2 minds. I think he was thinking of letting that go, and then at the very last moment just played the ball away into the offside, and there is no run.
What do you reckon to the pace of the pitch, Adrian? It seems that
well, I think it's been good carry and good bout, and you always wonder when there's a dangerous customer like Chris Rushworth around for Durham. Perhaps he enjoy bowling on this pitch. In comes Clark and bowls, and nicely played by Ben Rain, clipping that away through mid-wicket. A good tumbling save by Burrows prevents anything more than a single. But Rain, who's a very clean striker of the ball, picks up a single. He goes to 3. And at the end of the 27th over of the morning, Durham are 78 for 6. Liam Travascus yet to open his account. Ben Rain on 3. Tom Clark, the very good figures of 6 overs, 3 maidens. He's taken 3 for 9.
Yes, a dream morning for Sussex so far. We are 3 minutes away from 1 o'clock. And we're going to see another over for Tom Haynes, the skipper. He will bowl to Ben Rain. Takes guard. Number 44 on his back. Has a little scratch away with his foot. We're all ready to go as Haynes 1 for 2 in his 2 overs. This time down the leg side, they're going to take a quick single as it's played out into the leg side, and they're through. Moves Durham on to 79 for 6. Rain on to 4.
Well, actually, Andrew, Durham lost 5 for 15 in that little spell, because at one stage Durham was 60 for 1 and then 75 for 5.
All in the space of 8 overs. So, yeah, it's been a dramatic morning here at Hove as Haynes comes in and bowls, and that one just played out to the offside by Travascus for no run. He's yet to get off the mark, William Travascus. Travascus made 2 against Glamorgan. Comes in, Haynes now and bowls. Made 2 as well against Leicestershire, didn't bat second time round. Retired Hurt, of course, against Nottinghamshire first innings, made 15. Didn't bat second innings with a concussion substitute on George Dressel. No run off that one from Haynes. So a couple of balls left of the morning. We won't get another over in, I don't suppose.
No, I don't think we will. I think they'll probably be it, and a very successful morning for Sussex.
Yeah, so we'll, 1 o'clock now, the time has ticked round to. So a couple of balls left in this over. It's the 28th over of the morning. As Haynes comes in and bowls and prodded out onto the leg side by Travaskis for no run. 79 for 6, Durham. Last ball probably before the luncheon interval. Haynes wandering back to his mark. Birds twittering around us. And he comes in now, Haynes, and bowls over the wicket to the left-hander, and it's been driven back to him by Travaskis for no run. And so the end of the over, the end of a very successful for Sussex, having been put into the field by Durham, who won the toss and elected to bat. And at one stage, Durham were, as you say, Adrian, they were 60 for, were they 60 for 1?
60 for 1, yep.
Yep, and then
Welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session in this county championship match, opening day between Sussex and Durham. Durham winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first, and that looked a good decision when they were 60 for 1 with Sean Dixon and Keegan Peterson going along very nicely, but then Sussex taking 5 for 15. And Durham reaching lunch precariously placed on 79 for 6. Spoke to a few people around the ground during the lunch break and saying, you know, what do people think of the pitch? One or two thought perhaps it was keeping a little low. I must admit, I thought generally the carry was very good. So whether that's just been it, there's been some overheads here as well, which may have helped the seam bowlers. But nonetheless, Durham in a spot of bother here on 79 for 6. To open the bowling after the lunch is George Burrows, and to carry you through that opening over after lunch, your commentator is Andrew Rayburn.
Thank you much, Harmsy. Yes, 79 for 6 then, as it stands for Durham. They'll be frustrated, I think, with their performance in the final hour of that session. Run you through the card at the end of this first over, but it will be, as Adrian said, it will be George Burrows to come on to bowl. He's coming in to bowl now to Rain, and let's that go through to the wicket-keeper. Three wickets for Tom Clark, one each for Henry Crocombe, Tom Haynes, and the debutant loanee Aaron Beard for Sussex. Crocombe bowling from the C end, 0 for 15. His figures this morning, he bowls and it's covered up by Rain. Out to the offside, no run. Burrows back to his mark now, just receives the ball. This is it from one hand to another. Grips it in both hands and then comes running up to the umpire now. He bowls and it's been clipped off worked into the leg side really by Rain, no run. He's on 4. Travaskis is at the other end without score at the moment. Durham 79 for 6. As Adrian mentioned earlier, they were 60 for 1 at one stage. We'll run through the scorecard at the end of this over as Burrows comes in to bowl, and comfortable in defence is Rain, pushing that back up the pitch. Bowling figures for Sussex: Aaron Beard 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26 on debut, on loan from Essex. Henry Crocombe 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Burrows, as I mentioned, 0 for 15 in 5 overs. Tom Clark 6 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 9. And Tom Haynes 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3, the skipper. Burrows comes in to bowl and it's driven up towards mid-off. It's the end of the over, the end of a maiden over for Burrows. Durham still on 79 for 6. And 29 overs gone in the innings. So let's run through that scorecard then. Alex Lees caught Rizwan bowled Crocombe 11. He was the first man to go with the score on 21. Sean Dixon, LBW bowled Clark for 34. Keegan Peterson had been the second man out with a score on 60, caught Crane bowled Clark for 14. Scott Borthwick, the captain, caught All bowled Haynes for 6. David Bedingham caught Rizwan bowled Beard for 1. Ned Eckersley also falling for 1. LBW to Clark. Travaskis without score from 11 deliveries. Ben Rain 4 from 13 thus far.
Well, it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to pick up the attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. One thing I didn't realise at lunchtime is just how damn cold it is outside. I wandered out to get my lunch in a jumper and rapidly realised I really needed to cut. It really is very cold outside. In comes Crocombe running in down the hill, comes in and bowls and hammered away, and that's a lovely looking shot by Liam Travaskis. Wide outside the off stump and put away with minimal fuss by Travaskis, who gets a boundary in Durham to 83 for 6.
Yeah, it was wide and there to be hit, wasn't it, from Crocombe, who's bowling for the first time since his spell, the very first thing this morning. And Travaskis had faced 11 balls before that shot without scoring. It looked like he'd been at the wicket for a good couple of hours, the way he leaned into that one.
A very looking shot, wasn't it? After lunch, Crocombe on his way bowls, and Travaskis lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Rizwan, and there is no run. We're going to have a guest with us just after 2:30, Andrew. Gary Wallace-Taylor, who's involved in a lot of the good community work that's going on around Sussex Cricket Club, will come and join us just after 2:30 for Andata for half an hour. So looking forward to catching up with Gary, finding out what's going on as in comes Crocombe down the hill and bowls, and covering up his Travaskis, plays to backward point, and there is no run. I think it's important here from a Sussex point of view. They're probably having struggled to take wickets so far this season. In that first match of the season, they took 9 Nottinghamshire wickets. Yeah, 9 in the match. Then at Derby the following week, they took 8, so that's 17. 10 at Worcester last week, so 27 in 3 games. To take 6 in a morning, as in comes Crocombe bowls, and Travaskis plays that to backward point, and there is no run. They probably can't quite believe their luck, but important that the job is not done. And how many games of Championship cricket have we witnessed down the years where the side is 83 for 6? I mean, the game here against Nottinghamshire were 52 for 4 in the first game of the season, Sussex having made 375, and lo and behold, Notts go on to make 500 plus and win the game. So it's never done till it's done. As in comes Crocombe bowls, Travaskis plays firmly into the covers, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. So those listening up in the northeast need not worry too much. You never quite know what's going to happen and also we don't know. For example, Durham have a very fine bowler in Chris Rushworth, who, if there is a bit in this wicket for the seamers, will be if anyone can exploit that, then he can.
He'll be licking his lips, won't he?
In comes Clark again over the wicket. Sorry, Crocombe rather, clipped away by Travaskis to mid-wicket. Good tumbling save by Tom Alsop. There is no run. End of the over. Durham 83 for 6. Travaskis and Rain both on 4 apiece. And if to sort of say how cold it is, some of the Durham backroom staff are making their way round the outside of the pitch. I would imagine they're sort of the strength and conditioning people, because they always seem to wear shorts, even if it's the middle of winter. But even they look cold. They've got hands in pockets. They've got woolly hats on as well. So that'll tell you just how chilly it is down here on the south coast. And if you're thinking of coming down to watch the cricket, I would thoroughly recommend putting on a coat.
Several layers, yes. I think it's a layers day, isn't it?
It is.
As you say, Adrian, 27 wickets, in the first 3 matches for Sussex. 6 in the first morning here. And another over for George Burrows. You can be lulled into a false sense of security, can't you, once you've got the main batsman out, as Burrows comes in and bowls, and it's on the leg side and clipped away by Rain, who will get a couple of runs at least. Yeah, there is to be 2, a stop out there. So yeah, it is very tempting to say, oh yeah, we've got through our bulk of work, but of course you haven't. You've still got to take the final few wickets. And these days, I mean, never used to be the case necessarily, but these days tail enders are very capable batsmen as well. They work hard on it. It used to be in the old days, 20, 30 years ago, that 9-10 Jack would be easily removed, but not so these days. As in comes Burrows once again. It's played away by Rain, but fielded, no run. Incidentally, the match referee here is Devon Malcolm. He was someone that wasn't necessarily a particularly proficient batsman at number 11, sometimes number 10, in the days when England's tail was very long.
Quite interested here that straight after lunch, the Sussex have gone with George Burrows in opposed to Tom Clark, who'd picked up those 3 wickets. So, interesting change in bowling.
As Burrows comes in again and bowls. It's been played back to him by Rain. Yeah, I guess you want to go with your sort of your main strike fast bowlers after an interval, interesting that there was no Aaron Beard straight after lunch, but gone with Burrows from this end, certainly, as Burrows comes in now and bowls, and it's a bit short of a length and played out into the leg side, and there's no run.
Phil in Newmarket, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to join our conversation, please do so. Everybody welcome, and I'll read your email out, Phil, at the end of this over.
In comes Burrows then, and bowls, and it's driven to mid-off, but no real timing in that one, and it's comfortably fielded.
These two look to me as if they're looking to get on the front foot here, Andrew.
Yeah, I guess
they both hit the ball very firmly. That was straight to Tom Haynes, but
I guess they probably feel they have to try and counter attack a little bit, and they know that eventually one might have their name on it. They haven't got down to the very tail enders, of course. Both these players capable batsmen, as in it comes from Burrows, and left alone by Rain, who is 6 not out. Travaskis 4 not out. Durham have added 6 to their total from this morning, and they are 85 for 6.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Andrew Rayburn seeing you through the commentary today. Durham winning the toss, electing to bat, and much repair work to be done by this pair. So Phil says he's enjoyed the coverage. Was just thinking, even in adversity, there can be positives, as surely in Tom Clark and also Tom Haynes, we found a pair of more than useful batting all-rounders whilst we struggle with injuries, as Henry Crocombe comes down the hill from the Cromwell Road end in and bowls to Liam Travaskis, who's plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. Last season, Clark bowled only 33 overs in 7 county matches, and Haynes 41 in 13. It would seem they will be used more in the future, and when Steve Finn, Hudson Prentice, Robinson, Carson return along with Crocombe and Atkins, we'll have plenty of bowling options in our bowling attack. Crocombe on his way again, bowls, and this is wide outside the off stump, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. Tom Clark is particularly impressed and looks to possess decent pace. He's batted well too this season and looks one to watch in what may well be his real breakthrough season. Interesting you say that, Phil. He made that very good 100 here against Nottinghamshire in the first game of the season, and after the game I did say to him, in the past he'd made lots of 20s and 30s and looked terrific, but not really gone on to make the big score. Crocombe in bowls, and Travaskis forward punches to Haynes at mid-off, and there is no run. And Tom, completely agreed. He said, I needed to make some big scores, and I think that was a real breakthrough, that 100 here against Notts. And he looks a player who, instead of sort of being in and out of the side, he's cementing a place in the side, which is really encouraging to see. So that's been a big positive this season so far, the form of Tom Clark, as Crocombe is in again, bowls, and Travaskis in, covers up into the offside. Good accurate over from Henry Crocombe. But Phil, thanks very much for getting in touch. Good to hear from you. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on a grey, overcast afternoon in Hove, and chilly as well. Deceptively cold outside as Crocombe running in bowl. Short ball. Oh, he's going to get runs as he clubbed that one away off an outside. It was short from Henry Crocombe, and Liam Travaskis went for it. He was looking to hook the ball down on the leg side, but he got a thick outside edge. The ball flew over the top of Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps and the slip cordon and raced away for 4 runs. And immediately Tom Haynes has made a change in the field, because it looked as if Travaskis is keen to take on the hook shot. So immediately one of the slips has come out to mid-wicket. The mid-wicket has gone to deep backward square leg. There's a fine leg as well. We just said, didn't we? It looked as if Travaskis and Rain were looking to really get on with it after lunch and take the attack to Sussex. And certainly there was much intent in that shot from Liam Travaskis, who faces Crocombe. He's in and bowls. That's short again from Crocombe, and this time Travaskis resists the temptation to hook. It is the end of the over. Durham are 89 for 6 with Liam Travaskis on 8 and Ben Rain on 6.
Yeah, Travaskis, I'm not necessarily sure it got up enough for the hook, and he ended up top edging it, didn't he? And mind you could it doesn't take much to get over Mohammad Rizwan, even though he's got a good leap on him. But straight over the wicketkeeper's head for 4. And yeah, they did put the man out there for that last delivery on the hook, but as you say, he resisted the temptation. Crocombe banging it in again and swayed out of the way nicely. Should just say actually that congratulations to Ben Raine. This is his 100th first class match, so nice for him to be playing in 100 first class matches, and he's going to be facing up to this one. And he's from Burrows. He plays it out into the leg side, no run. He's also closing in on 3,000 first class runs as well, so that'll be a landmark that he may well pass shortly. Averages 22 for his first class career, high score of 82. Liam Travaskis, much less experienced in first class cricket. This is his 18th match, 564 runs, top score of 77 not out, averaging 25.5 as Burrows comes in and bowls, and it's left outside the off stump by Raine through to the wicket-keeper Rizwan. Still good, plenty of chat from the Sussex fielders. You'd expect that though after the morning Sussex have had. Adrian, how did he's got a mouthful actually, I didn't realise that. You did say that they are looking to counter-attack when they get the chance, and I guess the problem for Durham is Sussex have been metronomic this morning, particularly in that second hour of the morning. We'll just break off here and watch Burrows come in and bowl. It's a drive, but straight to the man at mid-off. But when they get those chances, they've got to take them. They've got to try and dispatch bad balls for 4, because that's the only way of you can take your singles, but eventually, yes, they're very capable batsmen, Travaskis and Raine. They've got decent first-class averages, but they might get one with their name on it eventually.
Yeah, and I think as well, you made a very good point when you said that it's very rare these days. Even in a number 11 in county cricket, can't bat at all. So just because Sussex have taken 6 wickets doesn't mean to say they're home and dry by any stretch.
This one is left alone, kept a little bit low. That one actually, that's it was taken by Rizwan, but around about ankle height, and that might be another example of perhaps a bit of inconsistent bounce maybe in the pitch. Some carried really well this morning.
They did.
Others kept a little lower.
They did.
There were 2 LBWs, of course, one which may have been slightly high. Certainly looked adjacent, but might have been slightly high. Because you can't get Hawkeye on them, but and then one which was definitely a little lower, and definitely plumb LBW as Burrows comes in and bowls, and it's a thick outside edge which will take this ball away down towards the third man region. They're going to come back for another run, and they've thrown to the wrong end against Sussex. Really, they've thrown to the wicket-keeper's end, but it was a real scamper for the 2 batsmen, because they weren't necessarily convinced there was a second there at one stage.
That was the second time. There was an occasion before lunch when they got themselves in a little bit of a pickle, didn't they? So that was Ben Raine on this occasion who was having to charge back to the striker's end.
So he's now on 8. I can tell you he needs 4 more runs to reach 3,000 in first class cricket, as Burrows comes in and bowls, left alone by Rizwan, who takes that from basically off the floor. And so at the end of that over, we are bang on 2 o'clock just about, and Durham are 91 for 6. So a bit of a repair job to be done here for the Durham batsmen.
Yes, indeed. Just a quick rattle around Division 2 after lunch. Derbyshire now 100 for 1 against Glamorgan. Another half century for Shan Masood, who at this rate is going to be on course for 700 runs by the end of his innings. Leicestershire 77 for 7 at Lords against Middlesex. Worcestershire also struggling, 128 for 6 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. So plenty of wickets going down in the 3 games. So 7 at Lords, 6 at Trent Bridge, and 6 here at Hove. And that's really been against what's been happening in the Championship so far this season, with generally the batsman on top.
And this new over, the quick single being taken, and it was a new over from Crocombe. He then tried to kick the ball towards the stumps and missed in time. So I'll take you through this over as Adrian prepares to update for BBC Radio Newcastle listeners. So that takes Durham on to 92 for 6, Travaskis on 9 and Raine on 8. We are now bang on 2 o'clock. Good afternoon to you, wherever you're listening to us. We are in the 34th over of this innings. Durham 92 for 6. And a bit of a field change now, with a man going into mid-wicket from the backward square leg, and the next ball from Crocombe is defended on the back foot by Rain. No run. Still the cloud cover pretty much enveloping the ground. The shadows that we mentioned that appeared briefly have left us, unfortunately, as Crocombe runs in, and a bit of a drive from Rain, and he's missed it, and it's gone through to Rizwan. He rehearses the shot. He was on his knees by the end of by the right time he'd gone through it. I think the ball even fuller than he expected, and missed that one. Crocombe, a little hop and a skip before his run up as he comes in and bowls now. That's on the leg side. It's been worked into the leg side, but it'll be fielded by Tom Alsop at mid wicket. No run. Couple of balls left in this, the 34th over. 62 remaining in the day, of course. 96 overs bowled in Championship cricket in the day. As the next ball from Crocombe is defended onto the offside then by Rain. No run again. Tidy over from Henry Crocombe. 1 for 22. He was the man that took the wicket of Alex Lees at the very start of, well, I'll say the very start of the day. Lees had made 11 by that stage, but Crocombe comes in, last ball of this over, and it's pushed out into the offside by Rain. No run. Maiden over from Crocombe. 1 for 27 from his 8 overs, and Durham are 92 for 6. Actually, there was one was a couple of runs at the start of that over, wasn't there? Yes. So yeah, that's situation for Durham. 92 for 6 at the moment, and it's a real sticky time for them. They're rebuilding after lunch. They were 79 for 6 at the lunch interval. You're going to see another over from Burrows, 0 for 19 off his 8 overs. A couple of slips in place. You've got backward point, extra cover, backward point, a sort of more orthodox point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, long leg. It's Travaskis on strike, takes guard again. It's a little word down the pitch from Ben Rain, who's adjusting his gloves, and just while there's a discussion between Haynes, the captain, and his bowler. So your thought gone into this. As they come round the wicket now, and it's a fuller delivery, which is driven up to mistimed really to short extra cover, no run. So there's now a sort of well, there's a first slip, wider third slip, not quite gully, and backward point, orthodox point, short extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket and the long leg. And it's Burrows bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Travaskis, who plays that out into the offside. They're going to come through for a quick single. They throw to the bowler's end. It's missed, and it's going to go for overthrows. I think it's going to go for 4 overthrows. So that's a little sloppy from a Sussex perspective. Now I'll add 5 to the Durham score. Travaskis to 14 and Durham to 97 for 6, I think. Was that added on? Yes, indeed. So the quick single was taken The shy at the stumps, the bowler's end. It was the right end to throw to. Just the radar wrong. And it ended up going for 4 overthrows. Burrows comes in over the wicket now and flicks off the hips for a more comfortable single on that occasion. Through square leg. And he moves Travaskis on to 15. Durham to 98 for 6.
I was giving my update when I saw that overthrow. Was that a bit of sloppy cricket, or was it a...
Yeah, just again, I wasn't sure actually whether they'd go through with the throw, because I thought the single would be fairly comfortably taken, but maybe there was a run-out chance on. But certainly that one defended up the pitch by Travaskis for no run. Yeah, it's just a bit of a wayward throw, really, and not back. Well, can't back up a wayward throw. You can only back up where you're expecting it to be thrown. So a couple of balls to go, I think, in this over from Burrows, and this one is driven almost on the up, but on the upper top of the bat, and then fielded in the gully region and point region and backward point region, sorry, and no run. 98 for 6, Durham.
Tim Hamper has been in touch from Cheddington. I've not heard of Cheddington, but it's in Buckinghamshire. And he refers to Phil's earlier email where he says, I think the current injury, illness difficulties may actually deliver a medium-term benefit for Sussex. I'll finish your email in a moment, Tim.
Left that on a cliffhanger as Burrows comes in. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls. He's driven back down the ground. He gets a hand to it. Back down the pitch. He's got a hand to it there to stop any damage. At the end of that over, Durham 98 for 6. Travaskis 14. Rain on 9. Burrows with figures of 0 for 25 from his 9 overs.
Tim goes on to say, a pool of fit bowlers that includes the current absentees, plus Crocombe, Clark, Haynes and Rawlins should be a very competitive in county cricket, provided, of course, that England don't come calling and drag another off for a central contract. Always the risk of a plunder, I think, says Tim. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'd all be delighted if one of the Sussex players did get asked to, or got selected by England. I guess the obvious one you're thinking about there is Tom Haynes with his wonderful early season form.
And, of course, his form of last year.
Yes, indeed. In comes Henry Crocombe running in over the wicket, bowls and driven beautifully down the ground by Ben Rain, and he's going to pick up a boundary. That's a lovely shot by the left-hander. Over pitch from Henry Crocombe, and he just belted that away through mid-off for 4 runs, and it brings up the Durham 100, 102 for 6, and Ben Rain goes to 13.
And he also goes past 3,000 runs for his first-class career, Ben Rain, with that shot.
What a lovely way to do it, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. If he's interested in stats like that, you might have thought, I tell you what, I'm coming up to 3,000. I'd like to not do it with a scrambled single, or indeed, it was Travaskis who benefited from the overthrows. But can you imagine? Was it Alistair Cook who got to his century in his final?
I think it was. Was that with overthrows?
With overthrows.
I think it was. There's a change in the field here for Sussex because the third slip has now come out to mid-wicket. There's also a deep backwards square and a fine leg. So both Rain and Travaskis have looked keen to get on with things since lunch and try and wrestle the initiative back for Durham. So we'll see whether he's tempted by the short delivery, because I'm sure Crocombe's going to give him a short delivery. And he comes bowls, and this is a delivery that's slightly short of a length, but Rain right in behind that plays it into the covers, and there is no run. Durham going to lunch on 79 for 6. These two coming together when the score was 75 for 6 after Durham had lost 5 for 15 late on in the morning. At one stage, Durham were going on very nicely on 60 for 1. As Crocombe is in again, bowls, and oh, well, that was extraordinary. So Henry Crocombe came in to deliver the ball, and he dropped it, and the ball dribbled down the onside of the wicket. Ben Rain chased after it and hit the ball down to
he sort of swept it from short leg.
I don't think I've ever seen it, because generally speaking, when that happens, the batsman just lets the ball go, and the umpire often say, well, it's a dead ball, or it gets signalled a wide. Ben Rain actually hit the ball. That was extraordinary.
And it's also been given as a no ball because I think it might have bounced twice,
Yes,
possibly.
And it was off the cut strip as well.
It was. Yeah, it's literally. If you imagine looking at a pitch on your TV screens, it is literally where he hit it from where a short leg would have been standing.
Well, that was incredible. Either way, the score, as Andrew says, it was a no ball as well. So 105 for 6 as in comes Crocombe. Around the wicket bowls to Travaskis, who plays very correctly forward with a high right elbow and punches the ball into the covers. And there is no run. The field has stayed the same for Liam Travaskis in that there are 2 men set back on the leg side for that short delivery that certainly Travaskis has shown a liking for.
I wonder how much ribbing Henry Crocombe will get in the dressing room for that delivery.
Yeah, quite a lot, I would think. It's coming in around the wicket bowls and turned onto the leg side by Travaskis, who was thinking about a single, but Alistair Orr was very quickly to the ball and very alert and prevented that single being taken. Still a very cloudy day here on the south coast, and not a huge amount. It's cold outside. There's not a huge amount of breeze, though I can see the Sussex flag is sort of trying to flutter on the clock tower scoreboard. In comes Crocombe around the wicket bowl, short this time, and Travaskis has plenty of time to duck underneath and let the ball go through to Mohammad Rizwan.
2 men out on the hook if he's tempted by it.
And Julian's been in touch. I saw Julian at lunchtime. He said, "Where's the ice cream van?" I don't know, but I wouldn't sell many ice creams today. I reckon hot chocolates and coffees would go down a storm. I'm not sure about ice creams. Comes Crocombe again, bowls, and Travaskis is forward and gets again. He looks really suspiciously at the pictures, Liam Travaskis. I never got up a little bit more than he thought, but the ball wrapped him in around the thigh pad or the midriff, bounces down in front of him. There is no run.
He tried to play forward to a ball that was too short there. I think that's
105 for 6. Travaskis 14, Rain 14, and just to say that Gary Wallace-Taylor is going to come up a natural way. I think it was Andy Beale who was talking about the work that Gary does as Director of Community Cricket. So if you're listening in, Andy, Gary will be on commentary or coming and have a natter to myself at about 2:30 for half an hour. So we'll find exactly what Gary's up to in that busy role.
And so 26 runs added since lunch by Durham in a fairly productive half an hour. As the new over from Burrows, 9 overs, 2 mains, 0 for 25 for him. Comes in and bowls to Rain, who's comfortably been behind that to play it out towards the mid-on region for no run. 105 for 6. Burrows has worked hard, bowled pretty well, without much reward so far. Rubs the ball on his trousers, tosses it from one hand to another, and then comes in and bowls now, and it's defended away into the leg side again by Rain up to mid-on, where it's collected possibly by Crane, I think there is it. Sure.
Yes, that is Mason Crane. Mid-on. Bowled yet, no longer this carries on.
It might be he's got 14 on his back, so that would be Beard. Anyway, as Burrows comes in and bowls now, and that's been whipped away at a brilliant stop that by Beard at mid-on to keep it down to 1. Flicked away with admiring reaction from Adrian Harms to my left.
That was good, wasn't it? Very quickly down to his left.
Only a single. Moves Rain on to 15, Travaskis on 14, and Durham are 106 for 6.
I think oftentimes that it really gives the fielding side of Philip a stop like that.
Yes, absolutely. As Burrows comes in now over the wicket to the left-hander, bowls. It's been driven through the covers, not quite timed, so they won't get 4. They'll probably pick up a couple. Again, the old sliding save in the outfield to make sure that they're just kept to 2 runs. So Travaskis on to 18, and Durham to 110 for 6 if the scoreboard hasn't already got too far ahead of me.
But you know, these two certainly seem to have wanted to put bat to ball since lunch. They've not played stupid shots, but they've certainly looked to attack the bowling. I think that's
they've certainly left fewer deliveries alone.
Yes.
So it is 108 for 6 with Travaskis on 16 as Burrows comes in again now and bowls on the back foot, defends away. So it's just, I think they want to now probably just leave anything that's threatening in that corridor, but certainly anything wider or on the leg side. There were a few times, weren't there? Yes, there were a lot of tickles down the leg side that went for 4, but there were also a few where they missed out. Durham's opening top order batsman. So, yeah, these two who have gone along nicely actually. 79 for 6 at lunch, now 108 for 6. As that one down the leg side from Burrows, that's out towards a rider out on the boundary, so they'll take 2. And that moves Durham on to 110 for 6 now with Travaskis on 18, Rain on 15. And the end of Burrows' 10th over, 0 for 30 from those 10. And at the end of the 37th over of the innings, 110 for 6, Adrian.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Andrew Rayburn on commentary today. If you're just joining us and you may not know what's happened today, well, Durham won the toss on what looks a good track. Scott Borthwick electing to bat first, and all looked well for Durham at 60 for 1, but they then lost 5 for 15. 3 wickets for Tom Clark, who hasn't bowled since lunch, but I can see now is warming up at second slip. But now Liam Travaskis and Ben Rain with something of a recovery for Durham. They were 75 for 6, now 110 for 6. So these two have added 35. And Aaron Beard is back into the attack for Sussex, on loan from Essex, with so many injuries amongst the Sussex fast bowling, bowling in general, with Jack Carson, the spinner, also out of action. Beard wants a change in the field. He's bowling with 2 slips and wants his fine leg a little finer just down below us as Beard runs towards us. Right arm around the wicket. He's in and bowls and driven beautifully and firmly, but straight to the fielder by Ben Rain, followed by Delray Rawlins. And there is no run. A cool, grey, overcast day down on the south coast. I don't think either Andrew or I realise just quite how cold it is. And the Durham backroom staff, in fact, there's 5 of the backroom staff, I don't know who they are down below us. They're sort of sitting by the advertising boards, watching the cricket, having a chat amongst themselves, but they're really wrapped up as in comes Beard and bowls to Rain, who plays it comfortably off the hip to deep backwards square, picks up a single fielded out there by Tom Alsop, who was very quickly in. Not a very good throw from Alsop. It goes over the head of Mohammad Rizwan, who I don't think was desperately impressed, but it was well backed up and no damage done. As far they're laughing at each other, that was good to see. Mohammad Rizwan that's pulling Tom Alsop's leg a little bit as that ball flew over his head, but it was backed up. One more though to Rain. He goes to 16. And Durham 111 for 6. There's Beard in again. Bowls and a nice tickle around the corner. That's going to be 4 runs. Won't be anything to do about that. Will George Burrows straying down the leg side, and Liam Travaskis just tucked inside the line and helped himself very fine for 4 runs. It's been a little bit of a feature of Aaron Beard's bowling today. Bowling perhaps on the pads, a little too close to the pads. There's been at least a couple have gone for leg byes, for 4 leg byes, and all Travaskis needed to do then was get a little flick on the ball, and it came very fine for 4 runs.
just diverted it, didn't he? He just got his bat in the way and deliberately just deflected it down towards the fine leg boundary.
And interestingly, now Tom Haynes is moving George Burrows. I think he wants him much finer at fine leg. Yeah, I mean, he was very wide at fine leg. Now he's come a lot finer to cut off any potential flick down the leg side as Beard is in and bowls. And this time Travaskis, who looks a very accomplished batsman, Liam Travaskis, batting at number 7 for Durham, plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Travaskis 22. He's the second top scorer in innings so far. Sean Dixon top scoring with 34.
They've added 40, these two, haven't they?
Yes, they have, in quick time as well. Certainly since lunch. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg as in comes Beard again and bowls, and Travaskis just walks into that defensive shot, plays it away into the offside, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. We'll get your message one way or t'other.
Yeah, I was mentioning, Adrian, while you were out of the commentary box, that those shadows that have appeared first for very, very briefly have long since left us.
They have indeed, as in comes Beard and bowls, and Travasca's up on his toes, steers that to backward. That's a misfield at backward point by, I think that's Mason Crane who's misfielding. Yes, it is. And comes back for 2 runs for Travasca. He goes to 24. 117 for 6 at the end of the over. A very proud day, of course, for Durham, with the news that Ben Stokes has been confirmed as England Test match captain. The standout candidate, we have to say, the best cricketer in England, and we wish him well when the Test series gets underway against New Zealand in a few weeks' time. Whether Ollie Robinson will be in the side, who knows? But Ollie Robinson, again, not playing for Sussex in this game. We imagine that's a decision taken by the ECB. Ollie hasn't played in any of Sussex's 4 opening games of the season, so we'll have to get an update on his fitness a little later on during the week. But Tom Clark is into the attack. Took 3 wickets before lunch, and I think good to see him back in the attack from a Sussex point of view. Yeah, just seen his stats actually go up on the scoreboard here at Hove. 6 overs, so that's 36 deliveries, 31 of those dot balls. So he's been very, very tight, and of course 3 wickets. So entirely sure how that adds up with the fact that he's also conceded 9 runs. But of course the dots would be wickets as well, wouldn't they? So the wickets would be dots. So yes, that would count. A good stop at short mid wicket from. Is that in there? Ali Orr in there. That was a really good stop.
Struck firmly, wasn't it, from that first delivery by Rain. Clipped it quite firmly, but short mid wicket, Ali Orr in there. Did well to stop it while I was rabbiting on about dot balls and wickets.
No, he did do well.
Clark round the wicket to the left-handed Rain. It's down the leg side and collected by Rizwan, and puts his head in his hand. May not have missed the bat by too much, I think, is probably Rizwan's feeling.
Yeah, I think, and Tom Clark had his hands on his head as well. I think it was 2 reasons. I think Tom was annoyed first of all with his delivery that it sailed down the leg side, but then thought that maybe Rain was going to get a little tickle on it.
So Clark now 3 for 9 as he comes round the wicket and bowls, and a bit of an edge down towards gully region. No run. What's been the secret of Tom Clark's success in this certainly this morning, do you think?
I think he's pitched the ball up, hasn't he? You know, and you made a good observation earlier on, Andrew, when you were saying he does very much bowl wicket to wicket as well.
He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Rain, comes now and bowls, and that's very accurate again.
Oh, has he hurt himself?
Quite full. Yeah, I was watching the ball as it squirted out towards mid-off, but I wonder if he's just looking at the footmarks as he landed, maybe.
Just hobbled slightly, didn't he, as he delivered that?
Seems to be all right. That's not we could obviously see what's happening in front of us, but let's not alarm our radio listeners too much, because he seems to be
so many injuries for Sussex, you think, oh no, not another one. But I think he's okay.
He's back into his action now. He comes in and bowls, and it's all beaten him outside the off stump. That's a really good ball. Beaten Rain, who tried to sort of flick it away, or wanted to try and turn it away into the leg side, and it just moved off the seam, I think, and just beat the bat through to the wicket keeper. That's really possibly the closest Sussex have come this afternoon.
Well, he's taken 3 wickets, and he's looked consistently the most dangerous of the Sussex bowlers. He's bowled excellently.
Certainly has. The last ball of his 7th over down the leg side again, and this time I think Rain misses out because he tries to flick that away, and again can't get any bat on it. So through to the wicket keeper. Rain's 16, Travasca's 20. For 6, but bouncing back because they were 75 for 6. So 75 for 6 when it was Ned Eckersley was out for 1, and then they were 79 for 6 at lunch. So still to bat, Matthew Potts, Matt Salisbury and Chris Rushworth for Durham. Then 9-10 Jack.
Well, another one of the Durham backroom staffs comes and joins a little gaggle of Durham players who are sitting down below us, literally in front of our commentary box here, drinking cups of coffee and trying to keep warm, but they're all having a natter away down below us. But it's going to be Aaron Beard who's going to carry on. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33, coming into bowl to the left-handed Liam Travaskis, who's in and bowls, and Travaskis clips that through mid-wicket. They've taken one, they'll be looking for 2 here. Allsop is quickly round to field, but not before the batsman come back for the second run. Good running by Liam Travaskis. He was never really in any danger, but the key, I think, Andrew, was he called his partner quickly for the second run and committed to the run and came back for the second. He goes to 26.
Yeah, and you see that, don't you? At the very top level, the Test match batsmen, they know as soon as they hit the ball how many they think they can get out of it. And if you call for 2, get your head down and run the first one quickly.
Beard over the wicket in and bowls. Travaskis falls, a ball of good length, plays it back down the track. Beard fills off his own bowling and there is no run. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, then 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and defined leg.
I know it's easy to say because obviously both teams will, Durham will have reset after lunch and everything else. Is it fair to say Sussex probably rather like a football team didn't want half time to come?
Yeah,
done without the lunch break.
I agree, absolutely. In comes Beard over the wicket, bowls. Travaskis is very languidly forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. As Andrew was saying, these two coming together when the score was 75, so 25 partnership worth 44 between these two, which is yes, it is the highest partnership of the match, because before that the partnership between
39
Peterson and Dixon, worth 39. Just hear the wind quite loudly in our effects micro. It's just the wind has just picked up a little as Beard in again past umpire Blackwell bowl. Pulled away by Liam Travaskis, a ball that was short of a length, straight to that fielder who's fielding a deep backward square. Tom Allsop gets in the throw. One more to Travaskis, who goes to 27. And Durham to 120 for 6, having won the toss, decided to bat first, slumping to 75 for 6. But these two have gone on the counter-attack for Durham. I mean, they haven't played irresponsible shots. They've just batted very positively, particularly since lunch, as in comes Beard again, bowls, and Rain is forward and plays to mid-off.
Yeah, I also think Sussex's lines and lengths have probably been a little bit off it. Certainly we've seen some balls down the leg side, and we've seen some which are fuller and maybe a little bit too full, some are a little bit too short. So Sussex just need to go back to that nagging line and length which got them the wickets early on, certainly in the second hour of that morning session.
Beard around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Rain is in and bowls, and Rain clips this one beautifully away down to mid-on. I'm not sure it's going to go for 4 because Henry Crocombe is very quick across the ground. He fields the ball down at long on, but not before Rain. Again, good running between the wickets, calls his partner back for a 3rd run. So nice looking shot and well run between the wickets by Ben Rain, who goes to 19. And Durham to 123 for 6. Travaskis 27. Rain is on 19. Aaron Beard 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39. And the Durham little mini recovery continues.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's difficult without seeing the pitch and studying it, and maybe speak to the players and Ian Salisbury after the end of the day or something. But does this strike you as a low-scoring match that we're about to watch over the next few days, or is this the sort of innings where every run is worth double? I'm not entirely sure. Well,
I'm not sure it is. I mean, this has been a very good wicket down at Hove, certainly for the first game against Notts, and I think this is probably a good batting track.
We're going to see Tom Clark bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Rain, who's on 19 not out. It's played that one into the onside for no run.
I think the wicket was really responsible for any of those wickets going down. I think there was some good bowling.
Good bowling, absolutely. Obviously, sometimes maybe the shots selection can be based on what you think the pitch will do, and maybe misjudging the speed or otherwise of the pitch. As Clark comes around the wicket to Rain. Rain tries to whip that away off his hips into the leg side, but it's fielded there by Ali Orr.
We were talking about Shannon Masood earlier, who's been scoring hundreds of runs literally for Derbyshire. He's out, which is a rare thing. Caught and bowled by Michael Hogan. Yeah, Derbyshire 127 for 2, but Masood making 60, so he'll be somewhere near 700 runs for the season.
Clark coming in round the wicket. It's full and it's dealt with by Rain through covers for. That's a cracking shot. Slightly unorthodox because it was a full length. He kind of had to just get his feet out of the way just to hammer that back through the cover region, and 4 runs to Rain. Moves him on to 23. Travaskis is on 27. Durham 127 for 6. So that takes the partnership beyond 50 between these two. 52.
Shot of the morning, that, wasn't it? I think an extra cover drive by a left-hander is just a thing of beauty, really.
Clark comes in round the wicket and bowls, and this time he's more circumspect. Rain covers up and plays that out into the offside. No run.
Just looking at one of the other games in Division 2, Worcestershire 145 for 9 against Nottinghamshire, and Dane Patterson 15 overs 6 maidens 8 for 52.
8 for 52, good grief.
Yep.
And is that's at Trent Bridge, is it?
Yes, yeah.
As Clark comes in and bowls, covers up Rain for no run. Of course, Trent Bridge, the venue for an even more famous 8 for.
Oh, it's the Stuart Broad. 8 for 15.
8 for 15.
Yeah. And also 8 wickets down. Well, 8. Sorry, he's taken 8. Worcestershire have lost 9, but Leicestershire 8 down Lords. 104 for 8 against Middlesex. So lots of wickets going down.
Shaheen Shah Afridi doing the bizzo there as well. So Clark 3 for 13 here. Bowls full and Rain defends. No run. End of that over. Clark's bowled 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 13. Durham have faced 41 overs now, and they're 127 for 6, but a recovery by these two. Travaskis 27, Rain 23, and the partnership worth 52.
So an update coming to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex is going to be Tom Clark takes his jumper, wanders away to his fielding position, but it's going to be Aaron Beard who's going to carry on bowling from the Cromwell Road end. Well, it's been the best day of the match so far, best day of the season so far for Sussex, I should say, Danny, because Durham are 127 for 6. That is something of a recovery, because at one stage Durham was 75 for 6, 3 wickets for Tom Clark, and all of that after Durham had won the toss and decided to bat first. Something of a recovery though, 128 for 6, but still a very good day so far for Sussex. And Surrey recovering as well down at Bristol against Gloucestershire. They're 102 for 3. Ollie Pope going along nicely on 45. Jamie Smith on 32. It's cold, Danny. I wandered outside at lunchtime, so it's cold and chilly, but at least it's dry, and we should be grateful for that. Indeed, Sussex haven't lost a minute of play so far this season due to bad weather, and they'll be hoping to capitalise on what's been a really good start here. As clipped by Rain to mid-wicket in there is no run. I'm delighted to be joined by Gareth Wallace-Taylor, who's going to come and have a little sit down and have a natter away to us, as in comes Aaron Beard around the wicket bowls, and forward comes Rain, plays it into the onside, and there is no run. 128 for 6. I'm sorry, Travaskis 28, Rain is on 23. Aaron Beard in his 12th over. Figures of 1 for 40. He's bowling with 2 slips, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men set back on the leg side. Still grey and overcast, although just a hint that it may be getting just a little bit brighter coming in from the southwest. As in comes Beard, running in down the hill, bowls, and forward comes Rain, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So, Gary Wallace-Taylor, how are you? Good to see you.
You too.
Yeah.
Nice to see you too.
You're wrapped up. Is it? I went out at lunchtime and I couldn't believe how cold it was. And you look like you're well wrapped up against the elements.
It's a little bit chilly out there at the moment.
Freezing. If you're coming down to watch here at Hove, this afternoon, make sure you pack an extra coat or a woolly hat like some of the Durham lads who are not playing today have got on at the minute, just sitting on the boundary edge just down below. So it's getting brighter as I speak, as in comes Beard around the wicket, comes in and bowls and hits on the pad as a loud appeal, and there we are. Aaron Beard has picked up his second wicket in the Sussex colours, and Ben Rain is the man out. He's absolutely furious with himself. A delivery of good length. He was looking to flick that one around the corner, but Rain is LBW for 23, and Durham are 128 for 7. And Aaron Beard, on his Sussex debut, has picked up his second wicket. Durham 7 wickets down. I saw your fist go up there, Gary. You were pleased about that.
I was pleased. I'm the good luck charm, obviously, coming in here with it. Take the partnership up.
Yeah. So it gives us a little opportunity to have a natter away. We're just watching a replay of that, isn't it? He looked disappointed, Ben Ray, but I think he kind of knew he was out, judging by his reaction. So just explain to us your full title, Gary, and your responsibilities here at Hove.
Yes, I'm the Director of Community Cricket at the Sussex Cricket Foundation, so I oversee all recreational cricket, so everything that goes on in clubs, schools, in the local community, and also head up the foundation as well. So that's the charitable arm of the club. So looking to bring funds in to help us deliver our programmes across the county to get more people playing cricket.
And just to give an idea, because Sussex is a big county, and that sounds a pretty big brief in terms of both the geographical area you're covering and the scope of the job as well.
Yeah, look, we cover everything from Brighton all the way down to Chichester, up to Horsham, Crawley, and all the way down to sort of Hastings and Rye as well. So it's a massive county that we have to cover, and we've got a team of 22 in the foundation, which range from coaches to development officers to territory managers as well, which oversee the operations. So we've got a really good team. We've brought in some new coaches over the last 3 or 4 months, which is great. We've appointed 3 new female coaches as well, which is brilliant for us, given the importance of women and girls cricket across the county. So we keep growing, and we still need more coaches in to deliver what we need to deliver, but we're in a really good place at the moment, and even off the back of COVID.
In comes Aaron Beard, comes in and bowls, all good delivery, beats the outside edge of Matthew Potts' bat, who is the new batsman. End of Aaron Beard's over. He's bowled 12 overs. And has taken 2 for 40. And the demise of Ben Rain, that ended a partnership of 53 between Ben Rain and Liam Travascus. Those two coming together when Durham was 75. Which was made in quick time. Has now gone LBW to Aaron Beard, and Durham are 128 for 7. And we hear much, Gary, about just the importance of spreading the word of cricket, and getting it to, I guess, to girls, to women, to clubs big and small. Is it right across that sort of that divide?
Yeah, look, over the last 2.5 years, even during COVID, we've seen a massive rise in participation across all forms of the game, which has been absolutely brilliant.
Tom Clark runs in, comes into bowl to Travascus, who clips that down to fine leg. They picked up one. They're thinking about 2. Travascus set off very quickly, but there was never another run there. But Travascus goes to 29, the total 129 for 7.
Seen significant growth in women and girls cricket in particular. We've grown from 40 clubs who offered women and girls cricket up to 64 in the last couple of years, which has really surprised us, and that just shows the demand for cricket is out there. But I think COVID, obviously, we're concerned at the start because we thought people might fall out of playing cricket and clubs might fold, but it's been the complete opposite, where we've got more and more people wanting to play the game and more clubs forming off the back of it, which again really surprised us and which really strengthens our position as a county.
Matthew Potts is waiting, as in comes Tom Clark bowls, and driven beautifully by Potts, who didn't look like a number 9 with that shot, drilled to extra cover, and there is no run. And also in terms of, there's women's cricket, there's also disability cricket as well, and partially sighted cricket. I mean, so it's a whole raft of teams. You involved with that as well, Gary?
Yeah, so we've got a really strong disability programme in Sussex. It's probably one of our jewels in the crown, I think. We've got 3 county disability teams.
Clark again is on his way away from us, comes in and bowls and driven by Potts, well fielded by Pujara in a short extra, no run.
We've got funding from Lord Taverners, who fund our Super Ones programmes, which is sort of hubs that run across the county, as well as table cricket programmes. But our county teams have really been really important to us over the years, and we've been lucky enough to find a headline sponsor this season, which are Web Trends Optimise.
Clark in again, bowls, driven by Potts, 3 bid wicket. He's going to pick up a single. He may pick up 2 actually. George Burrows in hot pursuit overhauls the ball, but not before the batsman will come for a couple of runs. 2 to Potts. Total goes to 131 for 7.
And Web Trends sponsoring our disability shirts this year, so the guys are actually all wearing T20 playing kits, the same as the professional players, to make them feel even more part of Sussex cricket, which is really, really important to us.
Matthew Potts not quite ready there, just waiting for Tom Clark as he's in again from this the C end of the ground, bowls, and Potts covers up, plays it down the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, and I was going to ask you that question actually, Gary, how important that is that players from other sections of the world, not just the first team who we're watching today, really do feel part of Sussex.
Look, it's really been important to us for a number of years. We've always prided ourselves on disability cricket in particular.
Clark. Let's let go outside the off stump, taken by keeper Rizwan. No run, end of the over, 131 for 7, 29 Travaskis, 2 to Matthew Potts. You're listening to BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, in conversation with Gary Wallace-Tabor, who's in charge of all things community cricket here at Sussex.
So with the disability cricket, just going back to that, we've got a really exciting opportunity this year with the sponsorship that Web Trends have kindly supported us with, and the D40 side will be playing their first ever game at the First Central County Ground on Sunday the 19th of June versus Surrey. So that's the first time they've ever got to play out there. So that's a massive thing for us to do.
Can people come and watch that, Gary?
People can come and watch that, yeah.
Just give us the date again.
That's Sunday the 19th of June at 1 o'clock start. Against Surrey, so hopefully people will come down and support the team, because it'll be a really fantastic event.
Aaron Beard comes in around the wicket to bowl to the left-hander Travaskis, who clips this through the onside, hands raised in the slip corner, but Travaskis picks up another single. He goes to 30 and Durham to 132 for 7. What other events can you tell us about that's going on, Gary?
Well, just before we have the D40 side playing here, we've got our annual Discoverability Day, which is probably our flagship event at the foundation, and that takes place on Thursday the 16th of June, so that's where we open the ground up to young people and adults with varying degrees of disability to come down and take part in various skill challenges, not just through cricket but for other sports as well, such as football, wheelchair basketball, golf we had last year. That's an absolutely fantastic day. We usually get anything between 400 and 500 people coming through the door during that day, and that's one of the big events that really puts the foundation on the map.
Beard, the sun is trying to come out, comes in and bowls, let go by Potts through to keeper Rizwan, and there is no run. And with regard to that day, Gary, what would you say to someone who's listening or is thinking about somebody who's listening who thinks, I quite fancy coming along to that day, but maybe I'm a little bit uncertain, I'm not sure, do I really want to go? What would you say to people who are thinking about it and but perhaps not sure about coming along?
Well, look, first and foremost, it's a really fun day, very low key. Gets a chance to come and play on the outfield and play some games, cricket, all other sports.
Beard again over the wicket, bowls. Nice looking shot by Matthew Potts through extra cover. He picks up a single, and that's all. They get a tumbling save by Henry Croker, 133 for 7, and Potts goes to 4.
And I'd just strongly advise anyone that's interested in coming down or just wants to know more about the event to contact Arup Tanner, who's our disability cricket manager. Does an amazing job with disability cricket. Him and his team are first class, and we're really lucky to have them. So if anyone's interested, I'll drop Arup a line via our foundation channel, which is foundation@sussexcricket.co.uk, and we can obviously speak to anyone interested, but it'd be great to see as many people as possible down on that particular day.
Comes Beard around the wicket to bowl to Travaskis, who hammers that one. He's going to be caught. Is he going to be caught? Oh no, just eludes the clutches of Henry Croker. It was a strange shot by Liam Travaskis. He sort of almost lofted the ball into the offside, and Croker was racing around from mid-off very nearly got his hand to the ball, but in the end didn't, and it means Travascus comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 32, 135 for 7. I thought that was out for a minute, Gary.
I thought it was going to go to his hand then. Just couldn't get round in time.
Beard is back to his mark. The sun is trying to come out. It's a lot brighter than it was maybe even 10 or 15 minutes ago, as Aaron Beard is on his way from the Cromwell Road and down the hill. He's in and bowls, and Travascus just plays straight back down the track field of his own bowling by Travascus, and there is no run. So that's Thursday the 16th of June, a really important day. And not just cricket, a range of sports, people catering for a whole range of disabilities. Yeah, it's been, like I said, it's our flagship event, and it's one that is really important to us. We managed to get it back up and running last summer after sort of 18 months without doing it because of COVID, and it was really important. We got that event back in the diary because it's so important to us. But yeah, please come down if you haven't been before. It's a really spectacular event. Aaron Beard is on his way again from the Cromwell Road end. Around the wicket comes in and bowls, and Travascus drives. Nice looking shot straight down the ground. Crocombe is in hot pursuit. I think he'll overhaul the ball, will Henry Crocombe, who's very quick across the ground. But in fact he doesn't. The ball races away up the hill. Not even the speedy Crocombe can get there. Lovely looking shot by Liam Travascus. With that off drive, he goes to 36 and Durham to 139 for 7 at the end of the day. But just give us that email address as well, Gary, if anyone wants to get in touch.
It's foundation@sussexcricket.co.uk, so if anyone's got any inquiries about wanting to know more about the foundation or to support us, then please drop us a line. It would be great to hear from you.
So we've got the 16th of June is that day. The game against Surrey was on the
19th of June.
Right, okay. And what else is going on around the county? I mean, but you know, we would say Sussex is a big county, so people perhaps listening right over in the east of the county, maybe in Hastings or west down towards Chichester. It's a long way to Hove.
We've got lots of activity going on over the summer. We're rammed with delivery, which is great. So our coaches are really busy, but we've got our traditional schools work, which is funded through Chance of Shine. So that's primary schools and secondary schools.
Tom Clark in and bowls to Matthew Potts, whose forward plays back to Clark. There is no run.
We've got street cricket available for people, which is a bit of a social inclusion programme, so it sort of breaks down the barriers of people accessing cricket. So it's free for children to go along, equipment's provided, so we run them in 6 hubs across the county, one of which is in Hastings actually. Lots of women and girls cricket taking place this summer, All Stars and Dynamos, which is the ECB national programmes.
In comes Clark, over the wicket bowls, forward comes Potts, and that ball just bounces in front of Orr at second slip. There is no run.
We've got our fantastic work we do with Backer over at the Aldred Foundation, which is giving state school children the opportunity to access high quality cricket provision, and that's a really important programme for us and one we want to keep developing over time. And we're doing an awful lot of work this summer up in Crawley and Brighton with our urban cricket plans, which
in comes Clark, bowls, and Potts beaten outside the off stump. There is no run.
Which we launched last summer, which is trying to grow and develop cricket in 2 key areas of the county for us, and especially in Crawley where there's a lack of playing facilities is something we're really working hard on at the moment. And we've got more and more people in Crawley wanting to play the game, and more clubs are forming. So on one hand it's great that we've got so many people wanting to play cricket, on the other hand we need to find them places to play, so that's the challenge we're going for at the moment. So
in comes Clark, bowls, and Potts with the play to miss outside the off stump. Again, there is no run. And I guess one of the issues around that, Gary, is funding, because you've got guys and girls who want to play cricket, but there's nowhere to play. But that's expensive, I guess, to find grounds and where they're going to play and get wickets and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a challenge for us, and that's one we're trying to solve. We've been lucky with some funding that's come our way to start installing some non-turf pitches up in Crawley.
Clark again, bowls. Potts is beaten for the 3rd time in the over. A lot of carry on that through to Rizwan, who took that about shoulder high, and there is no run. 139 for 7.
But back to the cost of cricket. We've also got our Champions Fund as well, which helps with supporting sort of parents on our pathway who maybe struggle with the financial costs of the game. And that's something we continuously are fundraising for as well.
In comes Clark rather over the wicket, bowls and Potts this time is securely forward, plays the ball down the offside of the track. Good over from Tom Clark, a maiden over. Lovely figures, Tom Clark, 10 overs, 5 maidens. He's taken 3 for 16. Durham 139 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Gary Wallace-Taylor, responsible for a variety of programmes in cricket in the community. I guess the most important thing, Gary, is that, right across the spectrum, people wanting to get interested in cricket, it would appear from what you're saying that there is something for everybody, and just shout up and ask ask to get involved.
There's so much available for all people, all ages and abilities. So just drop us a line and keep your eye out on our website.
Comes Beard around the wicket bowls, played into the offside by Travaskis, and there is no run. And I guess one of the issues around cricket is you only get the summer months to play. But does this programme carry on throughout the winter?
This is one of the things that people are unaware of. Actually, cricket is now an all-round game now. Our staff really at the foundation probably get one quiet spell a year, which is probably the week before Christmas. Otherwise, there's activities taking place all year round, especially in schools where we do an awful lot of delivery during the winter.
Bowls and played by Travaskis to middle wicket, Phil Allior, and there is no run. And what do you think is driving this interest in cricket, Gary? Is it just the amount of programmes that Sussex run, or is there something about cricket that is suddenly attracting the interest of an audience or participation that maybe people didn't think was there in the past?
I think there's probably a couple of things on that. I think COVID probably worked in cricket's favour to a point, because we're the first sort of summer sport back, and it's the first sport that people could go out and play. And also I think it's been more free-to-air TV where cricket's been on.
In comes Beard around the wicket bowls, and up on his toes as Travaskis plays that down to deep backward point and picks up a single. He goes to 37, 140 for 7. And I'm sort of in a way delighted to hear you say that, because clearly with there's some events in the 100 that are on free-to-air television, highlights of test matches, that you really think that therefore engages and reaching an audience that previously wasn't seeing it.
Yeah, I think so. And like I said, I think COVID has really worked in our favour, and it coincided with the 100 starting. It was on free-to-air TV, and more people are able to watch it, and then that gets them into it, gets them down to the ground here.
In comes Beard and bowls, and Potts is beaten for the 4th time in about 5 deliveries, taken by Rizwan. There is no run.
It's coming. It won't be long.
And actually, in terms of the 100, and I'm going to be devil's advocate here slightly, Gary, because there are those, perhaps the more traditionalists who are not in favour and still not in favour of the 100. There are those that have said, well, actually, no, it's great because it actually has generated this whole growth spurt of interest in the game.
Look, I know there's two sides to everyone's got their opinions on the 100.
And comes Aaron Beard running him down the hill, bowls, and Potts in behind it, plays into the covers. There is no run.
I think from my point of view, if someone is trying to grow the game and get more people wanting to play, it's actually quite an important thing. I think I went down to a game last summer down at the Aegeus, and as soon as I turned up, there was littered with families, boys, girls, wanting to watch cricket. And some of them people that were there probably for that game were probably experiencing that for the very first time, and hopefully it would have been inspired by it and gone on to play off the back of it. And I think that's really had an impact.
Beard again. Down the hill bowls, Potts go outside of the off stump. There is no run. End of the over, 140 for 7. Travaskis 37, Potts on 3. And also, of course, this summer it's the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, which cricket for the first time is going to be a part of. Yeah,
it is, and again, that's something we've got on our radar. Something we're trying to support. We've got a little event we've got planned during the summer for girls, primary school girls, which we've sort of keeping under wraps a little bit at the moment. But there will be something going on around the Commonwealth Games, which is great. So again, that's another event which hopefully will inspire more people to want to play cricket. I think the other challenge we've got, and what we want to do this summer, is get more people back into this ground. We had 2 years without it, and trying to reconnect with the local communities and the schools, and get young people into this ground watching live cricket and supporting the boys out there, because hopefully that will
In comes Tom Clark, bowls to Liam Travaskis, who plays this off the hip down to deep. Mid-wicket picks up a single. Travaskis to 38, 141 for 7. I did see a group of school children around. Which school's here today, Gary?
So we had Lewis Old Grammar down today for their second trip of the month. They came down to the first game. They brought another minibus load down today, which is great. So slowly we're getting a few schools contacting us, but we've actually got a big schools day planned.
In comes Clark, bowls, and Potts drives handsomely down the ground, only as far as Haynes, a tumbling save at mid-off, no run.
We've got a big schools day planned on the 11th of July, which is day one of the Leicestershire game. So we're opening the ground up to all schools across the county to bring groups down to, again, try and fill this ground up and support the boys on the pitch. Like I said, we used to do it for a number of years, but obviously we haven't done it for the last couple. But that's really important to get that young generation into this ground.
In comes Clark again and bowls. Potts forward, pays that down the track. Clark fields of his own bowling, and there is rain. To be honest, I can't think of anything better. It never happened to me when I was at school. You get your sandwich box and go and watch some cricket for the day. I mean, wonderful.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've done it for a number of years here, and it's they've always gone well, and the players love it because it generates that atmosphere, and they can feed off that as well. And
could the schools get in touch with you? How do they go about if there's someone listening from a school who thinks, yeah, I think our children fancy that? In comes Tom Clark, bowls, and Potts is back on his stumps, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, again, if any schools are interested, then contact foundation at sussexcricket.co.uk, and we can put you in touch with sort of one of our free territory managers who can obviously help facilitate getting you guys down to come and watch. But hopefully with that game being sort of so close to the end of the summer term, hopefully the weather will be good, and hopefully get a lot of schools down here to make it into a really enjoyable day.
Well, that would be fabulous. In comes Clark over the wicket, bowls, back on his stumps is Potts, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. I've got some emails have come in which we'll read in a couple of moments' time. You're listening to the voice of Gary Wallace-Taylor, who's in charge of all events community. Any other dates you'd like to mention, Gary, for people to get a note of that? We've got the 16th of June, the 16th of June is Disability Day, the 19th of June when Surrey play here against Sussex, as in comes Clark and bowls, and Potts again covers up, plays down the track. Clark fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 17, the very impressive figures of Tom Clark. Durham 141 for 7, Liam Travaskis on 38, and Matthew Potts on 3.
Well, we've got some other events where we'll be using the ground for sort of during the course of the summer. We've got our Junior Champions League Finals Day, which takes place at the end of August, which sees under 12s, under 14s, and under 16 club finals take place, which is always an enjoyable day and great for the experience playing out on the ground. We've got an annual fundraiser penciled in for Friday the 12th of August, which is our Workplace Bashes, which is a bit of a corporate event, but that raises some money for the foundation, which goes back into helping deliver our sort of programmes and initiatives that we want to run. We continuously look to fundraise. We're always looking for more supporters. We've been really lucky over the last 18 months that we are starting to get the brand out there, and local businesses and people are starting to want to support what we do, and we get fantastic support from Mark Judges and his team, who are great at pushing that word out there for us, and that's how we got sort of Web Trends Optimise on board with the disability shirts.
Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, is back into attack. Bowls the first delivery to Liam Travaskis, who plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Tom Clark is doing a bit of a warm-up at first. Like I said, Archie Lenham is on the field, so someone must be off for Sussex. I'll try and tell you who that is in a couple of moments' time. Travaskis 38 faces as in comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes Travaskis into the offside. Well, I'm sure everybody in Sussex is thrilled with the amount of work that's going on. Gary, do you ever get a break?
Every now and again I do,
yeah.
But no, it's great. It's really rewarding what we do, and we've got a great team at the foundation, like I said to you earlier, and I'm sort of really lucky to be the man that's heading it up at the moment. So
comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes Travaskis. The final word I was going to say to you, Gary, just in terms of you mentioned about state schools and the importance of getting children in state schools, because quite often an awful lot of cricket has come through the private school system, and I'm sure there's many talented players who are out there in the state system. They're just little gems waiting to be discovered. As in comes Haynes, around the wicket bowls, and Travaskis flicks that through mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Clipped nicely off his legs by Liam Travaskis. He goes to 42, and Durham to 145 for 7.
Yeah, look, bridging that gap between state and independent schools is still a challenge, but I think we do a lot of good work with state secondary schools. In particular, we're lucky to get some funding from Chance to Shine to deliver a girls-only secondary school programme, which is well received and enables us to go into 13, 14 schools every year to deliver that programme. And we also run the traditional hardball county cup competitions for state schools as well. So.
In comes Haynes over the wicket bowls, and Travaskis plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run stopping the cricket by Delray. Rawlins rolled it towards the stumps, but no overthrow resulted. Working
close with the pro department as well to make sure they're aware of what we're doing in the community, especially around state school cricket, so they can come and see what's going on, just in case they do find that little hidden gem.
It'll be out there. In comes Haynes and bowls. Travaskis forward, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run. End of the over, 145 for 7. Travaskis 42. Matthew Potts is on 3. Gary, I've got to go because I've got to do an update to listeners on BBC Radio Newcastle. But it's really good of you to pop in and update not just the listeners but the people listening around the ground about what's going on. So fantastic work. Keep it up. Will you come back and just keep us updated on what's going on? Perhaps we'll have another chat before the Disability Day on give them the heads up of what's going on, etc., etc.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant. Anytime. Thanks, Adrian.
That's Gary Wallace-Taylor, who heads up all the community events here at the Sussex County Cricket Club. And as Gary was saying, just a huge range of boys, girls, disability cricket. And lots and lots going on here at Sussex County Cricket Club. So really wonderful and good to hear Gary telling us all about that. I've got to nip off and do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Andrew Rayburn.
Thank you, Adrian. Yes, a ball there that's by Tom Clark that was defended by Potts for no run. Great to hear Gary Wallace-Taylor there and all of the various events that are happening, community events happening with Sussex County Cricket Club. Lots of exciting work going on behind the scenes at Sussex. On the field, Sussex doing very well as Clark comes in and bowls left alone by Potts, who is on 3. Liam Travaskis going on very well, 42 not out he is. Durham 145 for 7. So a recovery from Durham from their original score. When they were at lunch, they were at, 79 for 5, I think. As Clark comes in and a bit of a drive from Potts that he edges into the gully region, no run. So yes, just to remind people who have just tuned in of the situation of the game, you may be just taking a bit of a mid-afternoon break, 3 o'clock here local time in Hove. Still grey skies above the ground, not much sun poking through, it has to be said. But yes, Durham winning the toss, choosing to bat first, and at one stage they were 60 for 1, and then they lost 5 wickets for 15 runs, 75 for 6 they were at one stage, and now 145 for 7 as Clark comes in and bowls, and that's left alone by Potts through to the wicket keeper. So Tom Clark's done a lot of the damage, 3 for 17, he's in his 12th over. So to run you through the scorecard, Alex Lees caught Rizwan bowled Crocombe for 11, Sean Dixon LBW bowled Clark for 34, Keegan Peterson caught Crane bowled Clark for 14, Scott Borthwick caught Orr bowled Haynes for 6, David Beddingham caught Rizwan bowled Beard for 1, Ned Eckersley LBW bowled Clark for 1, and Ben Rain LBW bowled Beard for 23. As Potts pushes that one out into the offside, no run. And these two, Liam Travaskis not out 42 and Matthew Potts not out 3. And Durham 145 for 7, and this partnership currently worth 17. The partnership between Travaskis and Rain was the best of the bunch so far. 53 they put on for the 7th wicket. As Clark comes in and bowls now, it's clipped off his pads by Potts, who initially thought about a run but then decided against it. Sent Travaskis back as well, and no run. So a maiden, I think, at the end of all that for Tom Clark. 3 for 17 from his 12 overs so far. And let's going to see if we're going to have a bowling change or not. But as it stands, yes, we are going to see a bowling change, and it's going to be Mason Crane to get his first action in a Sussex shirt. So that'll be an interesting point for Adrian Harms to rejoin us as Mason Crane comes on to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. So leg spinner and on loan from Hampshire, the Shoreham-born Mason Crane into the action for the first time at 5 minutes past 3, and he's bowling in what is the 50th over, I think.
I think a lot of people have said to me, who have Sussex really missed bowling-wise, and clearly you miss Ollie Robinson, clearly you would miss Jofra Archer, although I don't think either of those were going to play a huge amount of cricket being centrally contracted, but I really believe that Sussex have missed Jack Carson this season, bowling his off-spin. I know Mason Crane is a leg spinner, but Sussex have really missed a spinner who can hold an end and keep batsmen quiet, and take wickets as well, and Jack Carson did that brilliantly last season. He's been struggling with a knee injury. Jackie's on the way back, which is the great news, but Sussex have really needed another spinner in their ranks, so I think this is a very good addition. It's a loan period. You never know what's going to happen, Andrew, but we shall see. But Mason Crane's going to come in, as you say, from the Cromwell Road end. There's a slip and a short leg as Crane is in, bowls to Travaskis, and Travaskis is back on his stumps and plays to short extra, fielded by Delray Rawlins. And there is no run. So for the left-handed Travaskis, short leg, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg. There's a deep backward square as well. Then two men saving one on the offside and a sweeper as Crane is in short, hammered away by Travaskis. And I have to say, that wasn't a great delivery. It was short, and Travaskis just belted the ball through mid-wicket for 4 runs. And he goes to 46 and Durham to 149 for 7. And that was a real loosener from Mason Crane, and it got the treatment it deserved.
Yeah, he's obviously going to be a little bit, perhaps just a little bit ring rusty for the moment, and leg spinners obviously do sometimes go for runs as well. So we'll have to just to see how he gets on. But a couple of emails have come in. One from Paul Bennett, which I'll read out in a minute, Paul, and I think he's saying it slightly tongue in cheek. As in comes Crane. He's in and bowls and hammered away again by Travaskis, and that's a half century for Liam Travaskis, and a really lovely way to go to a half century as well. Too short from Mason Crane, and Liam Travaskis absolutely belted the ball through mid-on. 50 coming in 63 balls in 100 minutes with 7 fours, and it's an excellent innings by Liam Travaskis. And from the depths of 75 for 6, Durham to the relative prosperity of 153 for 7. It's all been about Travaskis, a partnership of 53 with Ben Rain, and he's been very severe on anything that's short. As in comes Crane again and bowls, and Travaskis flicks this through square leg. They've taken 1, they're going to think about 2. I'm not sure there's a second run there, and a good bit of fielding by Tom Alsop prevents the second run. 154 for 7, Travaskis to 51. Phil says, sorry guys, but it's just not the same without a northeast voice. No Martin Emerson this week, Phil. Yeah, Paul, I should say. He's on the mend, we hope. He says lots of early wickets and quite a few poor toss decisions. Still not sure about Stokes as captain. I would have preferred a more experienced captain who deserves a place in the team. My preference was for James Vince, says Paul in Darlington. Paul, thanks ever so much for getting in touch. Hugely appreciated. In comes Crane and bowls. Potts drives to mid-on and there is no run. It's interesting, actually. It's second or third nomination. Well, not that we've been asking for them necessarily, but second or third nomination for James Vince. Yeah, I think, and it was mentioned last week as well. In comes Crane again, bowls. A nicely flighted leg break that he's played to mid-on. There is no run. End of Mason Crane's first over in Sussex colours, an over that cost 9 runs, a couple of boundaries to Liam Travaskis. And Durham 154 for 7. Steve Harris has been in touch, who lives even further north than Darlington. He lives up in Aberdeenshire. Does Steve, and he says, good afternoon, what a difference a morning makes. A really good effort from the reserve bowlers. I started the day fuming about Ollie Robinson, but feeling a bit better now. Yeah, Ollie Robinson not in the England side. And Steve goes on to say, the England cricket team are consistent on 3 things at least.
They enter every series undercooked. They're incapable of managing the fast bowler's fitness, and whilst some injuries or accidents, most are avoidable these days. The Test team loses as a result of A and B and a lack of quality batting. Robertson needs to play to get fitter, and his form sitting around isn't helping him for Sussex or England. In comes Tom Haynes, bowls, and outside of the off-stump, Travaskis with a playing miss taken by Mohammad Rizwan, and there is no run. He says, on Stokes, great cricketer, congratulations to him. Root will get even better, I'm sure, but I do wish they had been a choice. Both of them, Flintoff's experience are still strong in the memory, and they had decent players around them. You probably have to go back to Tony Gregg to find a successful all-rounder as England captain. As in comes Haynes, bowls and cut away to Travaskis to backward point. There's a misfield there by Henry Crocombe, and the ball's going to race away to the boundary for 4 runs. Yes, it does. The ball trickles over the boundary. And Travaskis goes to 55. Durham to 158 for 7. Steve's first visit to Hove is going to be this Saturday. If you can manage coffee, let me know. I will, Steve. Yeah, get in touch, and it'd be lovely to see you and have a catch up. That's Steve Harris, all the way up in Aberdeenshire. And as I always say, his house is called Molyneux for a reason. Runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and he edges through the slip cord, and that's going to run away for 4 runs up the hill. Henry Crocombe in hot pursuit. Will he overhaul the ball? Yes, he does, but not before the batsmen have come back for 3 runs. And Liam Travaskis is on the attack here for Durham. He goes to 58, the total 161 for 7.
Yeah, boundaries starting to come by hook or by crook, really, for Durham in the last couple of overs.
In fact, I was just going to say, talking about Molyneux, because that's where the Albion are going on Saturday.
Ah, of course, yes. Brighton Hove Albion away at Wolves. Full commentary on Saturday with Johnny Cantor and Warren Aspinall. Tim Durran's hosting that one. BBC Sussex, Radio Sussex on Saturday afternoon from 2 o'clock.
61 for 7, Travaskis 58. Thanks for getting in touch, Steve, and thank you for getting in touch as well, Paul, from Darlington. In comes Haynes and bowls, and Potts just tucks inside the line, flicks that down to fine leg. He picks up his 4th run, and Durham to 162 for 7. And this partnership between this pairing now worth, 22-34. And Liam Travaskis has contributed most of those, but Matthew Potts, having had a fairly torrid time against Tom Clark, he's still there. Haynes in, bowls, Travaskis more runs here. He plays it through the offside, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, fielded there by Tom Alsop. Travaskis goes to 59, and Durham 163 for 7. It's funny how you get the ebb and flow of a game, Andrew, because Durham win the toss. They're 60 for 1, thinking, well, that was a good toss to win. They're 75 for 6, probably thinking, what on earth are we doing? And now 163 for 7. They won't be happy about that, but at least they're thinking, well, we've got something to bowl at. We've got something in the bank here. We've got something we can go for, particularly with a bowler like Chris Rushworth in the ranks.
Absolutely, yeah. They've got a very good bowling attack.
In comes Haynes, bowls, Potts covers up, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Rawlins. There is no run. End of the over, 163 for 7. Travaskis on 59. Potts, is on 4.
Very good innings this so far from Liam Travaskis. 59 not out. His highest score in first-class cricket is 77. So he won't be thinking about that. Obviously, he'll be thinking about each ball as it comes, but he may well know when he passes that mark. And Matthew Potts, incidentally, has a highest score in first-class cricket of 81, and he's got an average of just over 18, so he can stick around for a bit. But we mentioned earlier, I'll just cut away as Mason Crane comes in to bowl his second over. It's a full toss, really, which missed out on by Travaskis, as he could only find Delray Rawlins at sort of a wide mid-on. Crane will just blow on his hands and keep them warm as he comes in and bowls, and again it's full, and this time it's driven down the ground. There's a man down there who will collect. They'll keep it to a single. Yes, mentioned, didn't we, that Ben Rain was playing his 100th first-class match. This is Mason Crane's 50th. He's taken 119 wickets and an average of 42 in first-class cricket. I'm going to leave that hanging in the ether for you.
I think we all just went,
Now that man who fielded that one at long onto the left-hander is coming up to middle. It's coming up for the right-hander, who is Potts, and that's one's covered up. Yes, Potts, of course, further down the order and 4 from 30-plus deliveries, whereas Travaskis is well set, so that's why they've got the man back for him. As Crane comes in again and bowls to Potts, this time it's shorter. Potts plays it back down the ground back down the pitch to the bowler. Crane, who collects. Perhaps a little bit of a tighter over this one from Mason Crane, just 1 from it so far. The 4 deliveries, 9 from the previous over. Crane comes in, bowls the... He goes out to that man who's at mid-off, and they've scampered through for a quick single.
Henry Crocombe there, wasn't he? In fact, I think they were probably a little fortunate just to concede a single off that delivery, Andrew.
Yes, it was a very full delivery that was smacked away. Full toss. Now Crane will prepare to come into bowl again, this time to the left-handed Travaskis, who covers up, no run. So 2 off that over. Mason Crane's figures 2 overs, no maidens, 0 for 11 as he's after he's been brought on to bowl. There's 10 extras, 165 for 7, the Durham score. Travaskis 60 not out, Potts unbeaten on 5. We've had 52 overs in the day. Another 44 remain. And another 12 overs before tea, won't it?
Yes, it will. Just looking at the over 8, which is showing as level. Tom Haines is going to bowl the first of those 12 overs. He's coming in to bowl to the right.
He's getting on with it as well, isn't he?
Yeah, Matthew Potts, who covers up and plays down the onside of the track. And there is no run. 165 for 7, as Andrew was saying. Liam Travaskis on 60. Came to the wicket when Durham were in all sorts of trouble. 75 for 5. At one stage, Durham 60 for 1. Haines in again, bowls, and forward comes Potts, who, as you were saying, he's got a high score, I think you said, of 81, Andrew, and he plays very straight. He was a little lucky early on in his innings when Tom Clark beat him 3 deliveries out of 4 outside the off stump. But since then he's settled in, and with Liam Travaskis scoring fairly freely at the other end. Haines again bowls, and Potts with a high left elbow punches the ball straight back down the track. Haines fields it off his own bowling, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. It'd be lovely to hear from you today. Today that Ben Stokes was announced as the England captain, Test match captain. Good luck to him. In comes Haines and bowls, and Potts with a play and a miss to a wide delivery outside the off stump, taken by Mohammad Rizwan, who's standing up to the stumps. Those wondering, Paul was saying about no northeastern voice on the commentary. Our colleague Martin Emerson has had an accident over the weekend. We hope to have Martin back. Well, Martin will hope to be back behind the microphone soon, but we wish him well, of course, as Haines is in bowls. And there was a bit of extra bite there from Tom Haines. Potts was looking to play that one away through Backwell Point, and he was surprised by the bounce, and to such an extent that the 2 batsmen wander down the wicket, have a word with each other and do some gardening. There was certainly a bit of extra bounce there from Tom Haines, who's already back to his mark and comes in to bowl to Matthew Potts. He's in, and Potts covers up again, plays out into the offside. There is no run. End of a tidy maiden over from Tom Haines. 6 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 1 for 16. Durham 165 for 7. Travaskis is on 60. Potts is on 5. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Rayburn.
Yes, thanks, Adrian. Matthew Potts, a player who's had a very good season with the ball for Durham this season so far. He took... he's in his last 2 matches, he's taken 6 in an innings twice. So, not twice, 1 in each match. 6 for 58 against Leicestershire, 6 for 107 against Notts. He also took 4 wickets in the match against Glamorgan. as Crane comes in and bowls, and that one's again 2 full and driven down the ground. Whether it will go for 4, I don't know. As a diving attempt to try and keep it in, which he's managed. Is he? Yes, he's although he's managed to divert it out towards the mid-off region, and they've allowed them to come through for 3, I think.
A good stop though, wasn't it? I mean, that could quite easily have gone for 4. He's very, very fast across the ground, Henry Crocombe.
Crocombe did well there at long on and sort of diverted out to long off, and the fielder managed to keep it down to 3. Crane comes in again and bowls. This time it's much better length from him. But yes, he is struggling to find his lengths at the moment, isn't he, Mason Crane?
Yes, I'm sure. As you say, I'm sure there are always a few nerves when you're turning out in your first game for a new county, particularly when you've got someone like Liam Travaskis who's looking to get after him.
It's Potts facing him at the moment as Crane comes in and bowls, and that's a better length again, and Potts just covers up. Potts with the bat, 23 against Leicester, made 10 and 1 against Nottinghamshire, 2 against Glamorgan, but he does have that half century in his on his CV. Crane now comes in again, bowls to the right-handed Potts. Keeps a little lower on him and flicked away into the leg side by Potts. There's no run.
That was a good stop by Cheteshwar Pujara, diving away at mid-wicket.
So Sussex 3 wickets away from batting themselves. Can they make a breakthrough before tea? That will be what they're looking for, especially with Potts, and then who else is to come? We've got Matt Salisbury
and Chris Rushworth.
Matt Salisbury making his first appearance of the season. Chris Rushworth, obviously experienced campaigner with the ball, batting at number 11 as Crane comes in and bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside, but there's no run. So the end of that over from Mason Crane, just the 3 off it, 3 overs, no maiden, 0 for 14 so far, Mason Crane. Travaskis 63 not out, Potts 5 not out, and Durham 168 for 7.
Elsewhere, Derbyshire 172 for 2 at Derby against Glamorgan. Shan Masood making 60. Leicestershire 134 for 9 at Lords against Middlesex. Worcester bowled out for 159. Dane Patterson 8 for 52 for Nottinghamshire, who are already 18 without loss in reply. First Division, Northamptonshire 147 for 3 at Chelmsford against Essex. Surrey 149 for 3 against Gloucester. At Bristol, Ollie Pope back in the runs again. He's on 71. Hampshire 137 for 6 against Lancashire at the Aegeus Bowl, which doesn't sound great, but at one stage Hampshire were 40 for 5 in their first innings. Somerset 198 for 1 against Warwickshire at Taunton. Renshaw with a ton. As in comes Haynes, bowls, and Travaskis eases that into the leg side, picks up a single fielded by Pujara. 1 more to Liam Travaskis. So Matthew Renshaw, 109 not out for Somerset. And Headingley, Kent, who were in trouble, 30 odd for 3, now 178 for 4. Daniel Bill Drummond, who made 100 last week, is 90 not out. Haynes in over the wicket, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Potts, and there is no run. The balls received column on the scoreboard has been out of action all day. It's sort of flickering away, and normally you can tell exactly how many balls the batsmen have faced. But Matthew Potts will not worry a jot about how, as long as he's still there and supporting Liam Travaskis, this partnership between these two. As Haynes comes in, bowls to Potts. I think that came off the pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. And indeed, that is a leg by, but the total advance is by 1. And the partnership between this pair is now worth 42. 47 deliveries Matthew Potts has faced for his 5 runs. But he's doing his job, Andrew.
Absolutely he is, yeah.
I'm indebted to Andrew for that stat, who was far quicker on the stats than I was. In comes Haynes, bowls to Travaskis, and Travaskis thumps that down the ground, and a very good stop by Pujara. Diving away to his right-hand side. That's an excellent piece of cricket, and really good, I think, when you get your overseas player and a test match cricketer hurling himself around the outfield. That's good for team morale as well. Very good piece of fielding by Pujara, who smiled at Tom Haynes. Probably said, perhaps you owe me a beer or something, because he did thump that down the ground, Travaskis. In comes Haynes again, and Travaskis plays from the crease into the covers, fielded by Alistair Orr. No run.
What's interesting, Adrian, is the over rate on the scoreboard does say level, but we do have, well, how many overs have we had?
8 after this one till
8
tea.
after this one till tea. Well,
sorry, 9 after this one till tea.
And that wouldn't equate to 340, so
No.
I don't see how that can be the case.
In comes Haynes again, bowls, and Travaskis works this down to fine leg and picks up another single, fielded down in the distance by Archie Ledham, who is on the field for Sussex. So we'll work out who's left the field in a minute. 171 for 7, Travaskis 65, Potts on 5. I completely agree with you, actually. And last week down at Worcester, on the first day, we didn't finish until, I don't know, 6:45, something like that. And the scoreboard was sort of showing -1. And you think, well, how can that be the case? Because you should be finished. Okay, I mean, there was an injury to Peterson a bit earlier on today, but in general terms, you should be done and dusted by 6 o'clock. So 6:45 seems crazy.
Yeah, and I wonder if Tom Haynes is a little bit aware of that, because
I'm sure he is.
He seems to be getting through his overs quite quickly.
Yeah.
The ball isn't going round the fielders before it reaches him. He's asking for it back, and he's getting into his run quite quickly. He's also brought on Mason Crane, who's bowling a little bit too full again, and that one's driven by Travaskis up towards long on, and they'll take a single. Moves Travaskis on to 66, Durham on to 172 for 7. Travaskis edging ever closer. The man from Carlisle ever closer to his best first-class score. As Crane comes in and bowls, and that one's left alone by Potts, who is digging in for his partner at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see that the leg breaker with that, it just sort of spun away from leg to off into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan. That's the line that really Mason Crane wants to bowl.
Yeah, he needs to get his length right as well as he comes in and bowls, and this one is scooped by Potts over the head of... And has that gone for 6? It has. It's smacked into the sight screen at the other end of the ground, at the Cromwell Road end, and it's been a clean hit from Potts, which has gone all the way.
Has it gone through the sight screen? Is there a hole in the sight screen?
We're a long way from it, quite obviously. We're at the other end of the ground, but...
Well,
you think that hole's been made by the ball?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
It's quite a large hole.
Well, Tom Haynes has now gone through behind the scoreboard to retrieve the ball. But I think it hit the scoreboard. I think the sight screen, I think it went straight through. Either way, super shot, wasn't it, by Matthew Potts? I mean, and it was effortless, really. He just leant on the ball. I mean, our camera is at that end of the ground, but I may be mistaken. Maybe it just looks like a hole.
Well, certainly it's been rescued from behind the sight screen, so you might be right, Adrian, there. So that moves Potts on to 11. It moves Durham on to 178 for 7.
Super shot, though, wasn't it?
Cracking shot. He picked it up quite quickly as well.
And that's the 50 partnership as well.
They've cracked on a bit as well, haven't they? So that one is pushed forward by Potts for a defensive shot as Crane comes in again. So Mason Crane, 21 runs conceded from 22 deliveries so far in his spell. Crane comes in and bowls again now, and it's almost turned to short leg, but deflects off of Alior. No run.
I'm glad he had the pads on then, Alior, because I think it struck him round about the shins.
Into the ground, into the shins. In comes Crane again, bowls. That's a better length, better line as well. And Potts just turns that away in front of Orr. No run. And the end of a Mason Crane over, which went for 7, including 1 maximum from Potts, the first 6 of the match. He's on 11, Travaskis is on 66, and Durham won 178 for 7, and the partnership is worth 50.
Exactly 50. These two coming together when Ben Rain was out for 23, LBW to Aaron Beard. And the 50's come in quick time as well.
It has, yeah. The wicket fell not long after we had Mr. Wallace Taylor in with us. So
yes,
that was about 45 minutes ago, wasn't it, when that wicket fell? He's been gone half an hour, so must have been about 45 minutes ago.
Well, Henry Crocombe is coming back into the Sussex attack. He's going to be bowling from the C end of the ground. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34 from Henry Crocombe today. He accounted for the wicket of Alex Lees, the first wicket to go down of the day, caught behind by Mohammad Rizwan. But Durham, who went to lunch, 75 for 6 and now 178 for 7. And we were just saying this, you might think you got 6 wickets down and you're through a side, but these days people come back down the order, and certainly Liam Travaskis is leading the way. He's on 66 as he faces Henry Crocombe. Crocombe is in a bowls, and Rain clips this one and made more runs here. He's going to get 1, and I think it just will be 1 because it's well fielded out in front of the members' pavilion by Aaron Beard, who was very quickly round at mid-wicket to field. Travaskis goes to 67.
Yeah, 8 overs, including this one, to go until tea. Sussex will be keen for a breakthrough or 2 before then. If these 2 are still there at tea, well, Durham could look to try and make hay in the final session.
He's just turned 23, Liam Travaskis. His birthday's on the 18th of April. As Matthew Potts waits for Henry Crocombe. There's a change in the field. There are 2 slips, but there's a change to the leg side field. The fine leg has come in a few yards, as indeed the deep square leg. As in comes Crocombe and bowls, and Potts is forward. Plays with a very straight back to mid-on, fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara. And there is no run. Another change in the field. There are 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off. There's now a mid-on and a mid-wicket, both of whom are saving 1. And those 2 men set back on the leg side as Travaskis just went down and had a little word with Matthew Potts, maybe about that change in the field. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Potts. There's a strangled appeal. It sounded to me like there was a bit of bat on that. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. And indeed, a leg bye is signalled. So the total advance is by 180 for 7.
Yeah, well down the leg side, that one is. Just thinking about batsmen speaking to one another, it reminds me of the Ashes Test match that England drew. Was that in Sydney? I can't remember now. Where was the match they drew? Was it Melbourne? I can't remember now. But breakaway hit.
In comes Crocombe bowled, hammered away by Travaskis. Well, he's got a thick edge that sailed away over the wicket-keeper's head. He was looking to play that one down towards fine leg. He got a top edge. It sailed over the head of Mohammad Rizwan and bounced directly behind him down to the boundary for 4 runs. Travaskis to 71, 184 for 7.
Second time that's happened. I think that was it was.
Then the skies were gradually clear and it will turn.
Who was it? I'm sure was it Dixon earlier who had that?
A little bit of fortune. Yes, I think it was. But Travaskis he's making his own luck. He goes on to 71. An update coming to BBC Radio. Sussex in comes Crocombe bowls, and Travaskis plays down the onside.
On Sunday,
and there is no run.
Yeah, just going back to that England draw, when Jimmy Anderson came out to bat with Stuart Broad, Broad was giving him a load of advice about, get your head over the ball, because I think the spinners were having to bowl
Both Sussex and Surrey in County Championship action today. Surrey, who are top of the table, playing Gloucestershire at Bristol. Sussex, who are bottom, play Durham at Hove. Let's go to the county ground now. And Adrian Harms with the latest.
Yes, well, Sussex did have the better of things this morning, Danny, when Durham were reduced to 75 for 6 with 3 wickets for Tom Clark. But all changed since lunch because Durham have recovered. They're now 185 for 7. Liam Travaskis leading the way. He's on 72. Meanwhile, down at Bristol, Surrey also recovering. At one stage, they were 51 for 3. They're now 154 for 3. And Ollie Pope leading the way. He's on 72. Jamie Smith, the wicketkeeper, he's on 52.
That's quite pesky from Durham there. So how does Sussex get rid of those tail enders?
Yeah, well, I mean, they batted really well, and Sussex were all over Durham before lunch. But Travaskis has come out, Danny. He's decided to go on the attack. He's already hit 1-6. He hits the ball very hard. And Sussex now just really searching for a wicket. And they're coming up towards tea, and they could really do with getting one of these 2 out. And we'll probably see Sussex batting later on today.
Adrian, thank you. So more updates come through the afternoon.
185 for 7, 72 Travaskis, 11 to Potts.
Just to finish off the...
yes.
We're going to see Burrows come back onto bowl in a moment. So Stuart Broad's giving Jimmy Anderson all this advice about, because the spinners were bowling. It was Labuschagne and Smith, I think, keep your eyes over the ball and everything else. And Jimmy Anderson just turned around and went, I have played before.
Yeah, just a little bit.
But it just goes to show when the tension is there that the batsmen can't help, even tail enders can't help but advise each other. But so we're going to see George Burrows come on to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 30. And Durham 185 for 7. Travaskis 72 not out. And now Burrows can come into bowl. We haven't seen any action for a couple of minutes, but he comes onto bowl now. It's short, and that again I think has taken the edge, has it? Yes, it has, and it's gone over the wicketkeeper and for 4 more runs. So a short one, which Travaskis got a little bit of bat onto. It was nowhere near the wicketkeeper in terms of height. It was well over him and possibly off to his right as well. And 4 runs. So that's now 12 runs which have gone to the boundary behind the wicketkeeper, and probably another 20, 24 that have gone down to fine leg.
Yeah, and I think Liam Travaskis now on the verge of his personal best first-class score. He
is, yes. He's 76 now, as in comes Burrows again and bowls, and Travaskis this time covers up. Yes, Travaskis' best first-class score, 77, I think.
Yeah, no, that's the information I've got here as well.
77 not out. So he's just a couple of runs away.
Yes, against Northamptonshire last season.
So can he get beyond that personal landmark? And then with power to add as well, he's going to get closer to it. In fact, he is going to get there, I think, with a couple of runs he's pushed out through the offside. They've come through for a couple. So there you go, Liam Travaskis. Congratulations to him. 78 not out, his highest first-class score. He won't be thinking about that just yet. He'll be thinking about going on to a maiden first-class 100, which I will tell you what, on this current display, would thoroughly deserve.
Well, I think he's batted really well. I mean, he's chanced his arm. He's had a couple of lucky edges that have gone over the wicketkeeper, but I think you make your own luck, to be honest. And he went straight on the attack after lunch.
He did. He hadn't scored, and I think he only faced a few balls up until lunch as he covers up there and defends from that Burrows delivery. But if you remember, his first ball that he faced after lunch, he creamed it through the offside for 4 with a cut shot. Didn't waste any time getting off the mark. So he's scored all of his 78 runs in this session.
It's been a very good session. I mean, 91 plus 21. So 92, was that 112
runs in this session. And it's nowhere near finished yet.
For the loss of 1 wicket.
As Burrows comes in and bowls, it's shorter, it's helped round the corner, and it's going to go for 4 more for Travaskis. It beats the fielder at deep backward square leg, and that's another fantastic shot from the all-rounder, who is making hay even though the sun isn't shining. He moves on to 82 as he looks to build on this highest first-class score, and Durham edging closer to 200, which earlier, Adrian, they'd have bitten your hand off for.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I have to say, I think that delivery, to be honest, probably got what it deserved. When it was short down the leg side, and despite there being 2 men back on the leg side, neither of them had any chance at all. But Travaskis is wrestling the initiative back for Durham here. It's a super innings.
Burrows comes in and bowls to Travaskis, who this time covers up and defends solidly, holds the pose for posterity, scratches away at his mark, and probably feels very good at the end of a very healthy over for him. 10 runs from it, which has taken him beyond his highest test score, highest first-class score of 77. So he's on to 82 now, and they were at 128 for 7. So that's taken the partnership on to, what is that, 67 now.
Yeah, 67, yeah. So Tom Haynes, just for something to think about here. Sussex have had a terrific morning, but certainly Ben Rain and Liam Travaskis, and then latterly Travaskis and Potts certainly Matthew Potts very much playing the supporting role, but while you've got Travaskis at the end, who's scoring his runs very quickly, Tom Haynes with a bit to think about. In comes Crocombe running in over the wicket, bowls to Potts, who's forward and plays to mid-on, fielded by Pujara.
Yeah, Potts has now faced 56 deliveries for his 11.
Yeah, and he's done exactly what he needed to do. And Liam Travascus, who hadn't scored, as Andrew was saying when the players went off for lunch, has scored all of his runs in this session. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, pops his forward, a ball of good length, punches out into the offside, and there is no runs. There's another, what have we got? Another 5 overs after this one until tea. The sun is out, albeit not fully out. It's more of sort of a hazy sunshine as Crocombe turns just down in front of us. Matthew Potts wasn't ready, and Crocombe is on his way again. Comes in and bowls to Matthew Potts. Short. Potts pulls that around towards fine leg. They've taken one. It might go all the way for 4. It's a very good stop down on the boundary. There's George Burrows down there. They're going to come back for 3, but well fielded. Chased around, got down quickly, got the throw away. The throw eluded Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps. It was well backed up by a combination of Aaron Beard and Mason Crane, but not before Potts has come back for his 14th run. 198 for 7. And Durham, for whom a batting bonus point looked some way off when they were 75 for 6, and now on the verge of picking up their first batting bonus point. And Liam Travascus, as Andrew was saying, has probably got his eyes on a first-class century. In comes Crocombe, over the wicket bowls and let go outside the off stump by Travascus, taken by Rizwan, and there is no run. Just joining us for the first time today, a very warm welcome to live cricket commentary from BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Andrew Rayburn on commentary today. If you want to contact us via email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and again shouldering arms does Liam Travascus. The ball went through on a couple of bounces to Mohammad Rizwan, kept very low. Rizwan took the ball very confidently, as you would expect for an international wicketkeeper. He's just got Tom Clark in there as company at first slip. Crocombe, who does get through overs quickly, gets back to his mark very quickly, and he's on his way again, coming into bowl to Travascus, and Travascus just eases that to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haines. The end of Henry Crocombe's over, an over in which he conceded 3 runs. Durham 198 for 7, Travascus 82, Potts is on 14, Crocombe 11 overs, 2 maidens. Sorry, wrong. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 43.
What's a maiden between friends?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was getting confused by George.
If you part the expression.
Yeah, by George Burrows, who's actually 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 40. He's going to get another over here, is George Burrows, but just Sussex of. I mean, these two have gone on the attack, haven't they? Know about Travascus, but they're wrestling the initiative back, although, I mean, I'm sure if you'd won the toss, which Durham did, and you're 198 for 7, you're not very happy.
No.
But from where they were, I think they'll be very happy.
Like you said, it's the ebb and flow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Matches, and if you'd just told Sussex, I mean, I don't know what they'll be at tea, but imagine if Sussex were to take another wicket. If you said, oh yeah, after the toss there'll be 210 or something for 8 at tea, you can go, yeah, all right, I'll take that.
Yes.
So Burrows then is going to come in, bowls to the Potts, who defends that out into the covers, and no run. Collected by Cheteshwar Pujara, who has the honour of shining the ball, rubbing it hard on his trousers before distributing it to Tom Haines, who then throws it back to his bowler Burrows. Burrows is going to come trotting in now past the umpire bowls, and again a correct defence from Potts.
Looking around the ground, and I can see the flag, the clock tower scoreboard is absolutely limped to the mast now. There doesn't seem to be quite as much breeze. The sun is out. Just looking around the ground, I think 1 or 2 coats have come off. So it just may be a touch warmer than it was at lunchtime.
It looks brighter.
Well, yeah, it does, and it was freezing at lunchtime. So it was maybe a bit more pleasant. As
Burrows comes in and bowls and driven back down past him, is going to get at least 1. He's going to settle for 1. Potts moves him on to 15, and Durham to 199 for 7. Yeah, it's a little dangerous for us in our ivory tower of inside here to be telling the people who can hear us outside what it is like.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right that there are a few coats on, but some have been put next to chairs. So hopefully it's warming up for anybody who's listening to us on the outside in the ground. But most of you, of course, will be listening via the BBC Sport website. BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Newcastle providing you with commentary on this Sussex versus Durham match in Division 2 of the County Championship. Bit of a basement battle, although it's very early on in the season, as Burrows comes in and bowls to Travaskis, who tries to force that off the back foot but doesn't get a huge amount of bat onto it and mistimes it out to Pujara. He practices the stroke a couple of times, tucks his bat underneath his arm, readjusts his gloves and just resets ahead of the next delivery.
It's been a terrific innings, hasn't it? He's certainly picked the balls to hit, hasn't he? When he's had to defend, he has done so. But when he could go on the attack, that's exactly what Liam Travaskis has done. Just
the one slip in as Burrows comes in and bowls. It's short and it's defended off the back foot by Travaskis, who briefly considered trying to take on a quick single, but went straight to Delray Rawlins at gully and there's or backward point, sorry, and there's no run.
Alex Lees 11, Sean Dixon 34, Keegan Peterson 14, Scott Borthwick 6. David Bellingham 1, Ned Eckersley 1, and Ben Rain 23, the men out.
I'll tell you what, if you, again, I know it's about the ebb and flow and everything, but if you gave Sussex some of those batting scores from the likes of Bellingham and Peterson and Lees, they've taken that as... that one from Burrows is played out into the offside towards the man out at deep extra cover. They've taken a single, Durham, and it takes them on to 200. So an excellent recovery from the visitors. 79 for 6 they were at lunch. They were 75 when the 6th wicket went down. And they've managed to get themselves just before tea to 200 for 7 with Travaskis brilliant on 83. 15 not out. 60 overs gone, so we've got another 4 before the tea interval. And... Adrian Harms will take you through the next 6 deliveries.
Yeah, and actually, Andrew, you made a very good point just before lunch where you said if you were to quote a football analogy, when you're 3 up and just coming up to half-time, you don't really want half-time to come. And that was certainly the state that Sussex were in, weren't they, when they had Durham 75-6. Sussex wouldn't have wanted lunch to come, as in comes Henry Crocombe to bowl to Liam Travaskis wide outside the off-stump. That would have been a one-day wide, but not in 4-day cricket. And similarly now, you'd have thought that Durham would be quite keen to stay out there because Sussex probably looking for a bit of inspiration here.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where if this was football, you'd start to think about it and go, well, what will Ian Salisbury say to them when he gets them in? Yeah. And I just wonder if they think they might have. Yes, Travaskis has played brilliantly, Ben Rain before him, but I just wonder if they might start to think about lines and lengths again.
Crocombe in and bowls, Travaskis forward, a ball of good length, plays it down the track, fielded by Crocombe. There is no run. I think one thing we can say, Andrew, is that there was a bit of talk around the ground at lunchtime. I mean, we said this morning it looked a good pitch. Well, it can look a good pitch, but it can play awfully. But, we know enough about pitches at Hove to know that generally they are good wickets. And I think this is a good wicket. In comes Crocombe. Bowls and short, and Travaskis thought about taking that on and hooking it, but then decided just to let the ball go through to Mohammad Rizwan, and there is no run. And just for the first time, just get the feeling that maybe Liam Travaskis is just thinking, we're not that far away from tea. He's just... I'm not saying he's gone into his shell, because he'll probably crack the next one for 4, but he's just playing with a little more caution.
Well, he's 83 from 95 deliveries, so... going along nicely.
Crocombe in bowls, and defending is Travaskis down the onside of the pitch, fielded by Tom Haynes. And Sussex have gone on the defence. There's just the one slip in place, a third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. And so on the leg side, there's a mid-on, a deep backward square, almost a fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket as Crocombe on his way again in a bowl to Travaskis, who's solidly forward to a ball of good length, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Watch Liam Travaskis playing today, the way he's batted. He looks very good in defence. He moves nicely into the ball, doesn't he? I mean, he gets his foot right to the pitch of the ball. I'm quite surprised his top score is 77, because he looks better than I'm surprised he's... Perhaps he'll be due 100 today. We'll see. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Travaskis plays down to mid-off. There's a cry of wait. There's no run. End of Henry Crocombe's over, which was a maiden over, which perhaps makes the point that we were saying. We wonder whether he's just got half his eye on the clock and the scoreboard and going to tea. But Durham 200 for 7, Travaskis on 83, Matthew Potts is on 15, and this partnership between this pair is now worth 72.
Yeah, very good partnership indeed. What was the partnership for the between Rain and
53.
53
between Rain and Travaskis.
Yes. So this is the second highest partnership of the innings.
This is the highest partnership of the innings. Rain and Travaskis was the highest prior to that on 53, but this is by far the highest now, 72 and counting.
Which, when Sussex took that wicket, that 7th wicket, they would have eyed up. Maybe bowling them out for under 150. As it is, there's a cut shot off this Burrows delivery from Potts, which is going to race away to the boundary. And that's a beautiful shot played by him. That's, I think that's his first, well, it's his first 4. He did hit a 6. So it's only his second boundary of his innings. Takes him on to 19 from 62 deliveries. So strike rate of just over 25. And as you say, Adrian, playing the support act, Matthew Potts, but doing it very well indeed. So there's 2 slips in for Potts at the moment. 1 for Travaskis when he takes a strike. And Burrows comes in and bowls to Potts, and Potts is on the back foot defending out into the offside, where Pujara collects and again rubs the ball firmly on the back of his trousers and then on his shirt, and throws the ball to Tom Haynes, who then takes it back to his bowler George Burrows. 0 for 46 in the 13th Burrows over. A couple of overs after this before we go to the tea interval, as Burrows comes in and bowls now and again. Back defending his Potts. No run. 10 to 4 on this Thursday. A long weekend ahead, Adrian, for many people. It's Bank Holiday Monday.
Yes, it is. Hot on the heels of Easter, isn't it?
Now, here's a discussion point for you, and I think this was the case on Easter Monday as well. No Championship cricket on Monday because the games are starting on Thursday. Are the powers that be missing a trick? We'll discuss that after this delivery. A short one, which Potts tries to cut away, doesn't get hold of it, and it bounces into the ground. And he's a little bit frustrated because it was a chance to get the ball away, but he failed to do so. Yeah, is something like May Day, Bank Holiday Monday, a day when there should be a lot of county cricket being played?
Yeah, I think the answer to that is yes. I mean, it is a shame that people will be off and there's not going to be anything going on. So yeah, I think it is. I mean, I know the scheduling, they like games to start on the Thursday, but no, I think it's a very fair question, Andrew.
As Burrows comes in and bowls to Potts, he's struck high up on the pad, but there's a vague half appeal that there's nothing doing from the umpire. So still allegedly level on the over rate, even though we are at 8 minutes to 4 and still a couple of overs away from tea. I wonder they give them latitude with that between that 20 to 4 and 4 o'clock period, but to me it feels like we're a little over. 4 under, I should say, I suppose. Burrows, last ball of this over, the 62nd of the innings, comes in and bowls and just defense by Potts. And there's no further alarm in that over. So Burrows 0 for 46 from his 13 overs. Travaskis is 83 not out. Potts is 19. Durham on 204 for 7. And we've got a couple of overs until the tea interval. The penultimate over. And Adrian Harms will see you through it.
Well, no question. This has been Durham's session. Liam Travaskis on 83. The sun has disappeared again and the cloud has rolled back in across Hove as in comes Henry Crocombe to bowl to Liam Travaskis, who lets that go outside of the off stump taken by Mohammad Rizwan. And there is no run. A slip, 3 men saving 1 on the offside from cover point round to mid-off. A third man and a sweeper on the cover boundary. a mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. Sounds like a trolley or something being pushed around the back of the pavilion. You could probably hear the sound of that in our effects microphone. Henry Crocombe in his 13th over, figures of 1 for 43 weight as he's in and bowls, and clipped away by Travaskis onto the onside, fielded by Tom Haines, who needs to run to his left at mid-on to field, but Travaskis goes through for a comfortable 84th run of his innings.
From 101 balls as well now, so he's well set, I think it's fair to say.
Yes, and he's played extremely well, Liam Travaskis. I did think that there was a real sea change after lunch with Travaskis and Rain, who were looking to get on the front foot, and it's worked. As Croker is in bowls, on Potts, who's growing in confidence, punches that to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haines. And there is no run. 19, Matthew Potts. He had a fairly torrid time early on in his innings, and he was beaten, I can remember, 3 times in 1 over by Tom Clark. Gull. Crocombe in again, bowls, Potts up on his toes, plays that to mid-off, there is no run. This has got a feeling of getting to tea for these two now. They'll feel that they've done a lot of the hard work here. It's just time for a sit down for 10 minutes, and I can see Delray Rawlings warming up at first. I was wondering we might be going to get a bit of spin before the tea break. Crocombe in again, bowls short and balloons over the head of Potts, who's very happy to let that go. And there is no run.
I think Potts has been very tidy, hasn't he? Like you said, he plays the support role in this innings. 19 from 68. Obviously, he cracked that 6 down the ground off the bowling of Mason Crane earlier. But he's played very well. Got an average of 19, and he's got that 19 runs today as well.
Crocombe in bowls, and Potts plays that nicely down to deep backwards square, picks up a single fielded by Tom Alsop, who comes in from underneath the scoreboard. Matthew Potts has pinched the strike. 206 for 7. Potts on 20, Travaskis on 84. The partnership between this pair is now worth 72 plus 6, 78. And it is indeed going to be Delray Rawlings who's going to bowl the last ball before tea. Last over before tea, even.
An absolute panoply, is that the right word? I don't know, of plethora of pigeons has just landed on the outfield. They're going to take their tea, Adrian, probably an over too early. So it'll be interesting to... they've gathered in the outfield behind the batsman. So... if there's a sweep shot, perhaps, then they might be in a bit of trouble, or a top edge. But they've probably taken up the right spot, those pigeons. But there's a good, a good 30 of them that have landed on the outfield. Let's see what Delray Rawlings can produce in this final over before tea. It's 4 minutes to 4. Rawlings. Left arm round the wicket to the right-hander Potts, who can just comfortably play that out to deep backward point for a single. Moves him on to 21, and Durham to 207 for 7.
Be surprised if Liam Travaskis takes too many risks here against Delray Rawlings just before tea. I think it's quite a clever bowling change by Tom Haines, trying something a bit different.
Rawlings just a little bit short, and Travaskis plays that off his hip. They're going to come back for a second. Good running between the batsmen again.
Very good.
And so a couple of runs to Travaskis, moves him on to 86, 209 for 7.
A little tickle around the corner, wasn't it, really? A very low-risk shot.
Yes, absolutely. As Rawlings comes in again and bowls, and this time Travaskis just plays it back up the pitch. Like you said, Adrian, no extravagance at this stage required. 211 for 7, the Durham total. And they've, since lunch, they've added 122. They're going to take a quick single here off this Rawlings delivery as Travaskis comes through.
They've added more than that.
Haven't they? Yes.
Yeah, they've added 135.
100.
There was 7. Oh, sorry, there was 79 for 6. I'm sorry, so 21.
132. I did carry an extra one.
Yeah.
So 131 since lunch as Rawlings comes in bowls. I think that was weight. Loud cry of weight from Matthew Potts. No run. So this will be the last over before tea. Rawlins to bowl it. Left arm over round the wicket to Potts, who just plays it back to Rawlins, and that will be that then at the end of it's Durham's afternoon. It was Sussex's morning, but it's Durham's afternoon without question. You're at short leg, I presume?
It is, I think. He's just standing on his side. Let's just wait and see.
Crane comes in and bowls, and it's cut away by Matthew Potts. That will disturb the pigeons, but it won't go all the way for 4 because there's a man coming round at the boundary to make it 2. The pigeons are scattered, but they're still hovering round the outfield. They're just
following Henry Crocombe, I think. It looks like something out of The Birds, like the Hitchcock movie. Oh, good Lord.
Must be terrifying. They've now scattered towards the Cromwell Road end of the ground and dispersed into a few groups as Crane comes in and bowls, and this Potts time comes forward this time. He's on 23, Durham 212 for 7.
Talking about Ali Orr, Dad Duncan was in touch early this morning. I don't know if you're still listening, Duncan, but he said, "Good morning, I have a good stumped Rizwan bowled Crane feeling." So I wonder if that could happen now.
In comes Crane, bowls to Potts. It won't be Matthew Potts, I don't suppose, unless he falls over. I can't. Although he has hit a 6, I can't imagine him charging down the wicket and being stumped. But who knows?
You never know. You never know. But Duncan, thank you for getting in touch. It could well be that Ali may get a few overs tonight where he'll have to face the Durham opening attack. That'll be a stern examination with Chris Rushworth, who's one of the finest bowlers around in County Cricket. But I'm sure he'll be all right. Well, Ali.
There will come a point where Sussex won't want necessarily to take the final wicket, won't there? There'll come a point of about 10 overs to go where they think actually.
Well, you often think that, don't you? That's the. Anyway, in comes Tom Clark running in to bowl to Travaskis, and Travaskis placed firmly to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. So just the 2 runs since the tea break.
Liam Travaskis, as you mentioned earlier, Adrian, 23 10 days ago, and from Carlisle
comes Clark, bowls, and Travaskis drives. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. The ball ballooned towards backward point. He was a little fortunate, was Liam Travaskis. He was a little tentative. He picks up a single. He's been very positive through the covers, but on this occasion, I don't know whether the ball stopped him a little, but the ball ballooned towards backward point. It could have gone anywhere, and then it was just out of the reach of, I think that's Tom Alsop there at backward point. Travaskis goes to 88 and Durham to 213 for 7.
This is his 5th half-century, Liam Travaskis, in first-class cricket, but yet to go to 100, but he may well today.
Clark in bowls, and Potts, who's looked increasingly assured, I have to say. He struggled against Tom Clark early on. Tom Clark wants a change in the field as well. I think he wants his fine leg to go a lot finer. Hated Tom, actually, as he made that change in the field. He's wandering back to his mark. He's got a slip backward point, cover mid-off. A deep cover, not really sweeping on the boundary, sort of 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Clark is in bowls, and Potts hammers that one exactly to that fielder. The throw comes in, but Travaskis is safely home fielded there by Aaron Beard, who's patrolling that offside boundary. It's a strange position, really, because I think if you're going to be there, you might as well be on the boundary and save the boundary, to be honest. I mean, he's not saving one there. So I don't see a lot of point of being 2/3 in, unless you're thinking that one is going to be ballooned in the air. He's now, for the left-handed, Travaskis gone right back on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And there's a sweeper on the offside boundary who is on the fence. In comes Clark bowls, and Travaskis digs that out and then surveys the bottom of his bat. And again, there is no run. Travaskis remains on 88. And the partnership between these two is now worth 86.
See the Sussex indoor school over there on the far side as we look. I once took a hat-trick as a kid in the indoor school.
In comes Clark and bowls. Travaskis 4 ball of good length, plays into the offside. Another good, tight, accurate over from Tom Clark, who's now bowled 14 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 19. Durham 214 for 7. Travaskis 88. Potts on 24. Tell us more.
I can't remember now why I was there. I mean, I was playing cricket, but it was indoor. My first wicket was a very loose delivery, which I think the kid smacked to another fielder. The second one was a good one, which bowled the next guy. And then the third one, I was given all the build-up, obviously, by the others, and you know, ooh, and all this lot. And I did go into panic mode, and it was short and horrible, and it got smacked, and again straight to a fielder. So I was given a Mars bar for that, as Mason Crane comes in and bowls just leg side-ish that, and can't cash in. Potts will be disappointed, I think, a little bit. Actually made good contact, but couldn't make good enough contact. No run, 214 for 7. Yeah, so that was I don't know what age I was, but I was a little thing. Little enough anyway, big enough too, but anyway. Cut away by Potts this one for a single, moves on to 25, 215 for 7 Durham. Yeah, I'm 37 now, so goodness knows how long ago it would have been. It would have been 25 years plus.
But you remembered it, that's the thing.
Oh, you never forget a hat-trick, Adrian.
No, absolutely.
Not quite, it wasn't quite Dominic Cork standard, but I once saw the county championship won with a hat-trick. That was Toby Rowland-Jones at Middlesex. As Mason Crane comes in, it's covered up by Travaskis, no run. Yeah, Toby Rowland-Jones a few years ago took a hat-trick to win the county championship for Middlesex after a contrived declaration that really annoyed Somerset. Crane comes in and bowls. It's a sweep shot. Oh, it's a brilliant catch. Travaskis has really, though, thrown his wicket away. He didn't really see Alior backward of square on the 45, and he swept straight to him. And Liam Travaskis, after a brilliant innings of 88, has fallen 12 short of a maiden first-class century. He is having to drag himself off the ground. He's so disappointed. The ball down the leg side from Mason Crane. It's his first wicket for Sussex. He will bowl better balls and not take a wicket, it has to be said. But as we watch this on the replay, well, yeah, it was on leg stump. And the attempted sweep from Travaskis straight to Alior. Good catch. It was travelling. He had to make the catch smartly. So let's give credit to the catch. Sometimes when you see the wicket taken live on commentary, you want to get all the information out, but sometimes the catch can be overlooked. It really was a good one, and it was struck firmly by Travaskis, and we'll see that replay on our screens in front of us shortly, so we can fully describe it to you. But I can just tell you that, Travaskis 88 that he made, 215 for 8 now Durham, and Mason Crane has a wicket, Adrian.
Yes, and both debutants for Sussex have taken wickets today. Both Mason Crane and Aaron Beard have taken wickets. Good catch, though, by Alior, and if Dad Duncan was listening, you'd have enjoyed that. But I think, to be honest, Liam Travaskis might be kicking himself, because I think there was a century there for the taking. And to be caught in that fashion, it's not where you'd really expect to be caught. However, he's gone. Mason Crane has got a wicket. He'll be, pleased to pick up his first wicket in Sussex colours and brings that in. So I reckon that was a partnership, by my calculations, of 87.
Yeah, let's. Yes, it was indeed 87 from 26 overs. As the new man Matt Salisbury covers up against Mason Crane. Liam Travaskis stats: 88 runs from 116 deliveries, 160 minutes at the crease. Crane comes in and bowls to the right-handed Salisbury, who plays that into the covers, but there's going to be no run. A tumbling stop, good tumbling stop by Delray Rawlins. They'd already decided not to run, so it was one for the cameras anyway. So the new man, Matt Salisbury, it's I think his first appearance of the season in the championship. At 29 years old, in fact, shares a birthday with the man who's just departed, Travaskis. He was also his birthday 10 days ago, and I
wonder whether we might see Matthew Potts perhaps going on the attack here. We shall see. He's made 25. I think you said he had a top score of 81, Matthew Potts, which we'll just double check that stat, but I'm sure it's right. Matthew Potts, born in Sunderland. Can't Can't see for looking here. Yes, highest got 81 v Northampton last year, same match as Liam Duraskis. In comes Tom Clark, running in bowls to Potts, and Potts right in behind that, plays it down the offside of the track. Clark fields off his own bowling, and there is earlier on whether we might see the Sussex openers batting tonight. There has to be a good chance of that, I'd have thought. The light isn't brilliant. It's okay for the time being, but you want it much more gloomy before you might even see the lights on here, you know.
Yeah.
In comes Clark, running in bowls, and Potts is forward and gets off the bottom of the bat, straight back down the track. There is no run, and I'd imagine Sussex would not be desperately keen to face, 15, 20 overs
in this light
with the lights on against a bowler of the quality of Chris Rushworth, who's a handful at the best of times. Clark in again, bowls and short, and pulled away by Potts, down to Tom Alsop at deep backward square, one of two players on loan from Hampshire at the minute. Tom Alsop and Mason Crane. But a single to Potts, he goes to 26. Durham 216 for 8. And a bit of a negotiation going on between Tom Haynes and Tom Clark as to how they're going to set the field. I think they're going to put another slip in place. So I think Alistair Orr is going into second slip. There's a backward point, short extra cover, orthodox cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as in comes Clark. Bowls and clips to mid-wicket by the new batsman Matt Salisbury, fielded in there by Alsop, and there is no run. Good to see Tom Alsop playing this week. He got a nasty blow on the finger last week, and there were fears it might have been fractured, but badly swollen, and he indeed batted in both innings after that at Worcester. Clark again in and bowls, and forward comes Salisbury, who looks perfectly confident, punches that one to Pujara, who fields at short extra cover, and there is no run.
This is Matt Salisbury's first class game since July.
Both Sussex and Surrey in county championship action today. Let's get the latest from Adrian Harms at the county ground in Hove.
Yes, thanks, Danny. Well, you said last time we spoke that would Sussex get a wicket, and they certainly needed one, and it's come just after 10. It's the wicket of the man who's made all the runs today, Liam Duraskis, who was caught by Alistair Orr off the bowling of Mason Crane. Mason Crane, the leg spinner, making his debut, his first wicket in Sussex colours. A very fine innings of Duraskis of 88. Durham now 216 for 8. They won the toss this morning. At one stage was 75 for 6, so a good recovery by Durham. Matthew Potts also going along well. He's on 26. As for Surrey, they've recovered as well. At one stage, 37 for 3 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Now 188 for 3. Ollie Pope is on 84. Jamie Smith is on 70.
Let's have the rest of those Durham wickets by the time we speak to you in an hour's time, Adrian.
Let's hope so, Danny, and see Sussex batting tonight.
OK, back with you later on. Meanwhile, ball by ball commentary continues.
Mason Crane is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end.
Crane comes in and bowls. It's a full one, which is played out towards mid-off by Potts. 26 for him so far in this innings. So, this is, as I say, Matt Salisbury's first match in a little while. And there's a sweep from... And he's caught, yes. So I didn't see where the ball went. It was a sweep which was by Potts, which was a leading edge, top edge, and it went down to deep backward square leg, and the catch was taken. Nobody was quite sure where the ball was at one point. There was loud shout to catch it, and then it hung in the air.
Yeah, I think it was Aaron Beard who caught it. I'll wait for confirmation of that.
Potts departs. Durham 216 for 9. And Mason Crane has his second wicket.
Yes, it was indeed caught by Aaron Beard. Or by Mason Crane. So
Matty Potts, 26 of 89 deliveries. 101 minutes he batted, so he dug in quite well. 1-4 and 1-6 off of Crane. So Crane has his revenge on Matty Potts.
He does.
But well played, Matt Potts. He did really well for his innings of 26. And that leaves Durham now on 216 for 9. So the last man, of course, is Chris Rushworth. Rushworth, the veteran, turning 36 later this summer. And he'll come out average of just under 12 in first-class cricket. He's closing in on 150 first-class matches. Does have one half-century to his name. 57 is his top score. Made 5-0 and then 2-0 in not out, both of those against Nottinghamshire this season. And he's shaping up against Mason Crane. 2 for 24, his figures in a little over 6 overs. Crane comes into bowl to Rushworth, and Rushworth pushes that out towards the man at long off, and he's taken a single from his first delivery. .217 for 9, Durham. Sussex close it out and get batting sooner rather than later. There's big appeal for Mason Crane, and it's turned down from the umpire.
I wondered if that was the googly and whether that, you know, he didn't seem to be that far forward. I thought, you know, you've seen those given, Andrew.
Batsman is facing away from us, so difficult to tell from where we are, but certainly looks close. Crane comes in and bowls, and this time Salisbury covers up. He's yet to score. Matt Salisbury. He made his first-class debut 10 years ago. 29 just turned as Crane comes into bowl. The floodlights just coming on now. Adrian predicted that, and now Salisbury has his first run as he manages to cut that away into the offside. He'll keep the strike because it's the end of the over, the end of the 70th over indeed. So 26 overs left in theory today, but first of all we'll lose a couple of those, I assume, when Durham are bowled out, we would think, but we may end up losing a little more if the light doesn't hold, because the floodlights are on here at Hove. So at the end of that over, 218 for 9. Salisbury and Rushworth on a single apiece.
Yeah, and I don't think Sussex will be too pleased to see the lights coming on. And we did rather say this, that if, you know, the lights come on because the light isn't great, Chris Rushworth is a handful at the best of times. And you'd think that it's almost certain Sussex are going to be batting at some stage tonight. Here comes Tom Clark coming running into bowl to Salisbury, whose forward places to backward point. And there is no run. I mean, having won the toss, Durham will not be happy, or wouldn't have been happy to have been 218 for 9, but 20 to 5 on the first day. However, as we were saying, from 75 for 6, you know, it could have been an awful lot worse for the visitors. And they're going to get a chance probably to bowl at Sussex tonight, so that'll be interesting to see how that goes. Here's Clark running in bowls, and Salisbury plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Alsop, who overruns the ball, but it doesn't matter, he leaves it to Tom Haynes. And there's no run. 218 for 9, as Andrew says. 2 slips, backward point, short extra cover. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Clark is in, bowls, and Salisbury in, plays into the onside. And there is no run.
Mason Crane will be very happy with those couple of wickets, because he did play for Hampshire against Kent last week, went wicketless, 108 runs he conceded in 2 innings. That'll be some going. So to get a couple of wickets on this occasion, doesn't matter what how they occur. Oh, that one just squeezes away off an inside edge. Squeezes away off an inside edge. There's a single, so 219 for 9. Salisbury on 2, Rushworth on 1. Rushworth facing up now to Tom Clark, who's bowled well, 3 for 21. Nothing doing for him in the overs he's bowled since lunch. He's looking to try and make an impact after tea as he comes in and bowls, and it's defended nicely by Rushworth. Plenty of Sussex bowlers not in action in this one through injury. About 5 or 6 players that could bowl that aren't available to Sussex. So this score having been put in, oh, that's a short one, that's hit him. I don't know what way it's just, they're going to come around and so it caught him in the helmet. He's taken his helmet off Rushworth. He's down on his haunches at the moment. He's laid down on his back.
And that's not good. In fact, and he's gone down on his back and he's now lying flat on his back.
He is about to get up.
Well, he's getting up now.
But they'll have to come and check on him concussion-wise.
Did they hit him on the back of the neck, do you think? Was it flush on the helmet?
Well, have a look on.
Well, we were just saying that Chris Rushworth may play. I mean, he went down. It looked really horribly. I mean, the thing, you know, there's so much care now with concussion, and rightly so. But that would be a huge blow for. First thing, I have to hope Chris Rushworth is okay. That's the most important thing. We went to hook, and he completely missed it, and it just thumped into
the side of the helmet.
Side of his helmet. Yeah.
Everybody was went straight to him. All the Sussex close infielders went straight to check on him. He was on his back for a little time, short time, and then got up. But he still looked a little bit uncertain of himself. And he's going to talk to the physio now, and the umpires are with him. And we'll just have to monitor this. But let's have a look. Yeah, he was just trying to hook and he was late on it. I was just a little bit concerned for him, which is why I didn't quite get the description of the deliveries or the shot he tried to play. I just saw that it hit his helmet. He is now being looked at by the physio, who will make a decision about his future involvement. They do have to be careful, as you say.
He's a big, strong fellow, is Chris Rushworth, but they won't take any chances. And if he does have to leave the field, I mean, you can have concussion replacements.
Durham had one last week in their last match.
But
do we have a list of potential concussion replacements for either side? I'm not sure we do we?
Well, in the Sussex side, I would imagine it would come within the squad, but they're taking a long time here over Chris Rushworth. And if there's any doubt at all, he'll go off. I mean, the physio does look a bit concerned, doesn't he? Just the way that he's.
Yeah, we've got a close up on the stream, on the YouTube stream, which is a few seconds behind the live action we're seeing in front of us. We can see that the physio is checking. It's checking his kind of. He's checking to see if he can grip. I'm not sure what that means. About holding the bat, obviously, but whether he. We'll keep with you. So just to remind you, it's 219 for 9. Chris Rushworth is just being checked over by the Durham physio after being struck on what we think is the side of the helmet by a delivery from Tom Clark, which he tried to hook. It was a short one. He tried to hook it away, and now the Sussex. Looks like the Sussex fielders are getting back into position.
He's going to carry on.
He's going to carry it. Well, we think so anyway. That's certainly. Yep, the umpires are getting everything into position. Rushworth is fine. It's the end of the over anyway, so he's.
Well, that's good, isn't it? No one likes to see. And let's just hope there's no. Long-term effects there for Chris Rushworth. That was, and Tom Clark actually, I thought was very, very concerned, and he went up and he just checked Chris Rushworth as okay. So no ill feeling.
Mason Crane then will continue to bowl. It's a really good attempt at a catch, but as Salisbury tried to drive, and the man at mid-on went hurtling through there. That's Delray Rawlins, and tried to hit firmly. Got a hand to the ball, really. I think it wasn't a drop. I don't know if Crane will come in and bowl again, and it's short this time and defensively prodded away by Salisbury. Yeah, it was hit so firmly, that one, Adrian. I'm not sure we can call that a put down, really. So Crane comes in and bowls, this time defensive prod from Salisbury, who's on 2. Rushworth at the other end on 1. 219 for 9. So a big recovery of sorts from Durham, from what they were, 75 for 6 at one stage. Crane comes in, this one's shorter, on the back foot. Salisbury punches that away, he'll get a single, which will bring Rushworth on to strike for the last couple of balls of this over, perhaps. And it'll be his first delivery since he was checked over after being struck on the side of the helmet by Tom Clark. It's going to come from the leg spin of Mason Crane. Let's hope he's okay to play. Well, he plays around that one a little bit from Crane. No run. 220 for 9 Durham. Salisbury on 3, Rushworth on 1. Numbers 10 and the 11 out there for Durham as Crane comes in and bowls, and Rushworth almost sort of spoons it up in the air a little bit through mid-off. It's out to long off, and they've taken a single. It was wide of Rawlins. And so Rushworth will retain strike. 221 for 9. 10 to 5 on a Thursday afternoon. So if you've just finished work, maybe you're tuning in for the closing stages of this first day of this Division 2 County Championship match. Hello to you, wherever you are listening to us. And we're going to have Tom Clark continue from the CN, 3 for 21 off 16 overs. Put in some good work.
He is, and he's coming in now to bowl to the right-handed Chris Rushworth, who was struck on the helmet in the previous over. A really nasty blow, attempting to hook. But he's okay, he's getting into line. 2 slips, backward point, short extra, cover, mid-off, mid-onward wicket, and a fine leg. 221 for 9. Just sorting out some post-match reaction for people in the northeast as in comes Clark and bowls, and Rushworth clips that to mid-wicket, fielded by Sop. And there is no run.
Do you think if that had been a test match that when Clark came on to bowl to Rushworth, the next one would have been his first delivery? There would have been short and banged in.
I mean, he's a big fella, isn't he, Chris Rushworth? I'm sure he's desperate to stay on as well, not least because he could be bowling soon. But the main thing is he's okay. In comes Clark and bowls, and Rushworth plays to short extra. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. I'm sure Tom Clark, is perhaps thinking, I just want to get him out, really. And I mean, it was a genuinely short ball, and Chris Rushworth took it on, didn't he? I mean, there was no blame attached to Tom Clark at all. I think more of a concern for Sussex will be the fact these lights are on. Because there are still, we'll lose 2 overs for the break in innings. In Clum's Clark and bowls, played into the offside by Rushworth confidently enough, and again there is no run.
We've now gained even more pigeons at this end of the ground. Yes, Adrian, there's about 70 of them now in front of us,
and an all-white one as well.
An albino.
Yeah, stands out like a sore thumb amongst all the other grey-coloured pigeons.
He doesn't stand out compared to the cricketers though, because they're all white. No, he doesn't. Yeah, Clark runs away from us. In and bowls, and Rushworth is going to get a run. No, he's not. He's played into the covers, fielded there by Aaron Beard. And there is no. I rattled through the other scores. I think there's someone tampering with our effects microphone on the roof. It does be another seagull.
It does sound rather like it, and we'll just see how that pans out. I'll give you those other scores. Moment's time. Clark in bowls, driven by Rushworth, really good stop. That's excellent fielding by Pujara in there at short extra cover. That was a fine stop, almost certainly prevented a boundary. End of a maiden over from Tom Clark, 221 for 9. Salisbury on 3, Rushworth on 2. Clark 17 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 21. So elsewhere, Derbyshire going along very nicely. A century for Brooke Guest in the game against Glamorgan, 249 for 2. At Derby at Lords, Leicestershire bundled out for just 149. Middlesex in reply 37 without loss. Now the physios come back on to see Chris Rushworth, which I don't think is good news. They've brought a drink out for him. I wonder whether Chris Rushworth may well be getting advice to leave the field here. Yeah, when the physios come back out, and I think he is.
Well, let's not.
No, he's staying on.
I was going to say, let's not get speculate too much. I just wonder whether he was going to be given some painkillers or something.
Possibly, but the physios did come back out again. Anyway, they've gone off now. Middlesex 37 without loss in reply to Leicestershire's 149. Notts 120 for 2 in reply to Worcestershire's 159 all out. C. Pamib scoring 53. Ben Duckett's 32 not out. Off for bad light at Headingley. Kent 200 for 4 against Yorkshire. Somerset 262 for 2 against Warwickshire at Taunton. Hampshire have recovered well. At one stage 40 for 5, now 228 for 8 at the Aegeus Bowl against Lancashire, as in comes Aaron Beard down the hill bowls and driven by Salisbury. Gets a single out through the covers, fielded by Alistair Orr. Total advances by 1. 222 for 9. Nick Gubbins.
He's a good player, Nick Gubbins.
84. Yeah, 84 not out. And James Fuller down the order, making 55.
That's 2 former Middlesex players doing the business for Hampshire.
Indeed, yeah. I think Nick Gubbins is a good player, and perhaps a little unfortunate not to have been recognised internationally. Surrey 197 for 4 at Bristol, and Northampton 201 for 5 at Chelmsford. Beard over the wicket bowls, right in behind that is Chris Rushworth, and credit to him having had that clonk on the head. Well, he looks okay, doesn't he? He's walking around, from here he's walking around. I'm sure the medical team from Durham will be keeping a very close eye on Chris Rushworth over the next, well, probably the rest of the match, if the truth be known, because you'd never, there's a lot of talk about delayed concussion.
Absolutely.
You just cannot be too careful as Beard with a smooth approach to the wicket is in and bowls, and Rushworth with a play and a miss outside the off stump, and there is no run. I think I might have pinched your over, Andrew, for which I do apologise.
Okay.
Let's just see if we've got any further emails have come into us here. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Thank you to everyone who's been in touch throughout the day. Beard. Mark. And he's in, bowls, Rushworth drives through the covers pleasantly, runs here for Chris Rushworth. In fact, a couple of runs fielded by, no, there was only one in the end, a good bit of fielding by Tom Alsop, a sliding stop, and I thought Rushworth was turning to come back for the second, but the fact that Alsop got to the ball so quickly and got the throw in prevented that, and Rushworth goes to 3.
Yeah, I think a couple of set batsmen at the top of the order might have tried to turn that into 2, I think, by running the first one quite quickly, but they were obviously a little bit more cautious. Beard in again, bowls, and Salisbury balloons it in the air, and it's a quarter bowl for Aaron Beard. It came off a thick outside edge, it ballooned in the air, and Matt Salisbury is out for 4, and Durham are dismissed for 233. 23. And I think Aaron Beard hurt his ankle when he took that catch. Well, he certainly went to ground.
He did. He's limping off. And that's all Sussex need, is for the on-loan bowler to be injured. He looks in a bit of discomfort, does Aaron Beard. He caught the ball and appeared to sort of twist his ankle. Yeah, I think he might have just, hopefully he hasn't sprained it, hopefully he has just turned it over. But yes, so that's the end of that Sussex Durham innings. 223 all out. Can I just read a couple of emails? In fact, we can cover these off a little later on, but Paul Bennett's been in touch. He said, for the benefit us biased northeasterners, tell us, if you please, the southern view on why Chris Rushworth has never called up for England. Well, we'll cover that up a bit later on. Paul, we will do that. And Ollie Haynes, who is Tom's brother's been in touch. He says, thank you for the commentary. Looking forward to watching the close of play from here at school at Hurst. Well, Ollie, your brother's going to be batting in about 10 minutes' time, so under the lights. So it's not going to be easy for Tom, but I'm sure he'll be delighted that you are supporting him as ever, Ollie. So thank you for getting in touch as the players make their way off. So I'm going to leave Andrew to run through the scorecards, and then once he's done that, we'll be back with you in good time for the start of the Sussex innings in about 10 minutes' time.
Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, so that Durham scorecard in full. Alex Lees caught Mohammad Rizwan, bowled Henry Crocombe for 11. Sean Dixon, LBW, to Tom Clark for 34. Keegan Peterson caught Mason Crane, bowled Tom Clark for 14. Scott Borthwick caught Ali Orr, bowled Tom Haynes for 6. David Beddingham caught Mohammad Rizwan, bowled Aaron Beard for 1. Ned Eckersley, LBW, bowled Tom Clark for 1. Liam Travaskis, brilliant innings from him, caught Ali Orr, bowled Mason Crane for 88. Ben Rain, LBW, bowled Beard for 23. Matt Potts caught Beard, bowled Crane for 26. And Matt Salisbury caught and bowled Beard for 4. Chris Rushworth finished unbeaten on 3. There were 12 extras, 223 all out. The Sussex bowling figures: Aaron Beard, 3 for 51 from 14.5 overs on his debut on loan from Essex. Henry Crocombe, 1 for 45 from 13. George Burrows, 0 for 46 from 13. Tom Clark, 3 for 21 from 17, the pick of the Sussex bowlers. Tom Haynes, 1 for 18 off of 7. Mason Crane on his debut, 2 for 28 from 8. And Delray Rawlins, none for 4 from his 1 over before tea. So, Sussex, Durham bowled out for 223. Delivery shy of 74 overs, and top scorer was Liam Travaskis, 116 balls for his 88, batted for 162 minutes and with 11 fours. So we'll be back shortly for the Sussex reply.
Yeah, Hove's got really bad.
If you're just joining us, there is a break in play in the cricket with between innings with Durham bowled out for 223. The Sussex reply will start in a few minutes' time.
Still the best. That wasn't bad. Well, I didn't get the break. Really well. Really.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the final 20 overs of the day. The Sussex openers, Tom Haines and Ali Orr, are coming out to bat after Durham were bowled out for 223, winning the toss here this morning and deciding to bat at one stage 75 for 6. Now 233 all out. Liam Travaskis making 88. He batted beautifully for rather giving his wicket away within 12 of a maiden first-class century. Now, the bad news for Sussex, and perhaps the good news for Durham, is that the floodlights are on, and it is really quite gloomy here. I hope it's perfectly playable with the lights on. But Chris Rushworth is a handful at the best of times. And I think Chris Rushworth bowling down the hill from the Cromwell Road end with the benefit of the slope may be quite a handful here. So I think Sussex will be very, very pleased if they can negotiate these 20 overs. By the same token, I'm sure Durham are thinking, well, lights on, we might fancy getting a couple of wickets here. So we shall see. Chris Rushworth is going to bowl with 3 slips in a gully, a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. What we have to say is that Chris Rushworth was hit the helmet, attempting to hook Tom Clark just before the close of the innings. No blame attached at all to the bowler. It was a short delivery, but Rushworth took the hook on, got hit in the helmet. He looked like he was lying on his back for a while, but the physios came on. He's okay, and he's going to bowl the first ball of this Sussex innings, running around the wicket, comes into bowl to Alistair Orr and lets that one go outside of the off stump. And certainly no ill effects, as it looked like from Chris Rushworth there, who bowled that delivery. He wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground. So we are going to get some overtime here tonight. 20 overs to be bowled. It's already 10 past 5, so you'd have thought if the light holds, we could be looking at, who knows, maybe a 6:30 finish here at the county ground. In comes Rushworth around the wicket, bowls, and Orr gets the Sussex reply underway. Stepped inside the line and plays that to Matt Salisbury, fielding just below us at fine leg. So Sussex on their way. Paul was in touch from Darlington and was talking about Chris Rushworth and saying, what's the Southern view as to why he's never played for England? Well, I mean, my personal view, and I only see Chris bowling, you know, when Sussex played Durham, which has been quite a lot over the past few seasons. He's always been brilliant for every time I've watched him bowl, you know, line length, everything you want from an opening bowler. So in answer to your question, I don't understand why he's never had a chance. And the pure volume of wickets suggests he should have done. Rushworth in bowls and Haynes up on his toes and steers that to backward point.
Well, it's a similar argument, isn't it, with James Hildreth? There's another player who you know has been a great county cricketer and has never seen anything of England when some people suggested that he might do.
Yeah, yes, I agree. It is very gloomy here, Andrew. There's some brighter skies away to the west, but there's quite a lot of heavy clouds to the north of the ground, and the lights are really shining brightly as in comes Rushworth and bowls, and Haynes looking to steer that one away through backward point. Mistimes it, there is no run, and you can see the floodlights reflecting in the windows of the apartments around the ground here, and away to the right, the Players Club. You can see the lights, the fluorescent lights are shining there as well. So it is quite gloomy.
And so as you said, Adrian, we're either going to get overtime or we're going to get an early finish.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. And it may be the latter. Rushworth racing in bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is on his way as well. Flicks that off the hip down to fine leg. Salisbury's quickly in from the boundary, but good running by Tom Haynes, who's very quickly back for the second. There could be some overthrows, and that's a very, very good piece of backing up. It was a rotten throw that came from Salisbury.
He's looking fairly sheepish.
Yes, he is. I mean, it was miles away from the wicket-keeper, Eckersley, who was racing up to the stumps. But some good backing up. I'm not sure who that is out there who was backing up, but it was a good piece of fielding, because almost certainly there would have been some overthrows. Salisbury's laughing, but I think Chris Rushworth would have been too happy if that had gone for overthrows. Rushworth in again, bowls, and Haynes is flashing hard, only as far as backward point. There is no run. End of Rushworth's over, an over that conceded 3 runs. Sussex 3 without loss, Orr on 1, Haynes on 2. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms and Andrew Rayburn. Our contact details, if you'd like to send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport.
Yep, so it's going to be an interesting last hour or so of this match. Matty Potts is going to come on to bowl at the other end, from the C end, and he's as I said, he's had a very good season with the ball thus far. 6 for 107 against Notts, took 6 for 58 in one innings against Leicester, both of those at Chester Street. Did take 4 wickets at Sophia Gardens against Glamorgan in a match. And he's coming in now, right arm round the wicket to Ali Orr, who lets that go through to Eckersley. Sometimes a player could be boosted by a bowler, could be boosted by their batting performance in the first innings. He batted very well for, was it 26, I think, Matt Potts, yep, before he was caught by Beard off Crane. Was that, yeah, it was second to last wicket to fall.
Yes, it was.
And then this one from Potts down towards behind backward a square on the leg side. And they've taken a single there for Orr, so Haynes and Orr both on 2. Sussex on 4 without loss. 8 balls bowled in this reply thus far.
Yeah.
Sussex searching for a first county championship win since last April.
Yes, that was a very good win down in Cardiff where Ollie Robinson almost single-handedly got Sussex over the line, taking 13 wickets in the match.
There was a big first innings score there, wasn't there, as well, I think? Was that one? Oh, now down the leg side from Potts, and Haynes tried to flick that away off his hips, didn't make contact with it, and it went through to the wicket-keeper, Eckersley, who made a good stop.
Yes, I mean, I don't mean to take anything away from those others who did perform in that match, because others did perform. Tom Haynes made 87, Steven Van Zyl 113, George Garton made 97, Ollie Robinson himself made 67, but you've got to bowl sides out to win matches.
That's true, as Potts comes in and bowls, and again it's on the leg side and it's tucked away off the hip by Haynes, this time for a single, and he moves on to 3, Sussex 5 without loss.
But Ollie Robinson, 9 for 78 in the second innings, 4 for 50, and it was a really flat deck. It was the best I've seen Ollie bowl. It was magnificent. 13 for 128 in the match.
That might well have been what triggered his England.
I think it absolutely was.
So, just after 5:15 local time, it's going to be a bit of discussion here with Matty Potts about what to bowl. It's Ben Rain is having a word with him. Quite a long conversation.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at the field. 3 slips. Point. Oh, there's someone coming out onto the field now.
Yes, I sort of slightly worry every time a physio comes out.
Helmet coming out.
There's a helmet, yeah.
Helmet coming out now, so there's going to be a short leg fielder coming in. Let's see if that's reflected elsewhere in the field. There's nobody. Oh, there's a man back on the boundary on the 45. But that's the only man out on the hook, really. Potts has now aborted his run up, so it's all not happening is perhaps the best phrase at the moment.
I would agree with you.
Finally, we've got some cricket after a couple of minutes delay there, as in comes Potts now and bowls. It's shorter, but it's not. It's well dealt with by Orr. Short of a length, but not banged in short, I would say. Good chirp from the Durham slip cordon and close infielders. If you imagine a one-day circle, everybody inside the ring apart from one out on the hook as Potts comes in. That one's a bit straighter and defended by Orr. Great bowling is the call from the middle. And at the end of that over, the second over of the Sussex reply, it is 5 without loss. Ali Orr on 2, Tom Haynes on 3.
Just to repeat, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms and Andrew Rayburn singing you through the final 18 overs of the day. A day that's really swung to and fro. When Durham was 60 for 1, it really looked as if they were set for a big score, but how games can change. In comes Rushworth, running in, bowls to Haynes, who drives through the covers. That's going to run away for 4 runs, I think. It's being chased over on the far side by Ben Rain, who pulls the ball up inside the ropes, and it's just a couple. Didn't time that quite as well as I thought, did Tom Haynes. Nonetheless, he goes to 5. Brother Ollie will be avidly listening in.
You get all the relatives contacting you, don't you?
For Big Brother. Yeah, well, it was great. It was great when Tom got his double 100 at Derby a couple of weeks ago, and the Haynes family were listening en masse on Easter Sunday it was as well, so it was a wonderful Easter day for the Haynes family. In comes Rushworth, in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who's leaning back and crunches this away through the offside. More runs here for Tom Haynes. It's going to be a couple of runs. Have to be careful here. The throw comes in, but Tom Haynes is quickly backed for the second run. It was Sean Dixon who was chasing the ball out towards the cover boundary. Haynes on to 7, Sussex 9 without loss.
Yeah, that cover region is for the left-handers as we look. That will be where the slope sort of takes effect, isn't it? So maybe even when they time it well, the ball will just need to do a little bit more to get up to the boundary in front of the stand there.
Rushworth racing in down the hill, bowls. Haynes watches that one sail past outside the off stump, taken by Eckersley. And there is no run. We have to emphasise that the floodlights are on and the light is, well, it's okay
adequate
with the light. Yeah, I mean, the concern often at Hove is you do get these sort of sea frets and low cloud drifting in, and certainly to the north of the ground, the cloud does look quite heavy. It just feels like one of those days. I've been here a lot when suddenly, a sea mist or something rolls in. It just sort of got that feel to it today. Rushworth in and bowls. Haynes covers up and plays again into the covers and pick up a single, does Tom Haynes. Comfortable single as well. He goes to 8. And Sussex into double figures, 10 without loss. I can now see the flag on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right hand side. The Sussex flag is just fluttering a bit in the breeze, but for much of the day it's been cloudy and overcast. A few glimpses of sunshine, but in the main it's been dull, and it was cold. Andrew and I at lunchtime went out and didn't realise just quite how cold it was for spectators here today. 3 slips go down. Rushworth coming into the left-handed Alistair Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr lets that one go and nods in the direction of Chris Rushworth and then wanders away towards square leg.
He's got that Steve Smith flourish to the leave, hasn't he?
He's also a great bat twiddler, is Ali Orr. you watch him in a minute. He'll certainly have a
Who used to do that a lot?
There he goes. There we go. Twiddle, twiddle.
Yeah.
Twiddle, twiddle. Yeah, he's a great bat twiddler, is Alistair.
Jonathan Trott, did he used to?
Quite possibly.
He used to move a lot, though.
Alex Stewart did a lot.
Yeah.
In comes Rushworth. Bowls to Orr, and again Orr lets that one go outside the off stump.
Jonathan Trott's thing was scratching a lot at the wicket, wasn't he? He would be at his mark all the time.
There is no run. End of Chris Rushworth's second over. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 8 for Chris Rushworth, who looks to be fully restored to health after taking a nasty blow on the helmet. And Sussex, in reply to the Durham total of 223, are 10 without loss, Orr on 2, Haynes on 8.
Do you think? I mean, Durham haven't quite been on it, have they? With the opening bowlers haven't quite found a consistent nagging line and length that you need with the new ball at the moment. But of course, they will hit their straps. It's just whether they're given enough time in the day with the light, or to do so. But
yeah, the light is certainly not the best.
Potts then to bowl from the sea end, running away from us now. Bowls again. It's on the leg side, clipped off the hips by Tom Haynes, and that will be a boundary for the Sussex skipper. He'll move on to 12, and that really was meat and drink for Haynes. Sussex on to 14 without loss in reply to Durham's 223.
Really strong in that area is Tom Haynes. That little clip off the hip through square leg, and it's sort of effortlessly sort of helped on its way, dismissively played by Tom Haynes, who's just surveying where that fielder is, just to make sure. There's a short leg in there.
Potts comes in again and bowls now to Haynes, who's cut that backward of square on the offside now, and he's going to get a success back-to-back boundaries, this time through the third man backward point region, and that will be a real fillip for him and for his team. Haynes moving quickly on to 16, Sussex 18 without loss now.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? And another area where Tom Haines is particularly strong, that area between sort of through backward point or through the point region. He loves to, if there's anything wide, Tom likes to hammer the ball away through there.
Well, I mentioned Nick Gubbins earlier, and I used to report on Middlesex West London Sport, and Nick Gubbins, when he was there, was a very fine cutter and puller through either side of the wicket, and this time Haines covers up and is strong in defence.
Well, he made 101 not out, Nick Gubbins, today. Hampshire bowled out for 246, which they'd have settled for when they were 40 for 5. So the top order just disintegrated. Weatherly 1, Holland 4, Vince 2, Dawson 8. Ben Brown a duck today, but the lower order really wagged. 40 for 5 to 246. All out, Nick Gubbins making 101. That's a clash between second and third in the county championship.
Potts comes in now, runs past the umpire and bowls, and it's a bit of a shorter one. That balloons out into the offside. Could have been given Haines a bit of trouble there, but safely negotiated in the end. And yeah, so all of those emails and stuff about James Vince and how he could be England captain or should be England captain, and he's made 2 today.
That was a little too close, I think, to Tom Haines. A little bit too close to his body to play that cut shot.
That is the problem. Batsmen who do like to play the cut like to play it too often sometimes as he comes into bowl, and this time he gives himself room to cut it away. That was a little bit close to him, but he managed to get away with it because he played an absolutely beautiful shot through backward point. He did have to make a little bit of a room for himself, not quite one day style, but he did. It jagged back slightly in towards him, but he played it down into the ground brilliantly. And so that's 3 boundaries in the over off Potts for Haines. He's on to 20, Sussex 22 without loss.
Well, that was beautifully played, and I was saying it's a favourite area of Tom Haines through that backward point position, and there was just a little bit more width, a little bit wide of the off stump, and Tom just cracked the ball away for 4 runs.
Red and cream Brighton Hove bus trundles past between the flats, as this time it's a bit of an inside edge past the stumps for Haines, as Adrian's some indistinct noises comes from my colleague on my left, but we are fair and balanced, I promise you.
We are.
As Sussex 22 that loss at the end of that over, so Potts almost gaining his revenge right at the end there with an inside edge which just beat the leg stump, and so 12 runs from the over. Haines capitalising with a nice little flick off the hips and then 2 cuts through backward point, giving him 3 boundaries, 22 without loss.
Yes, the little ooh was because he very nearly played on there. Tom Haines, who leans on his bat at the far end of the ground. So Sussex off to a good start, but you can never take your eyes off the action for a second when Chris Rushworth is bowling for Durham, and he's running this beautiful action down the hill, bowls to Orr, who flicks this off the hip down through square leg. They've taken 1, and they'll come back for a second because Matt Salisbury has got a long way to run from fine leg to field. I think the light is almost getting worse by the minute here, you know. I'm not sure it's at all good. I mean, we'll have to keep an eye on the umpires. So I can just see umpire Ben Debenham is just sort of glancing around, and that's always a telltale sign. 24 without loss, or to 4. Rushworth in again, bowls or is forward, plays the ball down the onside of the track, and again on this occasion there is no run. Alistair Orr looks at his bat, adjusts his helmet, rehearses the shot. Let's see if we see some bat twiddle. There we are, there's 1. He does some gardening, does some prodding around. Is he going to twiddle the bat? No, not yet. Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Yeah.
Again,
oh, a few times. And again.
Yeah. I don't think he'll do any more now.
No.
He's got a very high back lift as well. Ali Orr, tall left-hander, waits as Rushworth is in again, bowls, and Orr plays that well down to fine leg, picks up a single. He's looking for a second, but it isn't there. Good aggressive running that by Ali Orr, wasn't it? You know, it was coming down towards fine leg. There was only ever 1 run there, but he was looking for the second and just putting pressure on the fielder.
And I think we saw that, didn't we, in the Durham innings as well, with Travaskis particularly wanting that run, and I think it's an acknowledgement probably that these are not ideal batting conditions, and that again, as I mentioned earlier, I know it's a cliche, but there could be, especially with Chris Rushworth coming down the hill with the new ball, there could be one with your name on it, so it's best to try and turn 1 into 2 if you can.
Rushworth in bowls to Haynes. Haynes forward plays to mid on 25 without loss. Sussex Alistair on 5. Tom Haynes on 20.
Looking at the field, it's an offside heavy field. What was it, a 7-3 field? We talked. He's fielded the ball a lot. Who is it down here at
Salisbury?
Salisbury, beg your pardon. He's got a lot of ground to cover, hasn't he? He's got the whole of the deep backward square leg region and fine leg as well.
Rushworth in, bowls to Haynes, who plays that carefully to backward point. There is no run.
I reckon he's got about 40 yards of real estate to work with on his own down there, which is sometimes why Sussex have been able to turn 1s into 2s. What you really want in this area of the field is to almost not connect so well with it, to sort of not quite drop and run, but certainly just to flick it rather than punch it into this area.
Worth again. Comes in and bowls to Haynes, who is solidly in behind that, plays to mid off. There is no run. End of Chris Rushworth's 3rd over. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11 for Rushworth. And Sussex in reply to the Durham total of 223, or 25 without loss. The main wicket takers in the Durham innings, Aaron Beard in his debut for Sussex, on loan from Essex, taking 3 for 51. Tom Clark, 3 for 21. Mason Crane also on his debut, picking up a couple of wickets, 2 for 28. The other wicket taken by Tom Haynes and Henry Crocombe.
I think Beard's performance will be a real boost to Sussex, given that they've obviously taken him at the 11th hour. If Ollie Robinson had been fit, who knows whether, or been allowed to play, beg your pardon, who knows whether they'd have gone for Beard from Essex. But his performance was really good. He bowled really well and got the wickets I think that he deserved.
Absolutely.
As Potts comes in now and bowls from the CN to Ali Orr, who covers up and is safely rock solid in defence. Mentioned earlier that there is only one fielder effectively outside of the one-day circle. That's a man at somewhere between deep backward square and fine leg in that 45-degree angle, right back on the boundary, waiting for the hook. That one is defended on the back foot by Orr. There's no run.
He's also got a nice, when he receives a good ball, he's got a nice little nod that he makes just to the bowler. I'm not sure whether that's something he just does almost subconsciously. He has got a fielder just lurking there at a short leg.
He has, yes.
Just backward of square as well.
That's there for the one into the rib cage, as that might surprise him. This one is Fuller from Potts and well defended by Ali Orr. We are at 5:32 on a Thursday afternoon, so we are well into home time now. We are well into the drive home. Well into the commute home. You may be listening to us on a train somewhere, on the BBC Sport website or BBC Sounds app. This one, big appeal, well, it's half appeal. I thought it was going to turn into a big appeal, but it hit Orr on the pad, high up and down the leg side as well. The bowler turned round to the umpire, directed a appeal to him, and then realised he was on his own.
Yes, it was very much a strangled appeal, wasn't it?
25 without loss, Sussex in reply to Durham's 223. As Potts comes in and bowls, and that's taken a thick edge through. He's played it with soft hands, really, I suppose, through the slips, and they're going to take a couple of runs for Orr there to 7. And Sussex on 27 without loss, and Adrian will be giving an update to BBC Radio Sussex FM listeners shortly. I'll break away when that is due. This is the last ball of the 6th over of the Sussex reply. Potts to bowl it. He's gone for 16 so far from 17 deliveries. He just takes care of the ball and is now on his run. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls and has cut behind square from Orr, and that will be his first boundary. Runs away backward a square for 4 runs, and the patrons here at Hove applaud that one as Orr moves into double figures. He's on 11, Haynes on 20, Sussex 31 without loss.
Well, a very confident start for Sussex. Lovely shot by Ali Orr. I don't think Matthew Potts has really got his line and length right at all. 3 overs for 20. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Scott Borthwick doesn't change things around and get a change of bowling from the C end of the ground, but certainly a good confident start from the Sussex openers.
Both Sussex and Surrey in county championship action today. Surrey, who are top of the table, play Gloucestershire in Bristol, while Sussex are bottom of the table and playing Durham at Hove. Let's go to the county ground. Adrian Harms with the update.
Well, Sussex have had a good day, probably their best day of the season so far, Danny. They bowled out Durham for 223. At one stage, Durham was 60 for 1, but Sussex bowled well throughout. 3 wickets for Aaron Beard, who's on loan from Essex on his debut, and 3 wickets for Tom Clark from Horsham. He picked up 3 for 21. Then in reply, Sussex have made a good start. They're 31 without loss. Skipper Tom Haynes is on 20. Alistair Orr is on 11. Meanwhile, in Bristol, Surrey were put into bat by Gloucestershire. They're 245 for 4. Ollie Pope made 84, but Jamie Smith, the young wicketkeeper batsman, he's still there. He's on 88.
While you're on, Adrian, other sport news today. All-rounder Ben Stokes named as England Test captain today. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think he's the best player in the England side. He's a wonderful cricketer, Ben Stokes. Everybody at Durham, who Sussex are playing today, are absolutely thrilled about that. I guess the only concern is he's so integral to the England side. He bats, he bowls, he's a brilliant fielder. Is captaincy going to be too much? Only time will tell, but there is no question he's a wonderful, wonderful cricketer, and really things can only get better for England. So fingers crossed it all goes well for Ben Stokes.
And I don't know if this news has reached you yet. Bad news for everybody else in the Premier League. Jurgen Klopp signed another 2-year extension to his contract to 26 at Liverpool.
Well, and you think Liverpool could still win the quadruple, couldn't they, Danny? So, yeah, I'm not sure that. But, what a wonderful manager he is. And Liverpool play great football. So I think that's great news. I think Jurgen Klopp and the Premier League go together really well. So, yeah, I'm personally very pleased.
Adrian, thanks. You can catch the ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport.
I got that. Yeah. I think that's great news. I like Jurgen Klopp, I have to say. Rushworth on his way down the hill, comes into bowl to Tom Haynes. He's in bowls, and Haynes just watched that one pass by. Good leave, actually, by Tom Haynes, taken by keeper Eckersley. Certainly a day of contrasting fortunes or swinging fortunes, topsy-turvy, whatever you want to call it, here at Hove today. People may be joining us all the time at the end of the day's work. Durham winning the toss on what was an overcast morning at Hove on what looks like a very good batting wicket. At one stage, 60 for 1, with Sean Dixon going along very nicely, but then a collapse as in comes Rushworth and bowls, and Haynes helps that one down to fine leg. That could run away for 4 runs. It does, and it's a very good point that you make, Andrew, because it was off the hit by Tom Haynes, helped down to fine leg, and Matt Salisbury, who's got acres of ground to cover down here, had absolutely no chance of cutting that off, not least because the ball is rolling down the hill towards where we are in the media centre. And Salisbury had absolutely no chance of cutting off. And I'm a little surprised that Scott Borthwick hasn't got more reinforcements down here.
Yeah, it's obviously you're trying to make your bowlers, aren't you? You're trying to bowl them, make them bowl wicket to wicket and corridor of uncertainty. You don't really necessarily in the early stages with the new ball want to have to try and, cover for stuff that's down the leg side.
Rushworth in again, bowls. Haynes covers up, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Be interesting to see what happens here, because Ben Rain was going through some intensive warm-up in the field, so I'll have to see whether he plays a part shortly.
And I did wonder whether he might be sort of the right pace for this wicket. Tom Clark bowled very well. Who will be similar pace. Let's see if we can get a change in bowling. Matthew Potts didn't get his line right at all, did he? 3 overs, 0 for 20, and there's a bit of a discussion there between some older heads, and we are going to get a change of bowling, and I think it is going to be I think it is going to be Matt Salisbury who's going to come on to bowl, suddenly marking out his run.
It is indeed.
Yeah. So we are going to get a change of bowling from this C end of the ground.
He hands his jumper to the umpire and gets ready to rock and roll here from the C end.
Martin Mahoney has been in touch from High Wycombe. He says, from a purely Sussex point of view, it would be interesting to see how Sussex manage if they could post a decent lead in this match. Not something the Sussex bowler's been used to of late. It would give our captain something different to think about. Well, I agree with that. I mean, Sussex have been really coming from behind in pretty much every game this season. I mean, a big score against Nottinghamshire, 375, but then Notts made 500 plus and in the end won by 10 wickets. But for Sussex to get a lead is something they haven't really enjoyed or experienced this season.
Ali Orr is on 11 as Salisbury comes in and bowls. And that one goes...
He just ran straight through the crease.
Ran straight through, didn't he? Yeah, the wicketkeeper went to sort of take it and then realised the ball wasn't coming. So the umpire signalled dead ball. So we're gonna start again.
Yeah.
No.
But thank you, Martin, for getting in touch up in High Wycombe. I don't know what the weather's like there today, but it's very cloudy and grey here on the south coast.
Salisbury then with the start of his spell, and this time it's on leg stump. Oh, it's actually gone through misfield. He didn't pick it up properly, and they've taken a single. That really is
that was poor. That was
fairly
that was
average cricket out there.
Yeah, Matthew Potts, who had just been taken out of the attack, and that won't endear him to his teammates. That was a sloppy piece of fielding.
That was one of those where you just, as a batsman and as indeed as a commentator, it's just a simple push out into the leg side and you go right straight to the fielder, and he went down to pick it up and didn't get all the way down, and it just went through his legs effectively, and the batsman did spot it and they took a quick single, so they've moved on to 36 without loss, or on to 12, Haynes on 24. No need to really tinker with the field because they're both left-handers at the crease, so Salisbury is able to get into his action pretty quickly after that, and this time it's driven by Haynes up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Still got another 12 overs after this one, so...
And it's 20-6.
Yeah, I think we are going to be probably looking at 6:30 before we finish this evening. Actually, there are some slightly brighter skies coming in from the west, so it might well be we'll get these overs in.
So we're probably looking at a 6:15 finish, something like that, as Salisbury comes in and bowls and driven handsomely through the covers. It might not be beautifully timed, so it won't go for 4, but it was certainly an attractive-looking shot from Haynes. He moves on to 26, and Sussex are on 38 without loss.
I think it'll be all of 6:15. I think probably nearer
6:30,
by
yeah.
the time we...
12. Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? Yeah, because it's going to be about 4 minutes per... Yeah, you are right, Adrian. My maths were probably a little bit out. So sometime between 15:15 and 6:30, I would say.
13 wickets at Trent Bridge today. Notts in reply to Worcestershire's 159 or 161 for 3.
Salisbury up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and a driven shot through the covers. That is one of the shots of the day. That scattered the pigeons in that cover region, and it's gone all the way for 4. Tom Haynes is cashing in on some light and loose Durham bowling at the moment, and Matt Salisbury going for 7 runs in his first 4 deliveries.
I'll tell you what, though, that was a class shot, wasn't it? I mean, it's absolutely belted through the covers by Tom Haynes, who just looks in terrific nick, doesn't he? Sussex 42 without loss.
Salisbury coming in to bowl now over the wicket to the left-hander. Covers up Haynes and plays it out into the leg side. Yeah, so what have we got? End of the 8th over nearly. 1 more ball left, and Sussex already on 42 without loss. Going along at a fair clip, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely. Conditions which I think Durham would be quite happy to be bowling under the lights. Generally that tends to favour the seamers.
Salisbury comes in now, he's up to the wicket and bowls, and it's short of a length, or at least it climbs a little bit, and it's played off the back foot by Haynes, who's on 30. Ali Orr is on 12. Sussex are on 42 without loss. It's the end of the 8th over, and no breakthrough yet for Durham, who will be a little bit concerned at the start they've made in the field. But plenty of time in this match yet, as we saw with Sussex having the better of the morning session and Durham dominating the afternoon. And it's Sussex fortunes swinging back in their favour this evening. So it could end up, certainly if Durham take a couple of wickets, it could end up with being a day of even fortunes, really. But the momentum swinging one way and then the other. That's what makes four-day cricket so great. You can see one team dominate one day, then the next day the other team dominates. But this time we've seen it all in one day. 4 seasons in one day, as Crowded House used to sing.
So Chris Rushworth is going to carry on. I had a message through from Stuart Dick up in the northeast. Hello, Stuart. I haven't spoken to you for a little while. He says Potts is the man to watch with the ball along with Rushworth. He's back-to-back sixers.
Mentioned that earlier.
Rushworth bowls, let go by all through to keeper Eckersley, and there is
Ben Rain who's come on to bowl.
My apologies. That was me not looking at the game and trying to concentrate on some of these messages that have come in. Well, I thought Ben Rain might bowl well on this wicket. It's just that he's a similar pace to Tom Clark. Just turn on the effects microphone, which is just blowing a little. Wind has picked up a little.
Yeah, the winds, I'll just break off for this delivery.
In comes Rain around the wicket bowls and right up to Alice Roy, who comes down late and plays it into the offside. He just adjusts the peak of his helmet, doesn't he, Ali Orr, and then does a bit of gardening. He's always busy wandering down the wicket. A little bit of prod here. Adjusts his peak of his helmet again. 2 slips at a gully. Point cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Wicket bowls and Orr is forward and he got a leading edge to backward point, fielded there by Sean Dixon. I don't know, it's just this little bit of pace. Tom Haynes is coming down the wicket, just having a word to Ali Orr, but I think this is very. If you could measure the speed at which Tom Clark bowls and Ben Rain bowls, it's fairly similar.
And it's got that, from down the hill. I know Tom Clark bowled most of his overs, if not all of them, from this end up the hill, didn't he? But certainly down the hill. And this is the sort of spell of bowling that Durham really needed first up to put pressure on the openers.
Well, he's having to play now. I think they're thinking about a change in the field. In fact, the gully has now gone into third slip. So he's tinkering with the field. Is Ben Rain. In again and bowls, and all clips this nicely off the pads down to fine leg. Salisbury's around quickly on this occasion, had to move to his right, so he had to move a little squarer.
Moving him back out to gully now.
And all goes to 13, total 43 without loss. There must be a 12th man on the field for Durham. I'll tell you who that is in a few moments' time. He's back to his mark. He's just talking away the fielder at mid-on. Who is Chris Rushworth as Rain is in again. Bowls and Haynes drives down the pitch and Rain fields off his own bowling. And again there is no run. Floodlights on. The crowd have largely stayed with us. It's been a chilly day for those who have ventured down to Hove today. I think the forecast for tomorrow is fairly similar. I think we're forecast dry weather pretty much throughout the match. Famous last words. Tom Haynes is on 30, Sussex 43 without loss. Rain is in bowls and Haynes is beaten outside the off stump. That was a good delivery by Ben Rain, and I would say that's the best over bowled by a Durham bowler so far in this Sussex reply. Just had Tom Haynes playing and missing outside of the off stump, and you said it, Andrew, that he was making the batsman play throughout the over, Ben Rain. So 1 over for 1 run. Sussex 43 without loss, all 13. Haynes on 30. Now 11 overs remaining in the day. The first of which is going to be bowled by Matt Salisbury.
Salisbury then to continue from the C end. He went for 7 off his first over. He comes in and bowls now, and that's Tries to play that into the leg side or, and he gets a little bit in a tangle. It drops down at his feet. 43 without loss. Sussex, 12 minutes to 6 on a Thursday. Salisbury now is up to his mark. He's going to come in and bowl to now, and it's down. Oh, it's gone through the wicketkeeper actually this time. It was left alone by Ali Orr, and the wicketkeeper didn't make a clean catch, and so they've come through for a bye. So it's not been particularly fantastic clean cricket from Durham in the field at the moment. There's been a couple of misfields. Salisbury coming up to the stumps now, with number 32 on his back. And Haynes just defends off the back foot. He's on 30, Orr's on 13. And there's that one bye, which means that Sussex are on 44 without loss. And certainly, having lost the toss, Sussex, they'll be pleased with the position they're in. Durham, conversely, will want to take a wicket or two before close of play, as Salisbury comes in, driven down the ground, and it's beaten the dive of the fielder. It's going to go all the way for 4 from Tom Haynes. Didn't quite get it out of the middle, but it's certainly enough bat on it to beat the dive of the fielder at mid-off, and it runs all the way down to the boundary, virtually in front of us. Good shot that from the Sussex skipper.
Yeah, it was, and Sussex are motoring it. The light has improved, actually, Andrew. I think that those brighter skies are waiting. I mean, they're sort of crawling towards us, but there was a while I thought it was getting almost darker by the minute, but I think the light has improved slightly.
Ever the optimist.
Yep.
As Matt Salisbury comes in and bowls, and this time flicked off the pads by Haynes, but collected in the field. Good stop.
It was a good stop, wasn't it? I think that's...
Some of the numbers don't seem to, the Durham players are wearing don't seem to match up to the scorecard, and obviously we're not as familiar with them as you would be listening up in the northeast, so we apologise for that. As in comes Salisbury, bowls, and there's a strangled appeal as it hits him high up on the pad, goes out into the offside, no run. So at the end of that over, it's the 10th over completed of the Sussex reply. They're going along very nicely indeed. 48 without loss. Alistair Orr on 13, Tom Haynes on 34, one extra, and yes, Sussex 48 without loss in reply. Excuse me, to Durham's 223, and that earned Durham 1 batting point, while Sussex collected the full 3 bowling points.
Well, I wonder if there's 2 12th men out on the field, because the number 10 is Michael Jones.
Yes, and he was left out of the side for Lees when he came back in.
Well, here comes Ben Rain, who's running in down the hill and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run, and is...
There's 29 as well.
Yes, is Chris Rushworth off? I think he might be.
I think he might be as well. Which might be a little concerning for...
Yeah, so I think Rushworth is off, and that would imagine why Michael Jones is off, but there's also the third slip is a replacement fielder as well. So we'll try and tell you who that is, as in comes Rain and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Ben Rain's bowled, he's only bowled 8 balls, but he's bowled very tidily so far. Just the 1 run conceded. It's that sort of pace and line and length that Durham have needed.
Bowls and Orr plays firmly down the run. Good diving stop at mid-on. Prevents a single. Applause from behind the stumps.
I think it's good to get a very supportive wicketkeeper. I know wicketkeepers are always chirpy and everything else, but it's always nice feeling in the field when you make a good stop and your wicketkeeper says, "Yeah, that's more of what we want, lads."
Again, he's on his way around the wicket and bowls, and again lets that go. The ball taken by Eckersley, and again there is no run. All on 13, Haynes on 34. Sussex are 48 without loss. Mainly his second over. Certainly asked more questions of the Sussex batsman. We're looking around the field. It doesn't look to us if Chris Rushworth is on the field. Now, we don't want to read anything into that, but he did get struck on the head when he was batting as rain is in. Bowls and all works this one into the offside. There's a shout of no, which you'd have heard in RFX microphone from Tom Haynes. Ali Orr was very keen to take that single. Tom Haynes was having none of it. The light is definitely better now, no question about that. I still think they'll leave the floodlights on, but I think the chance of us coming off for bad light are receding, which is good news. As in comes rain again around the wicket bowls, or again lets it go. Maiden over from Ben Rain, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1. Sussex are 48 without loss, Orr on 13, Haynes on 34.
So a good over or two from Ben Rain there. I'm going to see Matt Salisbury continue from the C end. 2 overs for 11 thus far. Yeah, we're just trying to find out who the number 29 fielder is, but Michael Jones is certainly out on the field for Durham, and I can't see Chris Rushworth, but somebody else has also gone off as well. So we'll try and keep an eye as to who that might be. So Salisbury comes in to bowl. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls and just defended onto the leg side by Haynes. In the field, Ben Rain is chatting away there to Matt Salisbury, making a point, pointing to something on the offside. But there's no change in the field. Salisbury comes in again. He's over the wicket to the left-hander, who covers up Haynes. There's no run. Game sort of drawing to a close around the country now. Already off. They were off a bad light at Leeds, but they're back on now. Kent 260 for 5 against Yorkshire. Somerset 321 for 3 against Warwickshire. Lancashire 26 without loss in reply to Hampshire's 246. Surrey 265 for 4 against Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire 233 for 7 against Essex. That's all in the first division. And back down the pitch, that briefly considered a run as it was wasn't quite gathered in, but no run there for Haynes, and that delivery from Salisbury. In the second division, Derbyshire 280 for 3, a century for Brooke Guest. He made 100. He's still there on 109. Wayne Madsen 70. Shan Masood, another super contribution. He made 60. Middlesex 95 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 149 all out. Salisbury beginning his run up to the stumps again. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls, and it's been beaten him. Yeah, good delivery. By beaten Haynes. Really good ball that. Climbed a little bit, moved away off the seam. Taken by the wicket keeper. So I've lost 4 wickets, 171 for 4. That in reply to the Worcestershire total of 159. 14 wickets falling there. Yep. Half centuries for Ben Duckett and Seeb Hamid. Salisbury runs past the umpire and bowls, and Haynes just takes a little step forward. He did. defending that one.
Yeah, I just thought for a minute Tom was going to try and crash that one away through the covers, but he sort of took a step forward and then
thought better of it.
Yes, just sort of adjusted what he was doing.
So yeah, I mean, you do occasionally hear the wind on our effects mic, which to break the fourth wall for a moment is on the roof. So the wind is likely to affect that more than you can see around the ground if you're here at at Hove. As Salisbury comes in and bowls now, and comfortable in defence. Haynes shows the maker's name in defence. So yeah, it's the end of the over, and it's a good over from Salisbury, maiden actually, I think. And yes, it was indeed 48 without loss, still Sussex.
Yeah, and just to say, Chris Rushworth is off, Michael Jones is on, and the 29, who I didn't have his number, is of course Keegan Peterson.
I did think it might have been Peterson. I was searching for his number, but yes,
yeah,
it is.
I didn't have his. But so thank you. I'm indebted to the Sussex scorer Graham Irwin, who's let me know that. Ben Rain is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 3 slips go down. In comes Rushworth, bowls and beats Orr. Sorry, Rain comes in and bowls, beats Orr outside the off stump, taken by wicketkeeper Eckersley. And certainly the Durham bowling in the last 10 minutes or so has been a lot tighter, Andrew, with no disrespect to Matthew Potts.
Marked improvement. Yeah, I mean, Potts is a very good bowler. He's coming off the back of 2 sixes, as we've mentioned a couple of times today.
Yep.
But yeah, just didn't quite get his line and length right in his spell. But certainly Rain has tightened it up a lot.
Comes in and bowls to Orr, who lets that go outside of the off stump. If you watch Ali Orr, you'll see that when he lets the ball go outside the off stump, he sometimes just lifts up his back foot. It's almost like a
involuntary flex.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure he just does it as a matter of course. But certainly one of the features of Alistair Orr during his short career at Sussex, and a lot of fellow commentators have commented on, is that he's a very good lever of the ball, which is important for an opening batsman. Rain again. Runs in and bowls. And Orr this time plays and misses outside the off stump. So famous last words from Adrian. In my defence, I think Ben Rain's action and the way he approaches the wicket is very similar to Chris Rushworth.
Yes, possibly. He's also.
I think he is. I think.
Yeah.
I think his approach is quite similar. But it's not Rushworth. And we have to hope that Chris Rushworth is okay. It just seems slightly odd that for your strike bowler to leave the field after 3 overs. I wonder if he's just feeling the effects of that clunk on the head. Again. And Orr lets go outside of the off stump. Again taken by Eckersley. And again there is no run.
He's got that curtain rail type flourish after the leave, and it's almost I mean, I know a lot of batsmen have a high backlift these days, you know, the Graham Gooch-esque backlift that Joe Root also has and everything else, but his is almost baseball style, isn't it? He gets it so high, and he's a tall man and the bat looks tiny in his hand.
It does. Rain, 2 more balls to go in this over. Bowls and Orr drive straight back down the track, and Rain fields on the bounce. There is no run. 3 slips in place. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. David Bedingham in there at first slip. Scott Borthwick at second. Keegan Peterson in at third. Durham searching for the breakthrough. As Rain turns at the far end. There are 7 overs raining after this today. As in comes Rushworth, Rain and bowls. And Orr mistimes that. Another maiden over, though, from Ben Rain. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for just the 1 run. I'm going to disappear and do my update to BBC Radio Newcastle. I'll leave you with Andrew.
Thank you, Adrian. Yes, that's 20 deliveries now, 20 successive dot balls that Durham have bowled. That's tightened things up a little bit, and the run rate has dropped considerably. So 13 overs bowled and 48 without loss now. So the run rate's come down from 5s towards 4, and or under 4 now, isn't it? Yes. So Durham will be pleased with the way they've tightened things up in the last 2 or 3 overs, and that's credit to Ben Rain in particular. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1, and Matt Salisbury, who bowled a maiden over in his last one, and he's coming in, but he's ended that run of dots because Haynes has cracked that one backward a square for 4. It was short and wide, and Haynes dealt with it, and Salisbury sent to the boundary, and that's the 50 partnership up for these two openers in 79 deliveries. So they've gone along at a decent rate despite that period where it dried up for them. Durham kept it tight. Salisbury just a little bit short and wide. He comes in now and bowls, and this one's on the hips and turned away through mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 more, I think. Yes, it will. They reach the boundary, or it just about trickles over the rope in the end. So back-to-back boundaries for Tom Haynes yet again. He's moved on to 42 from 44 deliveries. Excellent from him. I mean, that 8 boundaries for him so far in his innings. So 32 of the 42 runs have come in 4s. He faces up now to Salisbury. He'll get a single at least. They're going to come back for 2. He's played it into the square leg region. So 2 more to Tom Haynes, who moves on to 44. Sussex to 56 without loss. 8 without loss. Salisbury 4, 4 and 2 from this over so far, and this one's driven up towards mid-off, but it's been fielded by Ben Rain, who's playing in his 100th first-class match. Can 6 wickets in an innings twice already this season. Wicket list so far. Plenty of chirp from the Durham close in fielders as Salisbury begins his run to the wicket now. He bowls and it's clipped off the hip and through mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 more for Sussex and 4 more to Haynes, and that takes him on to 48. Sussex to 62 without loss, and Adrian has returned from his stint as BBC Radio Newcastle's roving reporter, and Adrian...
I don't think they wanted me, actually. I think they want me at 6:15, but Tom Haynes, just imperious, isn't he?
The way he picked that last one up and just flicked it through mid-wicket for 4 was nonchalant as Salisbury comes in and bowls to him again. He this time pushes it down the wicket and he wants a quick single. He's going to get a quick single as well. Really well judged running between the two of them, and they've moved on to 63 without loss at the end of the 14th over. Alior on 13, but Tom Haynes has raced to 49 at a runner ball.
Well, I have to say he's played some magnificence. I don't like to say too much because we know all about Tom Haynes down here at Sussex, but suffice to say, all he can do is keep scoring the runs that he is. But he just looks in tremendous nick, doesn't he? He really does. Super shots in that last over, and brother Ollie will be listening. I'm very pleased with Big Brother. Because he's batting magnificently, as indeed he has now for the whole of last season, the leading run scorer in the county championship. And he started off in great form this season as well. Well, Ben Rain is going to carry on. Rain is the one bowler who has kept things really tight. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for just the 1 run. And I'm sure that Scott Borthwick is looking for some control from the other end as well, because that really hasn't. Matt Salisbury 4 overs for 26.
Yeah, and I think it's and of course it was also Potts, wasn't it, from before? And I think most of the runs have come from the bowling that's been bowled at from the sea end.
In comes Ben Rain down the hill under the lights, bowls to Tom Haynes, who eases that to mid-on. And there is no run, 63 without loss. All 13, Haynes 49. We're into the last 6 overs of the day here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Thank you for all your messages throughout the day for both Andrew and myself. Right, that we wish Martin Emerson all the best, who's our colleague up in the northeast of England, who are hopefully back behind the microphone commentating on Durham matches very soon, as in comes Rain and bowls, and Haynes is beaten. That's a really good delivery by Ben Rain, who was in the 20 deliveries that he's bowled, he's looked by far the most threatening of the Durham bowlers. That just nipped away from the left-handed Haynes, beat him outside the off stump, taken by Eckersley. And there is no run. 9 boundaries in Tom Haynes' 49. Rain is in again. Bowls and Tom Haynes. That's going to be his half century for Tom Haynes. 4 runs. It's just a shot of a player who is in just almost the form of his life, really. Just cut away through backward point effortlessly for Tom Haynes. He goes to 50, 10 fours in his 53. He's come at a runner ball. Magnificent shot, really. I mean, beautiful timing. The ball just sped away through backward point for 4 runs. Haynes goes to 53 and Sussex 67 without loss in the 15th over. That was a super shot. In fact, I thought it would just go. I thought he had hit it hard enough for it to reach the boundary, but it just sped away. In comes Rain, bowls, and Haynes forward, and Rain feels off his own bowling. There is no run.
Yeah, those put the meat on the bones there. 53 from 51 deliveries, 10 fours. So going along at a strike rate of a little over 100, more than a run a ball.
Yeah. And in a situation where, with the lights on, I was, a little concerned, thinking, well, you never know with the lights on, new ball, often it sort of wobbles around a little bit, but it could still happen, of course. In comes Rain and bowls, and Haynes is driving firmly into the covers, and there is no run. But at the moment, everything is coming right out the middle of Tom Haynes' bat.
There'll be lots of listeners out there, including his family, who'll say, let's not put the mockers on him.
No, absolutely. No.
But equally, there'll be lots of Durham listeners going, yes, please do, we need him out.
But that's a true statement, isn't it? He's everything has come out in the middle of his bat so far. So far. 67 without loss. Sussex in reply to Durham's 223 as Ben Rain is in down the hill from the Cromwell Road and in bowls, and Haynes clips that one off the front foot down to fine leg, picks up a single fielded down in front of us by Matt Salisbury. And yet again Tom Haynes pinches the strike. I'm sure Ali Orr won't mind.
Well, Ali Orr must be wondering what's going on. I'm not quite sure. He's
faced 36 balls, hasn't he?
He's faced 36 balls. I'm just trying to work out. He's faced none of the last 12.
Right. Yes, Tom Haynes took a single off the ball of the previous over, then he saw out all that last over from... And Matty Potts is coming back into the attack. 3 overs for 20. So the experiment with Matt Salisbury hasn't worked. I'm sure that Scott Borthwick is just desperate to get a bit of control from the end of the ground. What have we got? 5 overs left in the day?
Potts has, as we keep saying, taken 2 sixes. So
he has.
He's. Let's see if his second spell after going for 20 runs will be better. This one's online and covered up by Haynes, quite decisively so.
Boys is the cry.
Sussex going at 4.5 and over at the moment. Which can happen with the new ball if you sometimes see edges and things like that, but it hasn't been that way. It's been a lot of controlled shots, particularly square of the wicket on both sides as Potts comes, and that's beaten. That's beaten Haynes.
Yep.
Haynes pulled the bat inside the line, but only after it had gone past the edge, I think.
No, absolutely. That was no question. Tom Haynes was beaten there outside the off stump.
It's a good ball. It was quick. It was rising past Haynes as it flashed past the edge. Plenty of good chirp from both the birds and the Durham fielders. And he's bowled him! He tried the drive, once too many, and Tom Haynes departs after a brilliant, belligerent 54. But Matt Potts has made the breakthrough for Durham, and that is a vital, vital wicket at a vital time in the match. Haynes driving at a full one, beaten for pace, and the bails fly off. And so after a fantastic 54, he has to walk back to the pavilion, and Sussex are 68 for 1. Tom Haynes out for 54.
Well, it was a super innings, but I'm sure Tom Haynes would be cross with himself because with just 5 overs to go in the day, he wouldn't have wanted to expose anyone else at this stage in the game. He'd have fancied batting long tomorrow as well, but he's out. He's on his way, having played absolutely beautifully. Tom Haynes, 10 fours in that innings of 54. And the new man coming out, now is this going to be Tom Alsop?
No, it's Mason Crane. So Night Watchman.
So Night Watchman is coming out.
Night Watchman on debut.
Yeah.
There's one for all the statisticians out there. They love that sort of thing. How many players have been Night Watchman on their debut for a club?
Well, this happened to Sussex last week down at Worcester when Jamie Atkins came out at Night Watchman and he got out. And so they had to change things around. But I'm sure Tom... Well, he batted beautifully, Tom Haynes, but I'm sure he'll be just disappointed to have got out with only 4 overs in the day left after this one. He'd have fancied a really big score.
But let's give a lot of credit to Matt Potts as well.
Yes, absolutely. No, indeed. He's come back into the attack. I mean, he went around the ground a bit early on, but he's picked up a wicket.
And he is a dangerous customer, so we know how... what a good bowler he is. He's picked up the key wicket of Tom Haynes, out for 54.
Yeah,
the bird is tucking into whatever is down there in front of us.
Yes, I know, some
sawdust or something. Yeah. I'm not sure what it is.
But you're quite right, and well bowled, Matthew Potts, and he was, he played a good hand with the bat as well.
And he's coming in now to bowl to Mason Crane, the Night Watchman, who's in behind that one. And there's lots of chirp, and there's a few, well, it's a little bit more attacking field, is it? Oh no, it's all coming back out again. But they've got a short leg in for Mason Crane. They've got point, they've got mid on, mid off, mid wicket, 3 slips, and a man out on the hook again. As Potts comes in and bowls now, and Crane lets that one go as it rises a little bit. So that's a good over, that from Potts, or at least it hasn't finished yet, has it? No, because there's one more to come. But so one more to come, and then 4 more overs after this.
And we're going to get those in, Andrew, because that brighter sky has definitely drifted across, hasn't it? It's lighter now. And Sussex will continue. This will be their 13th. Well, they only went 3 days at Worcester, but they haven't had an interruption all season so far for the weather.
Potts comes in and bowls to Crane. Crane's forward. There's a bit of bat and a bit of pad in there, and there was a half appeal.
Yeah, that was quick as well.
But squeezed out onto the offside, and Mason Crane survives as Night Watchman in that over. But a successful over for Potts. He'll be delighted with that. A wicket maiden. So, and the wicket of Tom Haynes as well, the Sussex captain, for 54.
Mike Brown has been in touch. Hello, Mike. He says, a very weak sun trying to break out at Climping. He's hoping for some brightness over Hove. Well, actually, if those brighter skies are coming from the west, which is where Climping is, down towards Littlehampton, then that is the direction the weather is coming from, and they are certainly brighter skies. But we're going to be okay here for the final 4 overs of the day. Sussex will be very happy to go in just 1 down, as in comes Ben Rain, bowls to Alistair Orr, who lets this one go by outside of the off stump, and there is no run.
Yeah, it'll probably feel like a very long 4 overs.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think if Durham can wheedle another one out here, having won the toss, they'll be disappointed. I know they recovered to 223, and from 75 for 6, they'll be delighted. But having won the toss, I'm sure Scott Borthwick wouldn't have wanted to be bowled out for that sort of a score. But a wicket or 2 here now, and in fact, he's going on the attack. There's a 4th slip coming in. So Borthwick seizing the opportunity here. Ben Rain is back to his mark. He's in and bowls, and Orr is 4, plays into the offside. There is no. I need to do this update for BBC Newcastle.
And I'll continue with the rest of the over. We have 4 balls left in this over, plus 3 more to come after that before close of play. So a little bit of overtime, as Adrian said, which will probably take us beyond 6:30. In comes Rain to Alistair all around the wicket, to the left-hander, who lets that go to the wicket-keeper, Ned Eckersley, and judged his off-stump well there. And left it on length apart from anything else as well. .68 for 1. Sussex in reply to Durham's 223. When we return tomorrow, be interesting to see how close Sussex can get to that Durham total and whether they can pass it, and if so, by how much. Should be a fascinating day tomorrow, that's for sure. Myself and Adrian back on commentary again. Ben Rain comes in and bowls. Soft hands through between slips and gully. That will run down to the boundary for 4 runs. Alistair Orr moves on to 17. Sussex to 72 for 1. It does seem to me that every time Adrian leaves the room to do the BBC Radio Newcastle update, Sussex are scoring back that boundary, though. Old 28 deliveries, conceded 10 runs. He's just about, after a brief discussion, he's going to come in now. Bowls over the wicket to the left-hander, moves away slightly and claimed with a tumbling dive by the wicket-keeper as it was left alone by the batsman. And Eckersley dived to his left, claimed it in front of first slip. So Sussex 72 for 1. Trailing by 151 runs. It's certainly been probably their best whole day of the season so far. As Rain comes in and bowls, and that's it was a leave, and then it came off the pad. And it's going to run down to the boundary for 4-leg byes in the end, I think. Or did he get? No, he might have just got as he tried to leave it, maybe he just got a bit of glove on it or bat or something. It came off at a weird angle. I thought it might have clipped the pad on the way through, but no, it's been given as runs, I think, to Ali Orr, who moves on to 21, and Sussex to 76 for 1. It's 20 past 6 local time in Hove. If you're doing well wherever you're listening to us, I can see a few people filing out as try and get buses and trains home. Beat the cars coming out, maybe. There are 3 overs left in the day. And we're going to see Matty Potts continue to the night watchman, Mason Crane, on debut. Faced 3 deliveries so far. Doing his job well in the previous over. Potts, the successful bowler so far, removing Haynes. He comes into bowl to Crane, who's beaten. He tried to drive, and he's beaten by that one. Mason Crane in his 50th first-class match. Ben Rain from bowling from the other end in his 100th. Matt Potts, his 22nd first-class match. He's taken 59 wickets in his first-class career. Notch under 30 for his average. 1 for 20 his figures so far as he comes into bowl to Crane. Crane gets a little bit of bat onto that. It goes back behind into the gully region where it's well fielded, and it stops the leaking of any runs. 16 balls remain in the day. 76 for 1, the Sussex score. In reply to Durham's 223. As Potts comes in now, he's up to the wicket, he bowls, and he's beaten Crane again. The night watchman is having a torrid time of it out there against some high quality bowling from Matty Potts, who claimed the wicket of Tom Haynes, who drove once too many after a belligerent 53, and ended up 54 I should say, from 57 deliveries, and ended up being well and truly castled by a good ball from Potts, who's up to the wicket now and bowls again, and this time Crane is leaving it. He's decisively forward and leaves assertively. Two balls left in this over, and then a couple of overs remain in the day. Sussex trail by 147 runs. with 9 wickets in hand. So they'll be eyeing up a first innings lead at Hove. Potts now on his run up to the wicket. Now he bowls, and again he beats Crane, and Potts will be thinking it's a matter of time, but Crane survives. Ali Orr's going to have a quick word with him, possibly about maybe, is this the sort of time when he might take the single or settle for 1 if there is 2, if you follow me? Is this the time when Orr is going to say, actually, Mason, you can take as many of these balls as possible? As Potts comes in and bowls, and it's pushed out by Mason Crane into the offside, and they scamper through for a single, so Crane will continue to take the strike. Good running that, and I dare say that might have been the instruction from Ali Orr as he came to meet Mason Crane in the middle of the pitch. If it's there to be pushed out into the offside, there's a little bit of real estate to work with, push it out and run. And that's what he's done. So Sussex 77 for 1 at the end of the 18th over. There are 2 overs left in the day. And Ben Raine will continue. I think we have seen the last of Chris Rushworth on the field for the day. He was struck on the side of the helmet whilst batting. He continued to bat and was not out at the end for a few overs, but bowled a couple of overs as well, and then hasn't been seen since. So we wish him well. Hopefully he is just a little bit shaken maybe, and he's able to return tomorrow, let's hope. Mason Crane on debut for Sussex, a couple of wickets when he bowled. Didn't always quite get his line and lengths right, but he got a couple of wickets, and now he's out batting as a night watchman, and he's forward in defence, very watchful. Pushes that out into the offside, there's no run. Adrian returns to the commentary box with 11 deliveries remaining, and I said, Adrian, that soon after you left the commentary box, as happened the previous time, Sussex started scoring boundaries again.
Yeah, I rather missed out. Had an email in from Phil Tibbs. Hello, Phil, good to hear from you. I'll read your email in a minute, but Ben Raine is coming down the hill to bowl to Mason Crane. Short delivery, and Crane lets that go, taken by wicketkeeper Eckersley. Philip says, having finished work at 6:15, it was great to stream your comms by Bluetooth to my car radio. All this technology, I tell you. Got home in time to switch on the live stream for a couple of overs as well. Bonus, he says, exclamation mark. Looking forward to conversing tomorrow as Sussex look like on the runs for a big first innings lead. Well, it's a little way off, but certainly Sussex have started off well. They could have done without losing Tom Haynes, who batted absolutely beautifully before he was out for 54. In comes Raine and bowls, and Crane down the leg side. That's going to run away, I think, for 4 runs. The fielder in hot pursuit. He pulls it up just inside as David Bedingham, but not before the batsmen have crossed for a leg by. And Sussex go to 78 for 1. Well, Sussex have certainly taken this, Andrew, at the start of play. Durham winning the toss, and it looked a good toss for Scott Borthwick to win. And I'm fairly certain if Sussex had won the toss, they'd have done exactly the same. There's no blame attached to Scott Borthwick in any way. It was a good toss to win, but sort of almost an inexplicable collapse, really. 60 for 1 to 75 for 6. Good recovery. Liam Travascus, I thought, batted beautifully.
Absolutely brilliant.
But with the exception of Ben Raine, and perhaps Matty Potts slightly in this second spell, haven't quite got their lines and lengths right, Durham. And no Chris Rushworth, of course. In comes Raine and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays into the offside. There is no one. We don't know whether Chris Rushworth is off the field because of that head injury, and it'd be wrong to speculate on that. But he did leave the field.
Be an amazing coincidence, to be fair, I think. But I was just speculating actually earlier when the end of the last over, when Alistair Orr came down to have a quick word with Mason Crane, and then the following ball, Mason Crane just sort of tapped and ran. Whether Ali Orr had said, "Look, try and face as many balls as you can," but as Raine comes in, left by Orr, curtain rail leave. Just wonder whether. I thought that Ali also might have said to Mason Crane, you take as many balls as you can now. But, of course, when they had that leg by, they they only ran the one, which I thought they might have tried to scamper through for two if that were the case. But Ali Orr is happy to take a couple of balls in this over. He may well. So if you were Ali Orr at this point, last ball of the penultimate over, would you take a single now or not?
No, I think I'd leave it to the night watchman. I think that's
so
his
would
job.
I.
Protect your opening batsman. Survive this ball, and then he can, just watch on from the non-striker's end.
But this has to be corridor of uncertainty from Rain, doesn't it? If it's anything wide, he won't play a shot to it.
Comes Ben Rain. 3 slips go down, he's in on bowls, and Orr is forward solidly, plays to mid. Durham were trying to kid Ali Orr into taking a single then, but Orr wasn't to be fooled. One more over to go, that'll be bowled to Mason Crane, and I'd imagine Ali Orr will be very happy just to stay at the non-striker's end. Thanks very much, everybody, for listening and for your texts and for your tweets and your emails as well. Gratefully received. I wonder whether we're going to get some late drama here at Hove.
Well, if it's going to be late drama, it'll be provided by Matty Potts, who will take the last over of this opening day. A day which has been very watchable indeed, actually. Some good cricket played. Potts now is up to the wicket. He bowls to Crane, and Crane just defends that out to the onside. There's no run. 78 for 1 Sussex, trailing by 145 on first innings with 9 wickets in hand. So we are almost at 6:30. Doors clattering around me as Potts now comes in to bowl. He's up to the wicket now and bowls, and Crane just plays that up to mid-on fairly comfortably. Rehearses the shots as he is prone to do. Mason Crane batting for the first time in Sussex colours, taking the Jack Leach or Jimmy Anderson role of night watchman on his 50th first class match. Highest score of 29, Mason Crane. Average is 11, so it's not prolific, but he's doing a good digging in job as night watchman as Potts comes in and bowls, and that one's short and almost caught him by surprise, taken by the wicket keeper Eckersley. 3 deliveries remain. Adrian is here for the denouement, which will include an update for BBC Radio Sussex FM listeners in a minute or two, by which time it will probably be the last couple of deliveries. Anyway, Potts comes in and bowls to Crane. That one lifts and he defends on the back foot up the pitch. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Sport Online, Sussex versus Durham. Last couple of deliveries of the day. Potts is up to the wicket now and he bowls, and that one lifts again on Crane, who plays it down nicely just in front of short leg, who may have been interested for a brief moment in time. So we are now about to have the last ball of the day. It will be the last ball of the 20th over in the Sussex innings. And it will be bowled by Matty Potts. From the Sea Road end, he turns. And he comes now, he's up to the wicket now and he bowls. And Crane drives that through the covers and he's going to get 4 from the last ball of the day. The night watchman, is it going to go to the boundary? It is. Well, there you go. That was rather unexpected. I mean, it was there to drive, but a night watchman who's, as I say, he's not prolific as a run scorer, but he's managed to find his team 4 runs on the very last ball of the day. The umpires lay the stumps down and the players trudge off, and it has to be said that obviously Durham fans will not be necessarily happy with the match situation as it stands. There is plenty of room for manoeuvre for them to come back into it with a couple of wickets early tomorrow. Certainly if they were to run through Sussex in the way that Sussex did them in the morning session today, then you know 5 for 15.
Yes, 5 for 15.
So if Durham were to do that tomorrow morning and suddenly have, I don't know,